world of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Heavenly Grade Lower. Nai saw Lin Ming's dilemma. She didn't expect Lin Ming to defeat Kai Guda right now. There was a huge gap between a warrior in the bone refining stage and a warrior in the vein condensing stage, not to mention that Kai Guda was only at the half-step postnatal stage. In her opinion, Lin Ming should be at the limit of bone refining, much worse than a warrior who had just entered the vein condensing stage. She said, "I don't ask you to kill him now. I can wait for 3 or 5 years." In Nai's opinion, if Lin Ming could defeat Kai Guda within 3 or 5 years, it would be a miracle. After all, Lin Ming was only 15 years old, and he had reached the half-step postnatal stage before he was 20 years old. This would probably create a record in the past 100 years in southern Xinjiang. Lin Ming didn't explain anything and said to Nai, "Everything will be planned after I come out of the Sorcerer God Tower." Lin Ming didn't know which level of the Sorcerer God Tower he could get the inheritance of, and how much his strength could be improved. It was meaningless to promise anything now. "Give me the Sorcerer God key," Lin Ming said, took the pendant, shook the heavy and soft silver gun in his hand, and strode towards the Sorcerer God Tower. The most suitable age for the Washan Tower is 16 years old. Lin Ming is only 2 months away from 16. Now is the best time to take the test. The Washan Tower is several dozen feet high, and the whole body exudes a milky white jade light. On the top of the tower, there is a 1-foot-sized azure ball, which emits a dazzling blue light. This ball also has an eye pattern, exactly the same as the pendant in Lin Ming's hand. The tower door is arched, and there is a 1-foot-high sculpture on each side of the door, engraved with ancient and mysterious mythical beast totems. The inside of the door is white, and it is impossible to see what is inside. Lin Ming just approached the Washan Tower, and felt the extremely rich heaven and earth energy. The heaven and earth energy is the foundation of martial artists' cultivation. The so-called true energy is to transform the heaven and earth energy into one's own energy. The true energy stone is also condensed from the heaven and earth energy. Whether it is the body refining stage or the gathering stage, including the acquired realm and the innate realm, martial artists cultivate the heaven and earth energy. With such a dense heaven and earth energy, practicing here will be twice as effective with half the effort. Lin Ming greedily absorbed the heaven and earth energy around him and walked into the Washan Tower. The scene suddenly changed, and Lin Ming came to a completely black space. There was a hard jade stone platform under his feet, and there were stars twinkling above his head. The faint starlight sprinkled down and covered the jade platform with a layer of silver gauze. The illusion inside the tower was very beautiful, but the heaven and earth energy became thinner, almost the same concentration as outside the Washan Holy Land. The heaven and earth energy in the tower is weaker? Lin Ming found it a bit incomprehensible. He thought that the heaven and earth energy in the tower should be more concentrated. The space inside this Washan Tower is similar to the 7 Treasures Linglang Tower. Lin Ming remembered that it was also such a scene in the 7 Treasures Linglang Tower. Looking back at the time when he participated in the entrance examination of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion, it has only been 5 months. In just less than half a year, Lin Ming's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. From a young boy who had just entered the 2nd level of physical training, his strength is now comparable to that of a warrior in the early stage of condensing meridians. Now Lin Ming dare not say that he is the strongest among his peers, but his speed of improvement is the best in Xianan continent. The so-called choice of the witch goddess to challenge the 7 Treasures Linglang Tower. I wonder how many levels of the Linglang Tower I can reach with my current strength of 15 years old and the initial stage of condensation veins. The 7 Treasures Linglang Tower is different from the 10,000 Killings formation. The strength of the enemies in the 10,000 Killings formation is fixed, while the 7 Treasures Linglang Tower determines the strength of the enemies, based on the age of the tester. The older the tester, the stronger the enemy. Therefore, the 7 Treasures Linglang Tower only tests the level of genius. At the beginning, the elder in charge of the assessment of the 7 Treasures Linglang Tower once stated that in the 7 Treasures Linglang Tower, Passing the first level is qualified. Passing the second level is good. Passing the third level is excellent. Passing the fourth level is genius. And passing the fifth level, impossible. At the beginning, the elder dared to say this because he saw through the strength of the candidates. In the past few decades, only Lin Ming had passed the fifth level in the 7 Zuanwu mansion. At the beginning, Lin Ming barely reached the fifth level and was still far from passing. Thinking of these past events, Lin Ming's fighting spirit burned in his heart. He wanted to test his current talent level. Exclamation mark. Weapons. Give me a spear. 9 feet and 9 inches, 1,200 pounds, made of heavy mysterious soft silver. Lin Ming stretched out his hand, and a silver spear appeared in his hand. Although it looked exactly the same as the heavy mysterious soft silver spear, this spear was just the most inferior treasure weapon, which could barely be infused with true essence. The Washan Tower tests the talent level of the warrior himself. The influence of external objects such as treasures and armor on strength is suppressed to the lowest. This is different from the 10,000 killings formation. At this time, in front of Lin Ming, a phantom gradually solidified. This was a man in black holding a sword, and his cultivation was at the peak of the second level of physical training. Lin Ming remembered that when he first broke into the 7 Treasures Linglang Tower, the first enemy he faced was just entering the second level of physical training. Now the opponent's strength is so much stronger, obviously because of his age. As soon as the black-clothed warrior appeared, he rushed towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't even use his gun. He just threw a punch and more than 100 vibrating true essences flew out and penetrated the warrior's body like a poisonous snake. With a puff sound, the warrior fell to the ground and died. For Lin Ming now, the peak of the second level of physical training is too weak. In fact, for a teenager of 15 or 16 years old, it is already very good to reach the second level of physical training. For example, Naoya Shu can reach the third level of physical training and internal organs at the age of 14 or 15. That is a rare genius. For example, Lin Ming reached the fifth level of physical training and bone forging at the age of 15, which is a monster. And for someone like Lin Ming, who reached the Yijin stage at the age of 15, and whose real combat power can be compared to a warrior in the condensing veins stage, that is terrifying. The first level was too easy. Lin Ming raised his foot to go to the second level. At this moment, Lin Ming felt that the warrior he had killed turned into an invisible energy and rushed into his body. This energy moistened Lin Ming's limbs like spring rain, not only penetrating into the bones, flesh, and fascia, but also loosened the originally blocked meridians. Lin Ming's heart moved. Could this be the so-called power of the witch god? I understand. The power of the witch god is actually highly condensed and purified heaven and earth energy. The reason why the heaven and earth energy in this witch god tower is thin is because the heaven and earth energy condensed into this phantom warrior. Killing the phantom warrior will allow you to absorb this pure heaven and earth energy. This is amazing. Circulating the true energy, Lin Ming suddenly discovered that this heaven and earth energy actually made his Yijin period cultivation more stable, and there was a faint trend of moving towards the Yijin period. Lin Ming was overjoyed. The great power that built the 72 Sorcerer God Towers was truly amazing. He could actually invent this method to pass on the essence of heaven and earth. Presumably, the Sorcerer God Tower itself was a huge gathering array. However, the true essence that could be condensed by this gathering array was limited after all. No wonder only the successive witches could enter the Sorcerer God Tower for training. He raised his foot to enter the second floor of the Sorcerer God Tower. His opponent was a black-clothed warrior who had just entered the third level of physical training. This level of cultivation was actually the standard level of a 15-year-old genius boy or girl. When Wang Yanfeng participated in the assessment of the 7 Zuanwu mansion, he had just entered the third level of physical training. As soon as the black-clothed man appeared, Lin Ming moved his fingers, and 700 or 800 vibrating true essences rushed into the warrior's body, directly shaking his internal organs to pieces. In the first few floors of the Sorcerer God Tower, Lin Ming did not want to consume any energy, because from the fourth floor, the difficulty of the Sorcerer God Tower would suddenly increase a lot. Lin Ming absorbed this heaven and earth essence again, and his true essence became more condensed. Lin Ming was unstoppable. On the third floor of the Sorcerer God Tower, His opponents were two black-clad warriors at the peak of the internal organ training stage. Lin Ming shook his silver spear, and the golden peng-breaking void body technique burst out. He instantly appeared in front of the two black-clad warriors. Before they could react, he shot them one by one, and stabbed them all to death. After absorbing these two energies, Lin Ming felt that the true essence in his body had reached its limit. If it increased one more step, it would break through the Yijin Dacheng stage. Lin Ming thought to himself, the power of the sorcerer god contained in this sorcerer god tower is indeed powerful. This is because my cultivation is too high and my true essence is more condensed. If I were only at the internal organ training stage, I would have broken through the realm by the third floor. At this moment, the space in front of Lin Ming fluctuated, and a blood-colored sphere appeared out of thin air. The sphere was 1 foot thick, and covered with complex patterns. There was a circular groove in the position of the sphere facing Lin Ming, which just corresponded to the key of the sorcerer god. Nei said that only with the key of the sorcerer god could the last 4 floors be opened, and the previous 3 floors could only be regarded as the outer tower. Lin Ming took out the key of the witch god from the Zumi ring and carefully placed it in the groove. At that moment, the key of the witch god seemed to melt, and the blood-colored sphere emitted a blazing red light. In Lin Ming's ears, a series of incantations sounded. This incantation was the same as the one Nei had chanted when she prayed before. Could this incantation be? Lin Ming's heart was shocked. Nei had chanted similar incantations before, when she opened the teleportation array of the witch god's holy land and the door of the witch god tower. However, because Nei's chanting was a little vague, Lin Ming didn't pay much attention and just thought it was some kind of incantation of the witch god religion. Now the incantation sounded in Lin Ming's ears, and he heard it clearly. This incantation turned out to be the language of the god realm. Lin Ming swallowed 2 pieces of soul fragments of the god realm powerhouses in succession. Although they were only small pieces, the combination of the two could roughly understand the language of the god realm. The voice coming from the sphere was, the genius level is assessed as lower heaven level, meeting the requirements for teleportation. Genius level assessment? Lower heaven level? Lin Ming was stunned. Does a genius also have a quantitative assessment standard? He is a lower heaven level. Although he doesn't know what the lower heaven level is, Lin Ming can be sure that in Xianan country, southern Xinjiang, and even in the entire 200,000 mile radius ruled by the 7 profound valley, there are absolutely very few people of the same age who can surpass him in strength. So what is the so-called meeting the requirements for teleportation? Where will the teleportation be sent to? Sorry, because my cervical spine is uncomfortable. After sitting for a long time, I have been typing on the small table in bed, and I fell asleep while writing. So I'm an hour and a half late. Sorry. Please give me monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and subscriptions. Thank you. Chapter 177 The Secret of the Witch God Tower. Does everyone hear a similar assessment before entering the inner tower? Do they meet the so-called transmission requirements? A series of questions came to Lin Ming's mind. At this moment, the surrounding scene suddenly began to distort. Then, Lin Ming felt dizzy and his body seemed to fly up like a piece of cotton wool blown by a strong wind. He could not feel any weight in his body. His internal organs seemed to be folded 7 or 8 times along with the distorted space. This feeling was so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ming felt his head sink and fell heavily on the hard ground. He reached out and touched the ground. He felt a burning sensation. Is this the inner tower of the sorcerer god tower? Lin Ming rubbed his aching head and looked up. He was shocked. There was no sorcerer god tower. The surroundings were all a blood red world. This world was endless. The rocks were all red. There was no grass on the ground. Not far away, there were large dark red lakes. Huge bubbles rolled in the lakes. A bloody smell came over. Blood pool. Lin Ming swallowed his saliva. If it was true, how much blood would it cost? Was this an illusion? Or was it a real world? Lin Ming recalled the distorted feeling that made him extremely uncomfortable just now. He vaguely understood that he had just passed through a long-distance teleportation array. In the past, when Lin Ming passed through the teleportation array in the lava cave, he had a similar feeling, but it was milder. The teleportation distance of the lava cave teleportation array was only a few hundred miles. But this time, the distorted feeling was so strong, I wonder how far it was teleported? At this moment, in front of Lin Ming, a ball of red light appeared out of thin air, and then gradually condensed, forming a huge red eye. When Lin Ming saw this eye, his heart tightened, and his body subconsciously stepped back half a step. This eye gave him an extremely terrifying feeling. What on earth was it? Hello, human. A cold voice sounded in Lin Ming's heart, still using the language of the divine domain. Who are you? Lin Ming recalled that he had seen this eye pattern countless times along the way. From entering the holy land of the witch god, to seeing the gate of the witch god tower, the sculptures on the witch god tower, and the witch god key, they were all this pattern. Originally, Lin Ming thought that the people of southern Xinjiang worshipped the power of the eyes, so they used the eyes as a totem. Unexpectedly, there really was such a huge eye in the witch god tower. Don't be nervous. My name is Itaper. I'm a two-dimensional life form that lives in the cracks of space and feeds on dreams. 29,000 years ago, I was subdued by my master and became his contracted beast. Master? Contracted beast? Could it be that your master is the witch god? Yes, the people of southern Xinjiang are used to calling the master that. 50,000 years ago, the master established a huge kingdom of God in southern Xinjiang. 2,000 years later, the master ascended to the divine realm. The kingdom of God was inherited by the master's descendants and continued to exist for 10,000 years. Then, with the passage of time and the vicissitudes of life, the kingdom of God slowly declined. From the great war between humans and demons to the outbreak of the beast tide, followed by volcanic earthquakes, this huge kingdom of God fell apart. After another 10,000 years, this place became the southern Xinjiang today, with jungles and swamps everywhere, and countless ferocious beasts and poisonous insects. The original people died or fled, because of wars and natural disasters, and slowly evolved into the current people of southern Xinjiang. 20,000 years ago, the master was about to die, and before he closed his eyes, he returned to southern Xinjiang. Seeing that the former kingdom of God had become like this, his descendants had become the people of southern Xinjiang with backward civilization, he was sad inside, and built 72 trial towers for me to guard. The master hoped to leave some opportunities for his descendants through these 72 trial towers. Lin Ming was shocked when he heard this. He originally thought that this witch god was powerful in Qian'an continent, but he was just an ordinary strong man in the god realm. But now, listening to the description of the Itaper, I'm afraid that the witch god is also a hegemon in the god realm. As the saying goes, a dynasty lasts for 100 years, a sect lasts for 1,000 years, and a holy land lasts for 10,000 years. Since the kingdom of God mentioned by the Itaper has existed for 10,000 years, it must be a holy land. The founder of a holy land has lived for at least 30,000 years. It is hard to imagine how powerful he is. So that's how it is. These 72 witch god towers were left by the mighty man in the divine realm before he entered the death retreat. Lin Ming finally figured out why there were so many witch god towers in southern Xinjiang. The higher the martial artist's cultivation, the longer his lifespan. When the warrior's lifespan is about to end, if he has not broken through the bottleneck, he will often choose to enter the death retreat. If he fails to break through, he will be transformed into a corpse in the retreat. The death retreat is a big deal. Before the retreat, you must make sufficient preparations and get rid of your worldly concerns, otherwise you will have demons in your heart. The kingdom of God and the descendants left by the witch god in the secular world are one of his worldly ties, so he returned to southern Xinjiang to get rid of his worldly ties. Seeing that the kingdom of God is no longer there, he set up 72 witch god towers to give his descendants a chance, which is considered to repay this cause and effect and get rid of his concerns. Later, these 72 witch god towers were discovered by the people of southern Xinjiang one after another. They were recognized as miracles, so the witch god cult came into being. As for the totem of the eye, it was because some witches had seen this taper. All thoughts were sorted out. Lin Ming had never expected that there was such a secret hidden behind the 72 witch god towers. Itaper said, "You are the only heavenly genius to appear in southern Xinjiang in the past 800 years. You are qualified to take the life and death trial. If you pass all the trials, you will get powerful power and a treasure left by the master. This trial is not an illusion, but a real killing array. In the trial, if you are defeated, you can give up, otherwise you may die. Are you willing to take the life and death trial? The treasure left by the gods? I wonder what it is. And the power obtained in this life and death trial made Lin Ming even more excited. He nodded and said, I'm willing. Okay, the life and death trial also has 7 levels, but it is more difficult than the Witch God Tower. In the past few hundred years, you are the only one who has participated in the life and death trial. I wish you success. Itaper said, and his body fluctuated like water ripples and gradually disappeared. The surrounding scene returned to the blood-red world again. This blood-red world was a real killing array, not an illusion. Lin Ming pulled out the heavy mystic soft silver spear from the Zumi ring. Since it was a killing array, he could use real weapons instead of conjuring them. The first level, the Hell Realm. A voice rang out of thin air in Lin Ming's mind, and then a large number of bubbles rose from the blood pool, and groups of red humanoid creatures crawled out of the blood pool. Blood demon. It is said that blood demons will be born in places with rich blood. Blood demons can suck human essence and blood to strengthen themselves. Some powerful blood demons that have existed for a long time can even completely transform into human form, and their strength is comparable to that of innate masters. Originally, when they were in the outer tower of the Washan Tower, there were only 2 or 3 big cats and small cats on each floor, which was not enough to kill. Now that so many blood demons appeared at once, Lin Ming's fighting spirit also burned. Kill. Lin Ming moved his feet, and his body rushed out like a ghost. The heavy mystic soft silver spear drew a long rainbow like a silk thread. Only puff, puff, 2 sounds were heard, and the 2 blood demons were cut off in half. However, although the 2 blood demons were cut off, they did not die, but instead had a tendency to recondense. Immortal? You have such strong vitality, but you are unlucky to meet me. The spear shook, and the vibration of the true essence surged out like a tide, and the training force was like a thread. Bang, bang. With 2 explosions, the pair of blood demons exploded into blood mist. This time, they were completely dead. After the blood demons died, they turned into 2 invisible energies and floated into Lin Ming's body, nourishing his blood and ki. This is. Feeling these 2 forces, Lin Ming was shocked. He thought that killing these blood demons would replenish his true essence like before, but he didn't expect that the blood demons replenish the blood and ki in his body. This surprised and delighted Lin Ming. The life and death trial was indeed extraordinary. Although it was difficult, its effect was far beyond the reach of the Sorcerer God Tower. The Sorcerer God Tower could only improve the cultivation of warriors, while the life and death trial could improve the strength of warriors in all aspects. For example, this blood demon improved the blood and ki. The blood and ki are strong, and they can contain more true essence, have stronger endurance, and are easy to recover after being seriously injured. Even if the blood and ki are strong to the limit, they can regenerate broken limbs and have an indestructible golden body. A few days ago, Lin Ming swallowed the 500-year-old blood Gynoderma lucidum to replenish his blood and ki, but now, after killing only 2 blood demons, the blood and ki power Lin Ming obtained has caught up with 1/3 of the 500-year-old blood Gynoderma lucidum. If he continues to kill, it is hard to imagine how terrifying these blood and ki powers will be when they gather together. Seeing the blood demons rushing out of the blood pool, Lin Ming was excited, and his fighting spirit soared. The 5,000 vibrating true essences on the heavy mysterious soft silver spear were like an angry and excited dragon. The silver spear tip was trembling slightly, as if it was emitting an excited hum. Fight to the end. Lin Ming rushed into the blood demon like a meteor, and the heavy mysterious soft silver spear in his hand opened and closed, like a white dragon tumbling in the sea of blood. Wherever he passed, the blood boiled. In such a bloody battle, every time Lin Ming thrust out a spear, it would be attached with a powerful vibration of true essence. Circles of airwaves visible to the naked eye spread out like waves, and the blood demon exploded into endless blood mist. Because the blood mist was too thick, it condensed in the air, and it started a blood rain! In such a blood rain, huge waves of blood and ki flowed along Lin Ming's skin, and continuously into his body. In the past 800 years, only Lin Ming participated in the life and death trial. Therefore, this was the blood and ki power accumulated by the witch god's holy land for 800 years. It was very powerful and pure. It's great. Come again. Lin Ming was already covered in blood at this time. The more he fought, the stronger his fighting spirit became, and the more he fought, the stronger his body became. This was because these blood and ki energies continued to flow into Lin Ming's body, so he was not tired, but felt that his body had more and more strength. The 9-foot 9-inch heavy mysterious soft silver spear, with a momentum like a rainbow, swept through thousands of troops. Chapter 178, Hungry Ghost Realm. The spear tip hit the blood demons, like breaking water bags one by one. With one sweep, 3 or 4 blood demons would be scattered. Hundreds of blood demons were cleared by Lin Ming in just one stick of incense. At this moment, not far away, a large amount of blood mist gathered together, and a blood demon that was twice as big as an ordinary blood demon slowly appeared. Unlike ordinary blood demons, his facial features could be clearly distinguished. Obviously, this blood demon was the most powerful one. When Lin Ming saw this last blood demon, a trace of a grim smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He stomped his feet on the ground, and his body shot out like lightning. The distance of more than 10 feet was completely meaningless. The whole body burst out with momentum, and the dragon went out to sea. Bang! Lin Ming stabbed the blood demon's body with a spear, and 5,000 vibration true essences burst out, directly shattering it into blood mist. Another stream of blood and energy flowed into Lin Ming's body. This blood demon alone was almost equivalent to a 500-year-old blood Ganoderma. In total, Lin Ming killed 99 ordinary blood demons, and 1 blood demon leader, which was equivalent to eating more than a dozen 500-year-old blood Ganoderma in one breath. The huge blood and ki power was reverberating fiercely in Lin Ming's body, but he couldn't absorb it for a while. If Lin Ming's blood and ki were as vigorous as a burning furnace before, then now, his blood and ki are like billowing wolf smoke, rushing straight into the sky. It's so refreshing. Lin Ming let out a long breath, feeling a little unsatisfied. Although he had experienced a fierce battle, his current state is better than before. There is still a lot of blood and ki that is suppressed in the body and has not been fully absorbed, but even so, my blood and ki power has greatly increased, and I won't feel any fatigue after a day of fierce fighting. Lin Ming suddenly remembered something and used the heavy mysterious soft silver gun to draw a blood mark on the palm of his hand. Then, an incredible scene happened. This blood mark was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a few breaths, it was completely healed. At this moment, Lin Ming was also somewhat stunned. Although he knew that the body's ability to recover and heal itself would be greatly improved if the power of ki and blood was strengthened, he did not expect it to be improved so much. With such abnormal recovery ability, he was not afraid of being injured in the battlefield. If he could get some natural treasures to replenish ki and blood in the future, he might really be able to achieve the legendary regeneration of broken limbs, or even rebirth by dripping blood. The Hell Realm is over. The second level, the Hungry Ghost Realm. That cold voice sounded in Lin Ming's ears again, and the surrounding scene changed rapidly, from the bloody area to a grey world. Looking up, the sky was dim like turbid water, and countless crows flew up, and the black feathers in the sky obscured the already dim sunlight. There was a surging river on the ground, and the yellow river water was rolling. A sense of desolation and death came to his face. There was a black stone tablet by the river, with 2 vicissitudes of life and ancient and clumsy seal characters written on it. Huanquin. Hungry Ghost World. So that's how it is. Nei said before that the Sorcerer God Tower is divided into 7 levels, namely the Hell World, Hungry Ghost World, Livestock World, Sorcerer Slave World, Mortal World, God's Messenger World, and Sorcerer God World. I thought that these were just names given by the people of southern Xinjiang because of religion and superstition, but I didn't expect it to be true. However, these 7 worlds do not exist in the Sorcerer God Tower, but in the Trial of Life and Death. Ordinary witches have no chance to see them at all. At this time, huge waves and whirlpools appeared in the Yellow Springs. Hungry ghosts rushed out of the pale yellow river and rushed towards Lin Ming with a sharp roar. Outside the Sorcerer God Tower, Nei and Nashu waited silently. Nashu said, "Sister, don't you go into the Sorcerer God Tower with that brother and accept the test of the Sorcerer God." Nei said, "The power of the Sorcerer God in the Sorcerer God Tower is limited. It will not be effective if 2 people enter the Sorcerer God Tower together. Moreover, my current strength can only pass the 4th level at most. Nei was only 15 years old. It was too early for her to take the trial of the Sorcerer God Tower. Nei has her own ambitions. She wants to pass the 5th floor of the Sorcerer God Tower and enter the 6th floor, gain the recognition of the Sorcerer God, and rebuild the Nat tribe. Since the establishment of the Nat tribe, it has been very good for the witches to pass the 3rd floor of the Sorcerer God Tower and enter the 4th floor. Those who pass the 4th floor and step into the 5th floor are the top talents. Those who pass the 5th floor and enter the 6th floor are legends. The Nat tribe has existed for more than 1,000 years, and there is only one person who really entered the 6th floor. And this person is the first sorcerer god of the Nat tribe. He led the tribe to fight all over the world, expanded the territory, and conquered the Nat tribe. Sister, what level is a brother surnamed Mu now? Nashu asked. Nei frowned. She looked at the sorcerer god tower in some confusion. Before, Lin Ming passed the first 3 floors at an incredible speed. Of course, although she was amazed, she was not surprised. After all, Lin Ming had the strength of a bone-forging extreme strongman, and he passed the first 3 floors with ease. But strangely, after Lin Ming passed the first 3 levels of the outer tower, he seemed to have disappeared. She kept staring at the magic array of the 4th level of the Washan Tower, but found that the magic array was not working, which proved that Lin Ming had never stepped into the 4th level. What is going on? With Mulin's strength, it is impossible that he cannot pass the first 4 levels. He should pass the 5th level and enter the 6th level, at least equal to the first Washan envoy. Did Mulin have an accident in the Washan Tower? Thinking of this, Mei's heart tightened. But, the Washan Tower is just an illusion. There shouldn't be any accidents, could it be? Mei's heart was shocked, and she suddenly remembered a legend that once existed in the ancient books of the Wu clan. It is said that a long time ago, the Washan founded the kingdom of God in the Washan realm, and the Washan Tower was the entrance to the kingdom of God. If you are chosen by God, you can open the door to the kingdom of God. If you return from the kingdom of God, you will be the king of southern Xinjiang. The king of southern Xinjiang. Nei took a deep breath, and her heart was surging. Thin as a stick, with sunken eye sockets and bloodshot eyes. This is the hungry ghost from the hungry ghost world. Lin Ming looked at the ferocious ghosts rushing towards him. They were so thin that only bones were left, with short lower limbs and huge heads. Their mouths were wide open all the way to the back of their heads, with a mouth full of sharp and dense teeth, and long blood-red tongues hanging out, saliva dripping continuously. No matter if it's a hungry ghost or a blood demon, I'll kill them all the same. Lin Ming aimed at the hungry ghost rushing in the front, and fired a gun. Swish. At this moment, an incredible scene happened. Lin Ming's gun swept through the hungry ghost's body without any obstruction, while the hungry ghost itself was unscathed, and continued to rush towards Lin Ming. As a claw swung down, Lin Ming's eyes focused, and he used the golden peng breaking void body technique to instantly disappear from the spot, narrowly avoiding the attack. Immune to physical attacks? Lin Ming immediately understood in his heart that hungry ghosts were ghosts and had no entity at all. So that's how it is. To deal with them, you must use martial arts to explode and disperse their souls. If you are a martial artist with weak martial arts, it will be a bit troublesome to encounter this level. In fact, Lin Ming has always been a martial artist with weak martial arts, but a few days ago, he accidentally created Thunder and Fire Kill. Thunder and Fire Kill will directly drain 40% of Lin Ming's true essence after using it once, so it naturally cannot be used at will. But it doesn't matter, he still has true essence to transform, and can also use the power of thunder and fire. Lin Ming shook his spear, and purple electric snakes emerged from the heavy and soft silver spear, surrounding the spear shaft, making a hissing sound. Thunder is originally a force to ward off evil spirits. Ghosts are afraid of sunlight, but they are more afraid of thunder. If a ghost rushes out on a thunderstorm, it will be directly shattered by thunder and never recover. However, according to legend, there are ghosts with super strong cultivation, which are strong enough to resist the thunder in the sky and use the power of thunder to refine the impurities in the soul. This is the so-called thunder tribulation. Ghosts who have survived the thunder tribulation will breed pure yang power in their bodies, and may eventually cultivate a pure yang body, just like living people. Of course, the hungry ghosts in front of Lin Ming obviously cannot reach this level. Kai. The electric snake swallowed and spit out, and a hungry ghost was hit by lightning, and his soul was directly shattered. A stream of pure soul energy then flowed into Lin Ming's body. The next moment, he felt that the soul power in his body had obviously increased a little. A powerful soul? Lin Ming was slightly stunned, and then he was overjoyed. Before reaching the innate level, soul power was difficult to cultivate. In the past, Lin Ming relied on running the Tai Soul art in the inscription technique to train soul power, but his progress was slow. Although Lin Ming's soul power was much stronger than that of warriors of the same level, it was still a little bit difficult to support the drawing of the inscription talisman. Therefore, Lin Ming fell asleep for a long time after drawing the inscription talisman twice. I didn't expect that this hungry ghost world could enhance the power of the soul. It's so rare. For an inscription master, soul power is too important. Moreover, after the innate level, one starts to cultivate the soul. If a solid foundation can be laid for the innate level as early as possible, then the future cultivation will definitely be smooth. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's fighting spirit boiled in his heart. The thunder spirit in his body seemed to be infected by this excitement and quickly rotated around the evil god seed. Thick electric snakes emerged from Lin Ming's body, and the crackling electric light made people look shocking. Kill. The heavy and profound soft silver spear seemed to have turned into a tumbling and dancing purple dragon. Countless arcs shot out in all directions, forming a huge electric net. In such a lightning storm, the hungry ghosts were like white snow scorched by flames, melting quickly and disappearing. The wailing and screaming ghost cries were endless. Pure soul energy continuously flowed into Lin Ming's body, nourishing the soul in his spiritual sea. Lin Ming felt that his consciousness had never been so clear. Some changes in the surroundings could not escape his perception. At this moment, a shrill ghost cry sounded in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming did not even need to look up, because his soul power had already locked the other party's position. This purple ghost looked like a beautiful woman, with only a head but no body. From a distance, this huge head of more than 10 feet seemed to be embedded in the dim sky, and dozens of feet long endless white hair danced in the wind. Chapter 179 Witch Slave. The King of 100 Ghosts in the Hungry Ghost Realm. Lin Ming snorted coldly, and the golden peng-breaking void body technique suddenly unfolded. One person and one gun turned into a purple lightning, shooting towards the head of the beauty. The head of the beauty let out a sharp whistle, and endless white hair rushed towards Lin Ming. Each white hair turned into a white snake in the air and bit Lin Ming. Come on. Lin Ming shouted, and shook the heavy and soft silver gun in his hand violently. Countless purple lightning burst out, and the arcs jumped and shot, forming a denser electric net than before. The dazzling electric light made people unable to look directly at it. Chi-chi-chi. Under the painful attack of the purple lightning, thousands of white snakes were completely turned into nothing. The head of the beauty let out a painful howl, and the beautiful face became twisted and hideous. She suddenly opened her mouth wide, and the cherry mouth originally opened to the back of her head in an instant, revealing her sharp white teeth. The change from beautiful to hideous was so shocking. The beautiful head screamed, and bit down fiercely at Lin Ming. Defeat. Lin Ming shouted, and a purple arc of electricity several times thicker than before surged out from the heavy mysterious soft silver spear, and pierced directly into the bloody mouth of the beautiful head. Swish. With the piercing sound of tearing silk, Lin Ming and his gun passed through the beautiful head. Endless electric light was left behind, still entangled on the face of the beautiful head. The extremely shrill scream soared into the sky, shaking the crows in the sky to death, and countless blood, flesh, and feathers fell like rain all over the sky. What a powerful sound wave. Lin Ming used his true energy to protect his ears. After experiencing the tiger and leopard thunder sound in the Thunder Valley, these sound waves were nothing to Lin Ming. The beautiful woman's head twisted violently in the air, and then there was a loud bang, and it exploded into thousands of tiny fragments. The fragments continued to break until they turned into tiny crystal lights. Under the dim sky, these tiny crystal lights looked particularly beautiful and charming. After a few breaths, the crystal lights turned into a river of light, gurgling towards Lin Ming. The bright and gorgeous light was like broken silver in the sun, infinitely beautiful. What a pure soul power. Lin Ming absorbed these tiny crystal lights and could clearly feel that the soul in his body was like a sapling nourished by a clear spring, growing rapidly. There is too much soul power, and it is impossible to absorb it all in a short time. The same is true for the blood power. After passing the life and death test this time, I will retreat for a period of time to digest these powers, Lin Ming said to himself. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in his ears again. Hungry Ghost Realm, past, the third level, the livestock realm. As this voice sounded, the scene around Lin Ming changed again. The dim sky and the rolling yellow spring disappeared, turning into a wilderness grassland. The grey sky was filled with heavy clouds, but no rain fell. The wilderness under the clouds was boundless, with dark green moss, sparse grassland, and exposed black rocks in the grassland. This was a mottled dark world. At this time, a low roar of beasts suddenly sounded, and not far away, a group of black shadows appeared. These shadows were large and small, some walking on the ground, and some flying in the air, with different shapes. Lin Ming shook the heavy and soft silver spear in his hand, and licked his scarlet lips. Are the enemies of the livestock world fierce beasts? How friendly. I have been practicing martial arts for so many years, and it seems that I have been fighting fierce beasts all the time. Roar. Ah. The roars of beasts came one after another. Hundreds of fierce beasts rushed towards Lin Ming with murderous aura. Among them, there were huge bulls that were 10 feet tall, giant pythons that were 3 feet thick, and two-headed strange birds that flew high. Facing the fierce beasts, Lin Ming not only did not dodge, but rushed towards the beasts. One person and one spear, facing hundreds of fierce beasts, a completely disproportionate confrontation. But Lin Ming's momentum was not inferior at all, like rolling wolf smoke, rushing straight into the sky. Dragon out of the sea. Lin Ming crushed the black rock on the ground with one foot, and the heavy and soft silver spear pierced out with a whistling flame. A masculine and murderous aura enveloped the sky and earth, and directly penetrated the body of a 10-foot long snake. With the help of this powerful impact, Lin Ming's arms suddenly sank, and the heavy and soft silver spear bent into a full moon. The body of the giant python weighing more than 1,000 pounds was lifted up by Lin Ming's spear. Lifting the giant python, Lin Ming's momentum reached its peak. Sweep the army. Lin Ming's whole body was filled with true energy, and his legs were rooted in the ground like iron. With his legs and waist, and his arms, the long spear burning with scorching flames whistled, and cut through the air. The inscription skill spear aura was activated, and the original 9 feet and 9 inches of the long spear suddenly stretched to 2 feet. Puff, puff. The two beasts were swept away by Lin Ming, and the violent vibration of true energy directly penetrated into their skulls, shattering their brains. Lin Ming rushed into the herd of beasts like this. With the support of strong blood and ki, his strength seemed to be inexhaustible. Every time he swung a spear, it would bring a burst of blood rain. In such a fight, Lin Ming felt strange power pouring into his body, subtly changing his body structure, making his tendons tougher and his muscles stronger. The third level is to increase physical strength. Lin Ming suddenly realized that the most powerful part of fierce beasts is their bodies. Many fierce beasts are powerful, and their bodies are naturally the best weapons. Lin Ming practiced the chaos gang doujing, and his physical strength was already very strong. Coupled with the blood and ki power supplemented in the first level, and the strange power of the third level, Lin Ming felt that his physical strength was rapidly rising. I'm afraid my physical strength has exceeded 10,000 katis a long time ago. 10,000 katis of strength is already the limit of a warrior. Only warriors who are born with supernatural power can reach 10,000 katis after reaching the peak of condensed veins. After that, warriors will not increase their strength much, but their true essence will become more condensed. In the past, Lin Ming was mistakenly believed to be born with supernatural powers because of the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra, but now he is really born with supernatural powers, and his physical fitness is even several times better than Tiyuoku's. At this time, outside the Washan Tower, Nei was still waiting. It had been an hour since Lin Ming entered the Washan Tower. Is the record in the ancient books true? The legendary Kingdom of God contains infinite power. After returning from the Kingdom of God, he will become the king of southern Xinjiang. In the distant future, if he wants, will he become the king who unifies southern Xinjiang? Thinking of this, Nei's mind became complicated. Girls in southern Xinjiang admire heroes, and even Nei is no exception. However, thinking of the hatred of her parents and master, Nei put away her childish feelings and silently waited for Lin Ming to return. By the way, there is a room for classics in the Wuxian Holy Land. Maybe there are some records about the kingdom of God there. Nei thought so, took off the candle on the candlestick by the wall, lit the candle, and walked towards the classics room. Nei was still young, and she was not completely familiar with many of the ancient legends of the Wuxian cult. There were broken limbs and bones all over the ground, and the ground was stained red with blood. Lin Ming held the heavy and soft silver spear in his hand. In front of him, the last beast in the livestock world twitched and fell down. Strange energy once again flowed into Lin Ming's body. He seemed to hear the crackling sound coming from the bones, and his flesh and muscles were being transformed imperceptibly. What a magical life and death trial. It can completely change my constitution, strengthen my soul power, blood power and physical strength. This is equivalent to reshaping the foundation of my body. Even if a person with a poor foundation in cultivation, after such a transformation, he should become a genius. The witch god who created this life and death trial is really a strange person. I just don't know what level of strength the witch god has reached. Is he as powerful as the saint of Qianxue Holy Land? At this time, the cold voice sounded again. The livestock world is over. The 4th level, the witch slave world. The scene changed again, and the grey wasteland grassland disappeared. Lin Ming came to a circular arena. Under his feet was an old stone brick floor. Some mottled dark red could be seen on the ground. It seemed that it was left by blood, spilled on it and dried. Arena? This scene is fresh. Lin Ming muttered to himself. At this moment, he suddenly heard a creaking sound of metal twisting. He turned his head and saw that the iron fence of the arena was torn open by a huge black monster. This black monster was in human form and was 3 feet tall. Its skin was purple and metallic. Its 2 huge arms were thicker than an adult's waist. On its wrists, it was buckled with thick black iron rings, which were covered with spikes. Judging from the weight of the iron rings, it must have weighed at least 1,000 pounds. This monster had 2 heads. One head had a 3-foot-long ferocious horn, and the other head had half-foot-long fangs at the corners of its mouth. Its muscles were as solid as granite, and its chest and waist were wrapped with heavy chains as thick as an adult's arm. Is this the Wunu? Lin Ming could clearly feel the heavy pressure brought by this huge creature in front of him. Although there was only one enemy this time, Lin Ming had a hunch that this 4th level would be much more difficult than the previous 3 levels. Roar. The Wunu roared, and its huge body weighing several thousand pounds jumped up. The ground collapsed completely under its trampling, and then it hit Lin Ming heavily like a meteorite. Boom. Earth and rocks flew everywhere, and Lin Ming jumped out. Although he was also known for his strength, he could not fight this monster head on. True essence takes shape. Lin Ming shook his spear, and the condensed true essence poured down. However, he did not expect that the defense of this witch slave was extremely strong. Under the attack of Lin Ming's condensed true essence, he was not hurt at all. Practice strength like silk. Lin Ming adjusted the breathing of the small units in his body to the same frequency, and the true essence vibrated violently. This vibration could ignore the defense and directly transmit to the target's body, destroying it from the inside, which was extremely domineering. However, what Lin Ming did not expect was that the 5,000 vibrating true essences, which sank into the body of the witch slave, were like a drop in the ocean. The witch slave only trembled a few times and felt nothing. Chapter 180 Legend of the Kingdom of God. What? It's alright. Lin Ming was stunned. This was the first time that his Lianli Rusi had failed. This Wunu ate all of his Lianli Rusi, but it was alright. This proved that the defense of its internal organs, bones, and muscles was as terrifying as its outer skin. What a monster. The Wunu seemed to be furious because of the Lianli Rusi attack just now. It pulled out the thick chain wrapped around its body and smashed it at Lin Ming. The long chain, like a black dragon, fell heavily to the ground with a force of 10,000 kilograms. Bang! Countless pieces of rubble flew up, and a deep pit was smashed out of the huge arena. It was hard to imagine the strange power of this Wunu. Lin Ming had already used the golden peng breaking void body movement to dodge. The Wunu missed the attack, and his arm shook. The chain bounced up suddenly and rushed towards Lin Ming again. Power of thunder. Purple arcs flashed on Lin Ming's silver spear. He lightly touched the chain with the tip of his spear. The arcs jumped up the chain like a ferocious purple snake and pounced directly on the Wunu. Sizzle. The Wunu was electrocuted. Countless arcs of electricity crackled and jumped on its body. Its originally purple skin became a little charred. However, it was only charred. After the power of thunder disappeared, the Wunu roared and waved the chain again to attack. Lin Ming was speechless. The Wunu's defense was so strong that it could not only defend against the transformation of the true essence and the training of strength, but also resisted the lightning attack. With such a terrifying defense, I'm afraid that activating the power of the evil god will not have any effect. Is it really necessary to use the last trick of thunder and fire to kill? While Lin Ming dodged the chain's attack, his mind raced. This is only the 4th level. I'll use thunder and fire to kill it. How can I pass the next 3 levels? But without thunder and fire, none of my attacks will work on it. This guy's defense is too abnormal. Fortunately, it's only its defense that's abnormal. Its attack methods are very simple and slow. There's no point in dragging it out. If I activate the power of the evil god, I don't know if it will work. Once the power of the evil god is used up, it will take a long time to recover. It's better to just use thunder and fire to kill it. As for the next levels, I can't pass them because I'm not strong enough. There's nothing to say. Lin Ming gritted his teeth, and the long spear that was originally flashing with lightning ignited a lotus-shaped flame again. Thunder and fire intersected, and the terrifying sound of gas explosions came out like a surging sea tide. Lin Ming shouted and stabbed the witch slave with a gun. The roaring flames and thunder swallowed up the sound. The sharp and unmatched true essence rushed out like a thread, tearing the space apart. A ball of light intertwined with thunder and fire was bred in the interweaving of thunder and fire, rushing down like a meteor. The Wunu on the ground roared, swung the iron chain and hit the thunder and fire ball heavily. Boom. It was like a thunderclap sounded in the flat ground, and the dazzling light shone like a golden sword, and countless broken stones flew everywhere. The ground of the arena turned into a huge pit. The arm that the Wunu had raised before was completely broken, and blood gushed out like a fountain. It roared in a low voice, and its huge body kept shaking. On its chest, it was a bloody mess, and blood kept spurting out of its body. Still alive. Lin Ming was stunned. This was definitely the most durable creature he had ever seen. Go to hell. Lin Ming stomped his feet on the ground, and his body rushed out like an arrow. With the blessing of the golden peng breaking the void, Lin Ming's speed reached the extreme. Puff. A spear pierced into the wound on Wunu's chest that was shattered by the thunder and fire. The spear finally broke through the flesh, and the training force burst out like a thread, rushing to Wunu's heart like a tide. With old injuries and new injuries, Wunu finally roared, and fell down unwillingly. Its body quickly melted, and turned into a green energy that was injected into Lin Ming's body. This energy is. Lin Ming felt that this green energy was extremely violent. Before, whether it was the blood power brought by the blood demon, the soul power brought by the hungry ghost, or the power of transforming the body brought by the fierce beast, they were all very gentle and effortless to absorb. But this green power was very violent. It rushed through his body, and severe pain came in waves. Lin Ming's forehead was oozing big beads of sweat. There was a crackling sound in his body, which seemed to be the sound of the bones in his body colliding, which made Lin Ming tremble with fear. At this moment, the space in front of Lin Ming twisted, and the eye taper appeared. It glanced at Lin Ming, and said without any emotion, "Congratulations, Trialist, you are the first warrior to pass the first level of the Wunu realm in the past 6,000 years. Don't be nervous. This energy has been accumulated for too long, a full 6,000 years, so it is a little violent. It is just transforming your body, and will not hurt you. 6,000 years. Lin Ming was in so much pain that it was difficult for him to speak. Yes, 6,000 years ago, a trialist named King Gaiu passed the 4th level, but he failed in the 5th level of the mortal world. After he returned, he established the huge southern Xinjiang Empire, and was called Yuhuan by the people of southern Xinjiang. Is that so? It has been 6,000 years since someone passed the 4th level of the Wunu realm of the life and death trial. This is not surprising. He accidentally comprehended the thunder and fire killing, which gave him such abnormal attack power. Who among ordinary warriors can fight against a Wu Nu with such abnormal defense? Slowly, Lin Ming found that the green energy merged into his bones and tendons, making his bones denser and his muscles tougher. His body's defense was increasing crazily. Before this, although Lin Ming's physical strength was strong, it did not mean that his defense was strong. For example, an ironclad bull could easily smash steel plates, and a sharp axe would not cause any damage to them. However, if Lin Ming wanted to catch a blade with his bare hands, he could only rely on his strength training skills to shake the weapon away with a clever force. If he really punched the blade, his hand would be broken in two. But now, Lin Ming absorbed this Sign energy that strengthened his physique, and he felt that his body was getting stronger and stronger, and his defense was getting stronger and stronger. Now facing a warrior of Zhang Kang's level, Lin Ming felt that he did not need his true essence at all, and could completely rely on his body to resist the opponent's attack. As the Sign energy continued to merge, the pain gradually weakened. Lin Ming was covered in sweat, and the sweat was mixed with black oil stains, which was obviously impurities in Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming had taken the body hardening turmeric deer placenta pill before, but that was only the lowest level of body hardening medicine, and naturally could not be compared with the Sign energy. After a thorough cleansing of the tendons and marrow, Lin Ming's body was somewhat exhausted. At this time, the eye-taper said, starting from the 4th level, you will have 3 hours to rest for each level. You can use this time to restore your body to its best condition. Good luck, Triala. The eye-taper said, and his body gradually twisted and disappeared. Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief and sat cross-legged on the ground. Fortunately, he had time to rest. 3 hours, enough. At this time, outside the Washan Tower, Nei stood in the library of the Washan Holy Land, holding an ancient book in her hand, and not far in front of her, a flickering candle was slowly burning, emitting a bright yellow light. The Washan Holy Land is a large underground palace with a special library inside. Nei lit a candle and searched in the library for a long time, and finally found a sheepskin notebook that recorded the legendary Kingdom of God. Because it was too old, the notebook was already tattered, and the hemp thread that strung the pages had decayed, and it would fall apart when it was turned over. Nei carefully read the ancient text in the notebook, and finally found a detailed record of the Kingdom of God. This notebook was written by a peerless strongman named Neander in southern Xinjiang 1,500 years ago. At that time, even the Na tribe had not been established. The one in Nei's hand is just a manuscript, but even if it is a manuscript, it has a history of 700 to 800 years. Neander is a wizard, and he has also left great achievements and endless legends in the history of southern Xinjiang. He established the huge Nagu tribe, which is still one of the 10 most powerful tribes in southern Xinjiang today. At that time, under the leadership of Neander, southern Xinjiang entered the Middle Earth from the north, and the countries surrendered. Southern Xinjiang once presented the strongest prosperity in 1,000 years. It is said that Neander himself has at least cultivated to the innate extreme, or even higher. For these reasons, Neander has always been one of the heroes of southern Xinjiang, worshipped and respected by many people. Even when Nei was a child, she heard a lot of Neander's stories, and was full of yearning for this legendary figure. Neander recorded the whole process of his entry into the Witch God Tower in this notebook. He said that he rushed all the way, and then was chosen by the Witch God and teleported to the Kingdom of God. There are 7 levels in the Kingdom of God. The first level is a blood red hell, the second level is a grey and dim ghost world, the third level is a savage beast world, and the fourth level is the arena of witch slaves. As for the later levels, Neander has not seen them. Neander saw the god of witch eyes in hell, and the god of witch eyes gave him 7 tests, and each level of the Kingdom of God corresponds to a test. However, Neander only completed 3 in the end, and failed when completing the 4th test. Therefore, Neander only went to the 4th level. The notes said that these 7 tests are much more difficult than the Witch God Tower, especially after the 4th level, the difficulty began to double. Even the son of the gods and demons is powerless in the face of such a test. Even the southern Xinjiang Yu Huang 6,000 years ago only barely completed the 4th test, and still failed when he took the 5th test. Seeing this, Nei was surprised. The southern Xinjiang Yu Huang, 6,000 years ago, once unified southern Xinjiang, and established a huge empire. The strength of Yu Huang himself is unfathomable, and it is said that he has surpassed the innate. At that time, the Wuxian sect established by Yu Huang was equivalent to a third-grade sect, and was no less powerful than the 7 mysterious valors in the north today. From this, we can imagine the prosperity of southern Xinjiang at that time. Even His Majesty Yu Huang did not pass the 5th test. The test of the Kingdom of God is too difficult. So what is the meaning of the 6th and 7th tests? Chapter 181 True Essence to Strengthen Bones. To the people of southern Xinjiang, Yu Huang is almost equivalent to the sub-god of southern Xinjiang, that is, the spiritual belief second only to the witch god. Many believers even stubbornly believe that Yu Huang is not dead, but has ascended to become a god, and gone to the witch god realm. In Nei's view, if Yu Huang can't even pass the 5th test, the 6th and 7th more difficult tests are no longer worthwhile. Who else can pass? Time passed by minute. Lin Ming took out the Zenyuan stone and operated the Chaos Zenyuan Ju, slowly recovering the Zenyuan, and the fire and thunder power that was consumed by the thunder and fire killing was also slowly recovering. Because of the strong power of Qi and blood, Lin Ming's current recovery ability is far beyond that of ordinary warriors. In just 1.5 hours, he was fully recovered. Let's start. The 5th level. Lin Ming shouted to the disappearing eye taper. Okay, as you wish. The 5th level, the mortal world. This level, no one has passed it for more than 10,000 years. More than 10,000 years. Lin Ming was not surprised. No one had passed the previous level for 6,000 years, so it was normal that no one had passed this level for more than 10,000 years. The surrounding space suddenly darkened, and Lin Ming came to a space with nothing. Under his feet was a vast land, and above his head was the brilliant starry sky. 18 phantoms appeared around Lin Ming. They were all human warriors, wearing black clothes, and holding various weapons, including swords, knives, guns, sticks, etc., which could be said to be 18 kinds of weapons, all available. After Lin Ming noticed the cultivation of this group of warriors, his heart suddenly sank. Among these 18 people, there were actually 12 peak bone forging warriors and 6 warriors in the condensed vein stage. How could they fight? Lin Ming was speechless. No wonder no one had passed it for more than 10,000 years. Among these 6 condensation vein stage warriors, 5 have just entered the condensation vein stage, and 1 is even in the middle stage of condensation veins. The remaining 12 peak bone forging warriors have also stepped half a foot into the condensation vein stage. Each of them is much stronger than the monkey-faced man and the bald man. Lin Ming couldn't help but wonder if there is really a 15-year-old young man in the entire Xianan continent who can defeat these 18 perverts alone. Can anyone really pass this kind of assessment? According to what the taper said, it seems that more than 10,000 years ago, someone passed it. Incredible. From the 3rd level to the 4th level, the difficulty has soared a lot. If it weren't for the thunder fire kill, it would be impossible to get through. Unexpectedly, the difficulty of the 5th level soared again. So how could the 6th and 7th levels be passed? The difficulty of this life and death trial is really abnormal. Before I entered the life and death trial, I could only deal with 1 warrior in the condensation vein stage at most. Now there are 6 of them. 1 of them is in the middle stage of the condensation vein stage, and there are 12 warriors at the bone forging limit to contain me. They really think highly of me. Lin Ming grabbed the heavy profound soft silver spear horizontally, and his true energy flowed all over his body. Although the hope of passing this level was slim, he would also try his best to fight. The life and death trial is a real killing array. I must be very careful. If I can't win, I must give up. Otherwise, I will die here if I'm not careful. Facing so many masters, Lin Ming did not dare to rush into the enemy array directly as he did before. It was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. It was simply tantamount to suicide. Swoosh. A warrior holding a long stick had already rushed towards Lin Ming first and swept the stick towards Lin Ming's knee. At the same time, another warrior holding a knife also took a step forward, and the bright blade blocked all possible directions for Lin Ming to dodge. Golden Peng breaks the void. Lin Ming used his body skills, and his body passed through the attacks of the 2 warriors like a swimming fish. Although he could block the attacks of the 2, he did not dare to fight, otherwise he would be surrounded and dead. His body pulled out a series of phantoms, and the speed was so fast that it was incredible. He dodged 3 or 4 attacks in a row and appeared like a ghost behind a warrior using a meteor hammer. The meteor hammer is a side weapon, suitable for long-range attacks. If it is a close combat, it will be constrained everywhere, so Lin Ming chose him as the first target to attack. The dragon is out to sea. Lin Ming stabbed out with a spear. The meteor hammer warrior was only at the peak of the bone forging, but he also reacted very quickly. With a shake of his hands, the chain of the meteor hammer wrapped around the heavy mysterious soft silver gun. Crack. The chain tightly wrapped around the head of the heavy mysterious soft silver gun, and it was directly stuck. As long as Lin Ming's weapon was stuck for a few blinks of an eye, Lin Ming would face a group attack by 18 warriors. At that time, he could only abandon the weapon, otherwise he would not be able to dodge at all. At this moment, the corners of Lin Ming's mouth curved up, and a thick arc of electricity suddenly jumped out, rushing towards the meteor hammer warrior along the chain. Zzz. The meteor hammer warrior was electrocuted and paralyzed. Lin Ming took the opportunity to shout, and a force of 10,000 pound burst out. He slapped the tail of the heavy mysterious soft silver gun with his right hand, directly swung open the chain, and shot the meteor hammer warrior in the throat. Puff. A shot locked the throat, killing a peak bone forging warrior in one fell swoop. Lin Ming did not dare to stop at all, and drew his gun and retreated violently. Swoosh. Where Lin Ming just stood, a fang shinhuaji as thick as a baby's arm fell heavily, and with a loud bang, a large area of the rocky ground was smashed down. This was the attack of the mid-stage condensation vein warrior. Lin Ming secretly broke into a cold sweat. This was a real killing array. If he had dodged a little slower, he might have been beaten half to death, and then killed instantly by the follow-up attacks of other warriors, without even the chance to give up the trial. At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt a pure heaven and earth energy pouring into his body. It was this influx of heaven and earth energy that allowed Lin Ming's true essence, which was already at a critical point, to finally break through the limit and officially enter the peak of Yijin. This mortal world increases true essence and cultivation? Lin Ming was overjoyed. The previous hell world, hungry ghost world, livestock world, and witch slave world did not directly increase cultivation. Things like blood power and soul power, although they were of great benefit to Lin Ming's future cultivation, did not directly improve his strength. Unlike the improvement of cultivation from one realm to another, it was a qualitative change. I've already reached the peak of Yijin after just killing one. If I kill them all, how strong should I be? Lin Ming's fighting spirit surged in his heart. Kill the bone forging stage first, then the vein condensation stage. After reaching the peak of Yijin, Lin Ming's strength increased by a large margin, and his speed also became faster. With the blessing of the golden rock breaking void body technique, his figure was like a ghost, and the attacks of the bone forging stage warriors could not hurt him at all. It can be said that the golden rock breaking void was the foundation for Lin Ming to survive in this situation. Otherwise he would be defeated immediately once he was surrounded. Because of his extreme body technique, Lin Ming launched a guerrilla war, and the thunder power attached to the heavy profound soft silver spear was a killing weapon. Generally, warriors with similar strength to Lin Ming would be paralyzed if they were electrocuted. In the contest between masters, this moment of paralysis was enough to determine the outcome of the battle. Puff. Lin Ming swept off the head of a bone forging peak warrior with one shot, and his whole body's true essence increased by a large margin. I have reached my limit of Yijin. Lin Ming was overjoyed. It had only been a little over a month since he broke through the Yijin stage, and he was about to enter the bone forging stage. At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt as if his body had sunk into some kind of quagmire. Every movement of his was pulled by some strange force and became slow. Turning around, he saw the warrior in the middle stage of Ningmei holding the Fang Shinhuaji, inserting the Fang Shinhuaji into the ground, and waves of condensed true energy waves continuously rushed out of his body. Control gravity? Just as Lin Ming had this thought, a warrior in the Ningmei stage who used a sword flashed behind Lin Ming like a ghost, raised his hand, and slashed with a blue sword energy. Damn it. Lin Ming raised his gun to block, but the sword energy was too sharp. Even though it was blocked, a part of it still brushed past the gun and slashed Lin Ming's body. Swish. Lin Ming's suit was torn apart, revealing the purple gold soft armor inside. A sharp true energy rushed into the soft armor and pierced into Lin Ming's internal organs without mercy. Lin Ming groaned and flew backwards, but he quickly stabilized his body. When he checked his body, he was surprised. Nothing. Although it hurt, his internal organs were not damaged. Such a strong defense, even Lin Ming himself couldn't believe it. It was when I was on the 4th floor, killing that witch slave changed my body. It's really abnormal. This is the attack of a master in the condensation vein stage. Although it is only the aftermath, it is enough to kill an ordinary Yijin stage warrior, but I resisted it, and was not injured. The sword-wielding warrior was just a puppet transformed by the heaven and earth's vitality. He didn't know how to be surprised. Seeing that his attack had no effect, he came to kill with a sword. Lin Ming naturally wouldn't fight with him. His body flashed, and the golden peng breaking the void body technique was deployed. Lin Ming instantly came behind the 2 peak bone forging warriors. Swish, swish. 2 heads flew up, and 2 more people were killed. After Lin Ming reached the limit of Yijin, it was very easy to kill the warriors at the peak of bone forging. 2 pure energies merged into Lin Ming's meridians, and Lin Ming's body shook, and he felt his bones all over his body shaking and numb, as if something had drilled into his bones. The bones became denser and tougher. True essence enters the bones. Bone forging stage. At that moment, Lin Ming officially entered the bone forging stage. The powerful true essence poured into his limbs and bones, and Lin Ming felt a surge of strength all over his body. That feeling was as if something in his body was ignited, and his whole body was surging with blood. Seeing that the sword-wielding warrior in the condensation vein stage was slashing with a sword again, Lin Ming shouted and stabbed with a gun. Practice strength like silk. Boom. 5,000 vibrating true essences burst out, each of which was several times thicker than before. With such a powerful true essence, the sword energy of the warrior in the condensation vein stage was directly torn apart. Chapter 182 3 Wonderful Treasures. Die. Lin Ming took a step forward, and his spear stabbed out like a venomous snake, raining pear blossoms. Ding 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 ding. In an instant, the 2 of them had no idea how many times they had fought, and Lin Ming actually used his heavy spear to compete with the sword in speed, and he was not at a disadvantage. Thunderbolt power. With a sizzling sound, thick purple lightning flashed, and the warrior in the condensation vein stage who was using the sword was shocked and numb all over. Lin Ming raised his spear and stabbed again, and at this moment, the warrior holding the Fang Shanhuaji smashed heavily with his halberd. Dang. Lin Ming raised his spear to meet the attack, and the spear and halberd intersected. The 9-foot 9-inch long heavy Zhu and soft silver spear forcibly withstood the Fang Shanhuaji that was as thick as a child's arm. The full strength attack of the warrior in the middle stage of the condensation veins was blocked by Lin Ming just like that. Defeat. Lin Ming activated the power of the evil god, and the power of thunder and fire intersected. Or thunder and fireball the size of a human head appeared on the heavy and mysterious soft silver gun. Thunder and fire kill. Boom. The highly compressed flame and thunder power exploded, and the golden light pierced the dark night sky. The powerful airwaves rushed out in all directions, and several warriors who were close were directly blown away. The warrior in the middle stage of the condensation vein with the Fang Shanhuaji was completely enveloped in such a violent explosion, and his internal organs were shattered, and he died directly. Under the restraint of so many warriors, Lin Ming was slightly stunned for a moment, and unknowingly, his combat power had grown to this level. A heaven and earth aura that was several times more concentrated than before poured into Lin Ming's body. The whole body's true essence was nourished by this heaven and earth aura and penetrated deeper into the bone fascia. He had just entered the bone forging stage, and his cultivation was consolidated. Lin Ming was surprised and happy. If this continued, his cultivation would probably soar to the peak of bone forging. By then, to what extent would his fighting power be improved? After killing the strongest warrior, there was no longer the strange gravity restriction before, and with the improvement of Lin Ming's own strength, the pressure he faced was greatly reduced. He no longer used the roaming tactics, and directly charged into the enemy group with his spear. The peak warriors of the bone forging stage were no longer his enemies. With a single shot from the heavy mystic soft silver spear, a bone forging stage warrior was killed. The number of enemies was decreasing, and Lin Ming was getting stronger and stronger. In just half an incense stick of time, more than a dozen corpses had fallen on the ground, and in front of Lin Ming, there were only 4 warriors of the condensation vein stage. At this time, Lin Ming's cultivation had been improved to the great perfection of bone forging. There was no suspense in the next battle. The warriors who had just entered the condensation vein stage were no longer Lin Ming's opponents. After killing the remaining 4 people in one breath, Lin Ming's strength reached the peak of bone forging in one go. Bone forging peak. Lin Ming took a deep breath and clenched his fists. He felt full of strength, which was an unprecedented sense of power. The 5th level had a huge improvement in strength, and even Lin Ming felt it was unreal. If it wasn't for the improvement in strength, Lin Ming wouldn't have been able to pass this level. If the 6th level was still to improve his cultivation, would he be able to reach the condensed veins realm, or even the great condensed veins realm? However, this possibility was not very high. This method of absorbing a large amount of pure heaven and earth energy and rapidly improving strength was similar to eating natural treasures. It could not be infinitely improved, otherwise his cultivation would be unstable. At this moment, the eye taper appeared. It stared at Lin Ming for a moment and said, "Congratulations, trialist. You are probably the most talented young man I have ever seen in the 19,000 years that I have been in charge of the trial of life and death. I look forward to you passing the 6th level. No one has ever passed this level from ancient times to the present. You still have 3 hours to recover your strength. No one has ever passed it from ancient times to the present." Lin Ming frowned slightly. No one has passed the 6th level, so wouldn't the 7th level be even more ridiculously difficult? Isn't the difficulty set by Senior Washan too high? The eye taper said, "I have no right to comment on the master's arrangements. Maybe the master overestimated the talents in southern Xinjiang, or maybe the master did it on purpose. The Washan Tower may exist for hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. The fact that no one has passed the 6th level in the past 19,000 years does not mean that there will be no chance in the future. It is probably the master's wish to leave the opportunity to the most outstanding talents. The master only left 3 gifts as the final reward for the trial of life and death. If one is taken away, there will be 1 less. If the difficulty was too low, they would have been taken away by now." Lin Ming asked again, "How many people have entered the trial of life and death in the past 19,000 years? Which level did they reach?" Eye taper said, "A total of 32 people have entered the trial of life and death, of which 3 people stopped at the 3rd level of the livestock realm, 26 people stopped at the 4th level of the sorceress slave realm, and of these 29 people, 7 people died. Only 3 people passed the 4th level of the sorceress slave realm, and only 1 person passed the 5th level of the mortal realm. Now you are the second one. I wish you pass all the trials, and take one of the 3 treasures left by the master." Pass all the trials? Lin Ming took a deep breath. To be honest, he was not absolutely sure. From the 4th level, the difficulty soared too fast. If his cultivation had not been forcibly improved by a large realm, he would not have been able to get here. "What are the 3 treasures? Can I see them now?" Lin Ming asked. Yes. Eye taper did not hide it from Lin Ming. In fact, these 3 treasures were also supposed to be shown to Lin Ming, so that he could make a choice. The eye taper moved his mind, and the space in front of it was distorted. 3 treasures appeared in front of Lin Ming. The first of these 3 treasures was a dark golden scroll, only a foot wide. The 2 shafts seemed to be made of animal bones. The shaft surface was like silk, and it was only an inch thick when rolled up. Just looking at it, one could feel the breath of an ancient and vast avenue coming towards him. The second was a dark red crystal. In the center of the crystal, there was a small dark red filament, which looked like the hair crystal contained in the crystal. The so-called hair crystal is a needle-shaped mineral contained in the crystal. It has various shapes and changes. Because they look like hair, they are called hair crystals. They are more common in crystals. However, what is strange is that the hair crystals in ordinary crystals are dead, but this hair crystal is like a small snake swimming slowly in the crystal, as if the red crystal is liquid inside, which is amazing. The third item was a milky white jade bottle with colorful patterns. Although he didn't know what was inside the jade bottle, just looking at the jade bottle made Lin Ming feel shocked. The colorful patterns on the jade bottle seemed to contain some kind of mystery and truth. After looking at it for a long time, people almost became addicted. Seeing these 3 treasures, Lin Ming couldn't help but breathe quickly. He originally thought that the witch god might leave behind some magical weapons, but he didn't expect that he left behind 3 treasures, that he didn't know what they were. Although he didn't know what the 3 treasures were, he could feel their extraordinariness just by looking at their momentum. This made Lin Ming's heart beat faster, and he wanted to take all 3 treasures for himself. Unfortunately, he could only choose one, and the prerequisite was to pass the 7th level. What are the functions of these treasures? Lin Ming asked. He could only choose one, so of course he had to consider them carefully, based on their functions. But unexpectedly, after hearing Lin Ming's words, Itaper said, "Sorry, I can't explain the specific function, because the values of these 3 treasures are not the same. In order to ensure fairness to every trialist who enters the Sorcerer God Tower, you can only choose for yourself." Not the same value? Lin Ming was stunned for a moment, and then frowned slightly. It seems that I can only choose by luck. Which one is the most valuable? Each of the 3 items looks like a peerless treasure, but Lin Ming first ruled out the dark gold ancient scroll. This kind of scroll is probably used to record some kind of practice, martial arts, or alchemy and medicine refining skills. Maybe it is the practice of the sorcerer god himself, which was sorted out and passed on to future generations. The top practice is of course precious, and even the most important thing for a warrior, but Lin Ming already has a lot of these things, and there will even be new ones in the future, so Lin Ming is not very eager for the sorcerer god's practice. The rest is the jade bottle with colorful patterns and the crystal sealed with red filaments. Which of these 2 things is more precious? Lin Ming guessed that the jade bottle might contain some kind of elixir. Most elixirs are used to improve cultivation, and a few are used to improve physical fitness and temper the body. As for the red crystal, he had no idea what it was, nor did he know what it was used for. He tried to use his soul power to explore it, but his soul power could not penetrate the red crystal at all, as if there was another world inside the crystal. Even Lin Ming could not be sure whether the red filament was a living thing or a dead thing. What exactly could the red filament be? If it is a living thing, could it be some kind of contracted beast, a spiritual beast, or something like that? What would it be used for? If it is a dead thing, then is it a precious mineral that can be used to refine a divine weapon? Or, can it be eaten into the body to increase cultivation? Lin Ming looked at the red crystal and suddenly had a strong urge to choose it, to see what it was used for. The Itaper did not intend to urge Lin Ming at all, and silently floated aside, allowing Lin Ming to continue to use his soul power to explore the 3 treasures. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Ming finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. I will choose this red crystal. He was ultimately unable to resist the strong desire in his heart. Although a panacea would be good, Lin Ming's current physique was already very good, and he would have the opportunity to obtain natural treasures that would improve his physique in the future. As for increasing cultivation, as long as he worked hard to cultivate, the same would be achieved after years of accumulation. As for the red crystal, for some reason, Lin Ming had a strong premonition in his heart, as if he would never be able to get it again if he missed this opportunity. There will be another chapter later, probably after 11 or even 12 o'clock. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, Facing the Day After Tomorrow. As for the red crystal, for some reason, Lin Ming had a strong premonition in his heart, as if he would never get it again if he missed this opportunity. So Lin Ming resolutely gave up the relatively safe elixir and chose the red crystal. As you wish, the Itaper thought, and directly put away the other 2 treasures, leaving only the red crystal sealed with the red filament. Trialist, the treasure you chose is the most precious of the 3 treasures, and also the most difficult to obtain. If you choose this treasure, you will no longer receive additional power rewards in the 6th level of the God's Envoy realm. In other words, if you cannot pass the 7th level in one breath, then you will get nothing except the things before the 5th level. Before Lin Ming had time to get excited after the taper said this, the second half of its words directly hit Lin Ming's mood to the bottom. This time, it was a big deal. If he could not pass the 7th level, it would be a waste of time. He had hoped to gain more power on the 6th floor. Even if it was not to increase his cultivation, it would be other forms of power. He would be more confident in passing the 7th floor. But now he had no chance. He had to rush to the 7th floor in one go. The taper disappeared after he finished speaking. Lin Ming did not waste any more time. He took out a true essence stone, sat cross-legged on the spot, and began to practice the chaos true essence art. This time, his recovery time was particularly long. He had to restore his strength to the peak before passing the 6th floor. At the same time, his mentality had to be adjusted to a state of emptiness and meditation to welcome the 6th level that no one had ever passed in the 19,000 years since the establishment of the Sorcerer God Tower. Outside the Sorcerer God Tower, Nei had been waiting for a long time. Nashu had already fallen asleep in a daze. She curled up in the corner of the secret room like a kitten, covered with a coat that Nei had taken off. Nei estimated that it was at least 5 o'clock now, and the sky should have been dawning. But there was no movement in the Sorcerer God Tower, which made her a little anxious. Did he really enter the Kingdom of God? Would he stay in the Kingdom of God for so long? Or did something unexpected happen? Although the time of this trip to the Kingdom of God was not noted in Neander's notes, based on Neander's description of the surrounding environment, lunch, and in a time before and after entering and leaving, Nei roughly estimated that Neander should have stayed in the Kingdom of God for 1 or 2 hours. And Lin Ming has been in there for at least 4 or 5 hours now. What worries Nei the most is that Neander once stated in his notes that if you enter the Kingdom of God, you may die if you are not strong enough. This made Nei's heart tighten instantly. She wanted to enter the Witch God Tower to explore several times, but she held back. After all, everyone has only one chance to enter the Witch God Tower, and now is not the best time for her. And the key is that even if she enters the Witch God Tower, it will be useless. After all, her strength is too different from Lin Ming. Rubbing her forehead anxiously, Nei fumbled with the rough sheepskin cover of the handwritten notes, fidgeting. Sister. Nashu's confused voice sounded from behind. Well, Ushu, you're awake. Sister, what time is it? Nashu rubbed her back subconsciously because she was a little sore from sleeping on the rough stone floor all night. Fortunately, she was a warrior. If an ordinary little girl slept like this all night, her back would probably be bruised. I don't know, at least 5 o'clock. Oh, hasn't the brother surnamed Mu come out yet? No. Naoyi sighed. Sister, has that brother really entered the Kingdom of God? Then will he become a hero as powerful as Lord Naoyanda? Naoyi nodded reluctantly and said, I think so. The premise is that he can come back safely. In the trial of life and death, Lin Ming finally stepped into the 6th level, the world of God's messenger. When he came to this world, Lin Ming saw a huge white temple. This temple floated in the air. Around it, there were 9 huge dragon pillars, each of which was 100 feet high and reached the sky. Lin Ming was standing on the square in front of the hall. There were floating immortal mountains around him. 10,000 feet of waterfalls poured down from the immortal mountains, turning into countless silver beads and falling into the void. In front of Lin Ming, a middle-aged man wearing a green Taoist robe and carrying a long sword on his back stood with his back to Lin Ming. He had a bun on his head, and his black and white hair hung down more than 2 feet long. Lin Ming looked at the man's cultivation and felt a chill in his heart. He was actually a postnatal master. Although he had just entered the postnatal stage, the postnatal stage had a substantial improvement over the warriors in the condensed vein stage. Lin Ming felt bitter in his heart. He was less than 16 years old, but with his bone age, he had to face a postnatal master in the 6th floor. How many 15-year-old boys could be found in the entire Xianan continent with the strength of a postnatal master? The middle-aged man turned around silently. His face was a little hazy, as if it was a ball of light and shadow. There was no doubt that this was the enemy that Lin Ming was going to defeat. This was the first time Lin Ming faced a master in the postnatal realm. The peak of bone forging is 1.5 realms away from the early stage of postnatal stage. It may not sound like 1.5 realms, but in the martial arts, the gap between each realm becomes larger as you advance. From the bone forging stage to the meridian coagulation stage, the meridians of the whole body are opened up, and the true essence flows freely. This is already a leap. From the meridian coagulation stage to the postnatal stage, the true essence gathers in the danshan, and replenishes the whole body through the meridians. This is another leap. After crossing these two big leaps, Lin Ming was not sure to deal with the postnatal stage warrior. Draw your gun. What surprised Lin Ming was that this middle-aged man could actually speak, and he used the language of the divine domain. Lin Ming handed the gun to his right hand, pressed the gun body with his elbow, and the butt of the gun against his back. He stretched out the nearly 10-foot-long gun steadily, with the tip of the gun pointing directly at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man drew out his sword and said slowly, "You will definitely lose." Crack. The moment the tip of the sword left the scabbard, there was only a sharp sound. The air was split by the sword, and the middle-aged man swung his sword and stabbed Lin Ming in the face. The middle-aged man's speed was extremely fast, and his sword came from an incredible angle, as if no matter how he dodged, he could not avoid it. Practice strength like silk. Lin Ming shouted and stabbed out. Since he could not see through the trajectory of the middle-aged man's sword, Lin Ming used force to break cleverness, and used a huge amount of vibration true energy to block the sword. Bang! The sword energy shattered, but most of Lin Ming's 5000 vibration true energy also collapsed. Lin Ming stepped on his toes and his body retreated quickly. A lot of true essence was consumed, but it didn't matter. Lin Ming activated the chaos true essence art, and the surrounding heaven and earth essence continuously flowed into Lin Ming's body, quickly replenishing the consumed true essence. Now Lin Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of bone forging, but his endurance and stamina far exceeded that of a warrior in the condensed vein stage. The light and shadow warrior actually had a certain amount of wisdom, and was surprised that Lin Ming could block this sword. He shook his wrist and stabbed with another sword. The attack trajectory of this sword was exactly the same as the previous one, but the sword was covered with a layer of red light. Obviously, this light and shadow warrior used martial arts. The martial arts attack of the acquired warrior. Lin Ming gritted his teeth, and his true essence burst out. The red lotus-like flame bloomed on the cold tip of the heavy, mysterious, soft silver spear. The surging flames, entangled with 5000 vibrating true essences, rushed towards the sword of the light and shadow warrior like a flaming dragon. Boom. The gun and the sword collided without any fancy moves, and the shockwave of the explosion of the true essence spread out like a tide. Although Lin Ming blocked the sword of the light and shadow warrior, he could not block the shockwave. The raging true essence broke into Lin Ming's body like a sharp hidden weapon. For a moment, it seemed as if dozens of knives were carving on Lin Ming's internal organs, and the pain was piercing. Although Lin Ming felt a surge of blood in his internal organs, he looked inside and found that there was nothing wrong. Huh? You took it? Lin Ming was surprised and happy. His body's defense exceeded his expectations. Previously, he only blocked the broken sword energy of the condensation vein stage, but now he even blocked the true essence aftermath of the acquired master. You are really extraordinary to be able to reach the 6th level. The middle-aged man showed a trace of admiration on his illusory face, and finally stopped looking down on Lin Ming because of his cultivation. Watching the change in the middle-aged man's expression, Lin Ming had a feeling in his heart that this middle-aged man was not a puppet condensed by the essence of heaven and earth, but a living person. Could it be that he, like the eye taper, was once a servant of the witch god? Come again. The middle-aged man shook his sword and attacked Lin Ming again. True essence transformation. Lin Ming raised his gun to meet him. The two of them fought back and forth. Although the speed of the attack was not fast, every move and every style contained violent and heavy true essence. The cultivation of the light and shadow man was obviously better than Lin Ming. It was almost always the light and shadow man who was attacking, while Lin Ming was defending and dodging. Although he had the power of thunder and fire, and the strength of the training was like silk, Lin Ming was still in danger. If it were not for the elusive golden peng breaking void body technique, which repeatedly avoided the sword energy released by the middle-aged man, he would probably have been defeated. Bang, 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 bang. The two had fought for dozens of moves. The raging true energy shattered the jade platform in front of the immortal palace. The broken jade was scattered all over the sky like countless water drops falling from a suspended waterfall. In such a fierce collision, the light and shadow man was not injured at all, but Lin Ming was repeatedly attacked by the sharp true energy aftermath. If it weren't for his body being transformed in the Wu Nu realm and his defense being greatly increased, his 5 internal organs would have been ruptured, and he would have been defeated directly. Bang! Another blast. Lin Ming's body flew back dozens of feet away. The heavy and soft silver spear supported the ground, wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. His body was finally injured, but it was not serious. With the strong power of Qi and blood, Lin Ming could even feel that his internal injuries were slowly recovering. Although it was not serious, the key was, how could he win? Chapter 184 Gravity Cage. I want to defeat him, unless I use thunder and fire kill, but thunder and fire kill can only be used once in a short period of time. This light and shadow warrior is a postnatal warrior after all. Will he be able to block thunder and fire kill? Once thunder and fire kill is blocked, I will consume a lot of my true energy, and then I will really lose. Lin Ming's mind turned quickly, and he couldn't think of any unexpected way to win. The light and shadow warrior couldn't attack for a long time, and frowned slightly, obviously not satisfied with his own record. You can hide but not defend. You can defend but not attack. You want to rely on a protracted battle to consume my physical strength? The idea is good, but don't forget, you are only in the bone tempering stage, and I'm in the postnatal stage. How can your true energy compare with mine? If it drags on, you will definitely be the first one to collapse. The light and shadow warrior swung his sword again, and the two fought from dozens of moves to hundreds of moves. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and persisted. Although there were dangers everywhere, he was still undefeated. Such tenacity shocked the light and shadow warrior. He originally thought that Lin Ming would not have enough stamina and could not hold on and lose, but he didn't expect him to be so tenacious. Unconsciously, the Qi and blood power contained in Lin Ming's body that had not yet been absorbed gradually dissolved and flowed through Lin Ming's blood circulation throughout his limbs. With this condensed Qi and blood, Lin Ming became more and more tenacious in the battle. With the dual support of the Chaos True Yuanju and the Qi and blood power, the consumed true energy was maintained at a balance point. Even if he was injured occasionally, with Lin Ming's strong recovery ability, he could slowly recover in the battle. After fighting for 200 or 300 moves, the light and shadow warrior finally had to admit an extremely ridiculous thing. That is, Lin Ming's endurance was even better than his. Is it possible for a peak bone forging warrior to have a degree of true energy condensation and recovery ability comparable to that of a warrior who has just entered the postnatal stage? With his ghostly body movements to dodge most attacks, and with the defense and super recovery ability of a turtle shell, the opponent's combat power was obviously far inferior to his own, but he just couldn't do anything about him. This made the light and shadow man feel like he had power, but couldn't use it. Even if he absorbed a lot of blood and energy in the first stage of the life and death trial, he shouldn't be so tenacious. Could it be that this kid has a special body? The light and shadow warrior frowned slightly. We must fight quickly, otherwise it's not certain who will give up first. But his speed is too fast, and it's difficult for my killer move to attack him. I must limit his speed first. There is only one move that can limit his speed, but using this move will also greatly limit me. But now, there is no other way. Thinking of this, the light and shadow warrior suddenly turned the sword and stabbed the ground with one sword. Gravity cage. Snap. A large amount of true energy poured into the ground, and Lin Ming suddenly felt that the gravity around him became weird. This move again. At that time in the 5th level of the mortal world, the warrior in the condensation vein stage who used the Fang Shanhua Ji as a weapon also used this move, forcing Lin Ming to block the attack. Now, it was the same move. Because it was used by the acquired warrior, it was more powerful. He felt that the ground was like a magnet, sucking him and making it difficult for him to walk. It's bad. Lin Ming was able to hold on until now, not only relying on his strong recovery ability and defense, but also relying on the golden peng breaking void body skill to avoid most attacks. Now that his body skill is useless, Lin Ming is in danger. No, he has to use a lot of his true energy to support this move. Lin Ming found that the true energy in the light and shadow warrior's body was obviously weaker now, and a large part of his strength was used to support this gravity cage. Lin Ming instantly understood that this gravity cage is only suitable for use in group battles with others. One person uses the gravity cage, and the other person attacks. If there is only one person who needs to use the gravity cage and attack, then the power he can mobilize will be very limited. Seeing that the shadow warrior was preparing a killing move, Lin Ming was delighted. What a good opportunity. This guy doesn't know that I have a hidden martial art like thunder and fire kill. I was originally worried that your full strength move could block thunder and fire kill, but now you can only use a part of your strength. That's simply digging your own grave. Lin Ming's mouth curved up, and the red lotus fire ignited on the heavy and soft silver spear. Just looking at this dark red flame, it was really nothing great. The shadow man didn't think that this flame could pose any threat to him. In fact, Lin Ming's few previous attacks had never broken his body protection. He only wanted to get rid of Lin Ming as soon as possible, and didn't think that he might lose. Power of the witch god. The shadow man shouted, and his sword glowed with a strange red light. Behind the man, a grey shadow appeared. This shadow looked like an ancient demon on a religious mural, with 3 faces and 6 arms. The 3 faces were ferocious and smirking. The 6 arms were like the claws of a demon, and each arm held a different weapon. After the grey shadow appeared, the shadow man's momentum soared. Die. Lin Ming's body movement was blocked, and the shadow man was determined to win this attack. Lin Ming was shocked when he saw the grey shadow behind the man. He had seen this 3-headed and 6-armed thing once before on a mural in the witch god's holy land. Could it be that this thing was also a servant of the witch god? Seeing the shadow man slashing with a sword, Lin Ming had no time to think about it. He released all the compressed energy in the evil god seed, and the evil god's power was activated. The true essence in Lin Ming's body surged instantly. The thunder spirit and the fire spirit hummed excitedly, and the blazing flames and violent lightning rushed out of Lin Ming's body recklessly. At this moment, the light and shadow man realized that something was wrong. This kid has been hiding his strength. However, the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. The light and shadow man gritted his teeth and forcibly took back a small part of the true energy that maintained the gravity cage. The grey light and shadow behind him condensed a little more, and the blood sword in his hand became more and more enchanting red. Time was in a hurry, and he had no time to gather energy again, but even so, he would not think that Lin Ming's little thunder and fire could resist his witch god power. At this moment, the flame and thunder on Lin Ming's gun suddenly intertwined thunder and fire kill. This is. The virtual pupils of the light and shadow man suddenly enlarged, but his vision was already completely filled with bright white light. His blood sword slashed on the incandescent light and shattered with a bang. Boom. The deafening explosion was like thunder from the ground. The shadow man and the thunder and fire killer collided with each other. The terrifying thunder was like a silver snake dancing wildly, and the blazing red light of the flames was dazzling. The fierce shock wave rolled back like a huge wave, and a vast and unparalleled true essence spread out in all directions like a tide, turning into rolling waves of true essence, rolling up countless broken jades, and sweeping the entire temple. Lin Ming and the shadow man flew backwards at the same time. As early as when the thunder and fire killer was released, Lin Ming had already used all his true essence to resist the shockwave, but he was still shocked and vomited blood in the air, and his hands holding the gun were also broken. The shadow man was even more miserable. He didn't have much mental preparation before, and he slashed the thunder and fireball with another sword. Such a close contact. Even if he was an acquired master, his chest was completely shattered by the explosion, and it was a bloody mess. Damn it. The shadow man supported himself on the ground with his long sword. He didn't expect that he was so careless, that he was beaten so badly by a warrior in the bone forging stage. He spit out a mouthful of blood. Most of his ribs were broken. Not dead yet. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. The acquired master was too strong. Even though he had lost a lot of strength due to the use of the gravity cage, he still blocked his thunder and fire. Lin Ming's heart sank slightly. Although the shadow man was seriously injured, he had used up the power of the evil god in the thunder and fire at the same time. If he continued to fight, the situation would be very bad. At this moment, the voice of the eye taper suddenly sounded above the temple. The 6th level is over. Hearing this voice, the shadow man was unwilling to give up. He looked at Lin Ming angrily, put on his long sword, and walked back to the temple. Passed? Lin Ming was a little unbelievable. At this time, the space twisted, and the eye taper appeared in front of Lin Ming. Congratulations, you are the only one who has passed the 6th level of trials in the past 19,000 years. Lin Ming was puzzled and said, I haven't killed the enemies on the 6th level yet, how can I be considered to have passed? The eye taper said, you just need to defeat the guardians of the 6th level. Even if you can really kill them, I will stop you. They are different from the guardians of the first 5 levels. They are real living souls with soul, imprints and autonomous consciousness. As expected, Lin Ming had guessed this before, so he was not surprised. Eye taper said, there are more than a dozen guardians on the 6th floor, ranging from the beginning of the acquired realm to the ultimate innate realm. They were once the gods of the major tribes in southern Xinjiang. There were constant wars between the tribes in southern Xinjiang, and the gods were killed from time to time. These people were originally seriously injured and dying, but I saved them, and they have been guarding the 6th floor of the life and death trial in the form of souls since then. So that's how it is. Lin Ming suddenly realized that this world of gods is really worthy of its name. It is full of gods. The one he just dealt with was only the weakest one among them. This is also because he is only 15 years old. If his bone age is a little older, he will have to deal with masters in the middle and late stages of the acquired realm. Rest for 3 hours, and you can proceed to the 7th floor trial. Eye taper said, and then disappeared. Lin Ming smiled bitterly after hearing this. Can he still pass the 7th floor? The 6th floor is already a trick. With his strength, he can't fight against the acquired masters at all. If it weren't for the body skills, endurance and defense to drag the guardian to lose patience and make a stupid move, he would not be able to win at all. Now that my strength has basically not increased, is it possible to pass the 7th floor? Starting from the 4th floor, the difficulty will increase significantly with each passing floor. If nothing unexpected happens, the difficulty will also soar from the 6th floor to the 7th floor. How can I pass this? If I can't pass it, not only will the strange red crystal become a mirage, but the strength reward of the 6th floor will also be lost. So no matter what, I must go all out. Although the hope is slim, I must always strive for it. Chapter 185 The Mysterious 7th Floor. Lin Ming calmed down, took out 2 pure essence stones, and began to meditate to restore his physical strength. At the same time, he applied tendon repairing and bone regenerating ointment on his arms. Just now, his arms were broken and bloody. This kind of injury would take an ordinary warrior 10 days or half a month to recover. However, Lin Ming's body had a strong ability to recover. With the addition of 1 or 2 grams of tendon repairing and bone regenerating ointment worth 1,000 gold, his arms had completely recovered in less than 2 hours. With 1 hour left, Lin Ming restored his essence and strength to the peak, and adjusted his state of mind to the best state. Finally, he began the test of the 7th floor. With a flash of light, the temple disappeared, and Lin Ming entered a bright white world. Countless distorted scenes were slowly forming. The 7th floor, a floor that no one has set foot on in the past 19,000 years. Lin Ming clenched his fists and calmed down completely. Before this, he had imagined the appearance of the 7th floor many times. However, when he really came to the 7th floor and saw the scene of the 7th floor, Lin Ming was completely stunned. He never expected it to be this scene. In the first 6 layers, each scene corresponds to its name, such as the blood pool corresponding to the hell realm on the first layer, the yellow spring corresponding to the hungry ghost realm on the 2nd layer, the wilderness corresponding to the livestock realm on the 3rd layer, and the arena corresponding to the witch slave realm on the 4th layer. Lin Ming originally thought that, since the 7th layer was the witch god realm, it should correspond to a space similar to the divine realm. But unexpectedly, he came to a city in the mortal world. Around Lin Ming, the bustling crowds coming and going, the vendors carrying shoulder poles, the children playing, and the faint smell of dust and flowers in the air. Everything was so real. And these were not what surprised Lin Ming the most. What surprised him the most was where he was at this time. He stood in front of a restaurant that was exquisitely decorated but a little old. The no longer bright glazed tiles, the slightly faded red painted pillars, the old wooden window lattices, the raised eaves, everything faintly reveals a taste of time. Lin Ming is too familiar with this restaurant. Since he could remember, he has been running around in the lobby of this restaurant, listening to storytellers, listening to wandering artists singing, watching guests playing chess, and asking old customers for candy. Gaiwan tea, candied whores, the waiter with a towel on his shoulders, the delicious meals made by his mother, everything is exactly the same as in his memory. This is his home. Qianxue City, Lin's restaurant, where I have lived for more than 10 years. How could I get here? Lin Ming couldn't help but step into the restaurant, but the moment he stepped over the threshold, his steps suddenly froze. Lin Ming stayed where he was, with a huge wave of emotion in his heart. He saw a young man in brocade clothes, about 18 or 19 years old, holding a folding fan, and walked out of the kitchen with a smile. And this person was none other than Lin Ming himself, or to be exact, a few years later. However, Lin Ming saw that the young man had no kung fu skills, and looked like a scholar, and had obviously never practiced martial arts. Not only that, the demeanor and temperament of the two were completely different. Lin Ming's breath was restrained, but between his eyebrows, there was a sharp aura hidden, which could burst out at any time, and then it would be unstoppable. And the young man in front of him had a cynical smile, and even a hint of evil in his smile, and at first glance he looked like a scholar pursuing elegance. Is it really me? Lin Ming couldn't believe it. Little Lee, prepare a sedan chair for me. Miss Su from Qianxue Tower is going to hold a party tonight. She has sent me an invitation, and I have to go to support her. The young man opened the folding fan, and waved it quickly. This is not good. The waiter named Zyro Lizzie immediately looked embarrassed. Master, the second young lady of the Qian family is having a birthday banquet today, and she specifically asked you to go to hell. She needs a chef for the banquet. Just assign her. What's the point of me going? This Zyro Lizzie's face turned bitter. The second young lady of the Qian family also wants you to leave a calligraphy at the birthday banquet, and also said she wants to learn poetry from you. You are the new top scholar, and your poetry must be the best in Qianxue City. And master, the second young lady of the Qian family is beautiful and virtuous. The last time my lady saw her, she liked her very much. Maybe in the future. Hey, master, don't go. Before Zyro Lizzie finished speaking, the young man stepped out of the door and said without looking back, when my father asks about it, just say I went to Mr. Tang's house for a drink. Before he finished speaking, the person had disappeared, which made little Lee's face as bitter as an eggplant hit by frost. It was over. If the master and his wife knew about it, they would definitely scold him. The second lady of the Qian family obviously had a good impression of the young master. The second lady of the Qian family was a good person, with good looks and good family background. She was a perfect match for the young master who was born as a top scholar. But Master Lin fell in love with Miss Su from the Qianxue Tower, which was really incomprehensible. The Qianxue Tower was actually a brothel, but it was a more elegant brothel. Most of the prostitutes in it were pure courtesans who sold their art, but not their bodies. They all had beautiful and refined looks, were proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, poetry and songs, and were extremely talented women and beauties in the world. And Miss Su was the top pure courtesan in the Qianxue Tower. Although she was innocent, a brothel girl was a brothel girl. She was born in a lowly family. How could the master and his wife allow her to marry in? Dead. If the master knew that the young master went to Qianxue Tower, not only would the young master be doomed, but I would also be in trouble. Little Lee had a bitter face, not knowing whether to report it to the master and his wife honestly, or to keep it a secret. Lin Ming stood outside the hotel, watching all this silently. Just now, the young man passed by Lin Ming without even looking at him. Lin Ming understood that he did not belong to this world, but was just a passerby. No one here could see him. Why is it like this? Why is there another me here? When I was 8 years old, my parents sent me to a private school and went to Beijing to take the imperial examinations. I studied for 4 years. When I was 12, I threw away my books and resolutely gave up literature and took up martial arts. I had an argument with my parents about this matter, but I persisted in the end, so I became the Lin Ming now. In this world, I did not give up literature and take up martial arts. Instead, I kept taking imperial examinations, from scholar to Jiren, and finally to the top scorer. Why is there such a world? Is this world a real parallel world? Or is it a virtual world that I made up in my mind? What exactly is this 7th level, the Wushen realm, testing? Is it a test of my martial arts heart? If it is a test of my martial arts heart, what exactly does it take to pass the test? Since it is the Wushen realm, why did I come to the mortal world? Lin Ming had mixed emotions and stood blankly in the lobby of the restaurant for several days. No one saw him among the people coming and going. Some people even passed through Lin Ming's body. The hawking of street vendors, the singing of wandering artists, the delicious food and drinks, and even the weather-beaten faces of his parents. All the scenes were so real, yet so illusory. All the people were extremely familiar, yet full of strangeness. However, in such a noisy illusion, Lin Ming seemed to be a grey stroke, alone and lonely. The world is illusory, and I'm real? Or, the world is real, and I'm illusory? No, this is not my world, it's just my inner demon. Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes and the heavy and profound soft silver gun came out of the box. Bang! It was as if countless glass was broken, and the restaurant and diners in front of him all disappeared. However, Lin Ming did not return to the trial of life and death. Instead, he came to a battlefield, with drums beating and flags fluttering. Lin Ming saw the soldiers in front of him, felt their killing aura, and his heart trembled. He suddenly realized something. The soul power spread out like a tide, and locked onto a young figure in an instant. Lin Ming frowned. It was indeed so. His figure moved, and the next moment, he appeared in a military camp. Here, a 15 or 16-year-old boy, wearing simple battle armor, holding an iron spear in his hand, his face full of tension. Seeing this boy, Lin Ming closed his eyes with a complicated expression. Himself again. Why is this? At the age of 12, he argued with his parents and eventually practiced martial arts. At that time, Lin Ming said that, if he could not reach the first level of physical training at the age of 15, he would join the army, make military achievements, and return home in glory. So it seems that this is the self who joined the army at that time. Another self, another world. In the military camp, the boy sat on a bench, took a piece of oilcloth, and silently wiped the shiny iron spear. Compared with his body, the spear was really a bit long. Hey, you're new here, is this your first time on the battlefield? An old soldier in his 30s with a simple appearance, came over with a bowl of rice, and said vaguely while eating. The boy nodded timidly. Yes, I'm a new soldier. Haha, new soldiers will always be nervous on the battlefield. It's okay. We are from the same camp, and we will charge together in a while. Just follow me, I'll protect you. Okay. The boy squeezed out a grateful smile on his somewhat immature face. The battle started, and tens of thousands of soldiers rushed to fight. The vast momentum even broke through the clouds in the sky. Gun smoke rose, swords flashed, guns broke, and halberds were broken. The army that the boy was in triumphed, but the old soldier with a simple appearance never came back. The dead soldiers were buried together on the spot, without even a grave, and the boy didn't even know the old soldier's name. Days passed, and the boy's face became less immature and more resolute. He went from a new soldier to a sergeant, then a centurion, then a 1,000-man captain. His marksmanship became more and more refined, his strength became stronger, and his military temperament became more and more mature. Slowly, he also became a veteran, watching the new soldiers join the army one by one, and said to them, it's okay, you just follow me when I charge, I'll protect you. The innocent and naive teenagers joined the army with dreams, but one after another turned into dry bones in a foreign land. Those who really survived looked down on life and death, and after many battles, they became veterans like the teenagers. Such days continued. Every soldier had a dream of becoming a general, but most of them just followed the footsteps of their predecessors, and died with dreams. Lin Ming silently watched the changes in this world, and he finally understood that these separated lives were neither illusory nor real. The people in this world saw him as illusory, and he saw the world as illusory. Life is like a dream, and dreams are like life. What is true, and what is false, no one can tell. The test of the 7th level may not be a test at all, but an opportunity, an understanding, and a deep understanding of the heart of martial arts. Realizing this, Lin Ming no longer destroyed this world, but just followed its footsteps, and looked at it bit by bit. He was just a passerby, watching the changes of time and the changes of the world. Outside the life and death trial, in the darkness, the eye-taper looked at the endless void calmly, and there was no spirit in his huge eyes. Have you realized it? Amazing. He realized it just in the second world, and now it has been a day and a night. This young man's understanding of the heart of martial arts is amazing. The 7th level test is the heart of martial arts. This is a test, but also a great opportunity. If you understand the original intention of this test, and can experience your heart in the test, you will benefit endlessly. Although no one has entered the 7th level of the life and death trial for 19,000 years, the eye-taper knows that this formation left by the witch god also exists in the god's domain. Its name is reincarnation. And even those who are the pride of the gods in the god's domain often lose themselves when they enter the reincarnation. Most of them believed that all of this was an illusion of the inner demons, constantly destroying these worlds. However, when new worlds emerged one after another, they saw countless versions of themselves, and their hearts would be lost and confused, unable to tell who was the illusion, and who was real, and who was the real self. Once lost, the heart of martial arts would be damaged, and it might even affect future cultivation. Even if there were geniuses who could comprehend the meaning of reincarnation, they would often have to go through several or even a dozen worlds before slowly figuring it out. And Lin Ming, in the second world, actually saw through the truth and realized reincarnation, which surprised the taper. It's a pity that the master has probably passed away, otherwise he would definitely be willing to accept this apprentice. I originally thought that this young man was of ordinary talent and only got such an achievement because of some good opportunity. I didn't expect that he had such a talent in comprehending the heart of martial arts. I'll see how long he can comprehend in these 100 reincarnations. Chapter 186, Reincarnation. In the reincarnation world, time has lost its concept. Lin Ming just walked through it, saw it, and imprinted everything deeply in his mind. Every time Lin Ming faced a choice, he faced a completely different life. Lin Ming saw himself rising to prominence, and also saw himself in poverty. He saw different wives and children in the future. Staying in Qianxue country, becoming the master of the 7 Zuan Wu mansion, marrying Qin Xingxuan who has become the 7 Zuan envoy, and their descendants have branched out and built the first family of Qianxue country. Staying in southern Xinjiang, marrying the 2 sisters Nei and Nashu, rebuilding the Naklan tribe, and becoming the king of southern Xinjiang. Of course, there are also endless grey lives. The worst time, Lin Ming did not get the magic cube, was persecuted by Zhu Yan, and his tendons in his hands and feet were all broken. Then his parents died of illness, and he begged for half his life. Looking at each life, Lin Ming always maintained his mentality of a passerby, without leaving any sadness or joy. The so-called now is so fragile. Even if the past is a little wrong, the now is a completely different result. The past is a cause, and the present is the result. The continuation of cause and effect is reincarnation again and again. Lin Ming realized more and more things. His martial arts heart was no longer as simple and firm as before, but became more and more complex and contained a myriad of things. Outside the Washan Tower, Nei Nashu had been waiting for 5 days and 5 nights. In fact, from the second day, Nei had no hope. Lin Ming might have died in the kingdom of God, otherwise he would not have been there for so long. Before this, Nei never thought that Lin Ming would die. A genius who would have amazed the southern border just fell like this. When hope was extinguished, Nei couldn't tell what she felt: regret, sorrow, and some sadness. The sisters could only rely on themselves to go on, and their parents' revenge had to rely on themselves. Although she believed that Lin Ming was dead, Nei did not leave the Washan Holy Land. Because leaving the holy land of the witch god to the nearest tribe, the road has to pass through the wilderness and jungle. With the strength of the sisters, the probability of getting out alive is no more than 70%. With a 70% probability, Nei might still take the risk, but what made her despair was that, after staying in the underground palace for 2 days and 2 nights, she found that the horses were dead when she left the holy land of the witch god. The reins tied to the four ponies were torn off abruptly, leaving large patches of blood on the ground. One horse was eaten half, and the other three were bitten to death. This directly killed Naya's thoughts. Without the horse, the probability of them getting out alive is no more than 20%. Naya naturally couldn't let her sister take such a big risk. Naya originally wanted to find some useful things from the pocket on the horse's back, but at this moment, she suddenly saw two pairs of green eyes in the forest. They were two rotten wolves. Rotten wolves are second level fierce beasts, equivalent to warriors at the peak of Yijin. They feed on rotten meat, and of course they don't mind eating living things. Fortunately, the teleportation array was still open. Naya fled back to the holy land of the witch god before the rotten wolf pounced on her and closed the teleportation array inside. In this way, Naya and Nashu were trapped in the holy land of the witch god. To make matters worse, at this time, the food was almost gone. These foods were naturally brought by the monkey-faced man and the bald man, but they did not bring much, because food and drinking water could be found in the forests of southern Xinjiang. They had the strength and knew how to identify poisons. Finding food became a big problem, and the two rotten wolves were guarding outside. Naya was no match at all. A mountain horse weighed 7 or 800 kilograms, and 3 horses weighed more than 2,000 kilograms. Even if the two rotten wolves ate 50 kilograms of meat a day, it would be enough for them to eat for 40 days. During these 40 days, Naya really didn't know what to do. If they were trapped in the holy land of the witch god, they would die of thirst and hunger. Sister, what should we do? Nashu touched her stomach and whispered, she was hungry. Compared to ordinary people, warriors in the body refining stage can live longer without food or drink, but that doesn't mean they won't feel unbearable hunger. Now the two sisters only have enough food for 3 days. In order to save money, they eat very little every day. Looking at her pale sister, Naya's heart moved, and she turned to look at the witch god tower with a hint of determination in her eyes. Her only hope now is to break into the witch god tower. At this time, of course, she didn't care that she was not the best age to break into the witch god tower, but the key problem was that, even if she broke into the witch god tower, her strength would at most improve by 1 realm, reaching the Yijin stage. How likely is it to deal with two rotten wolves at the peak of Yijin and the Yijin stage? Even if the two rotten wolves were driven away, how much hope would it be to take her sister through the wilderness jungle of 600 or 700 miles without a horse? Naya fell into an unprecedented predicament and life and death crisis. The moonlit night was like blood. A young man holding a dark red dagger sat on a big tree, wiping the blood on the dagger. The cold moonlight sprinkled down, like mercury coated on the dagger, exuding a murderous intent. At a certain moment, the young man suddenly raised his head, staring at the void in front of him with a trace of solemnity and vigilance in his eyes. Who? The young man said coldly. This young man was also Lin Ming, the assassin Lin Ming, the #1 assassin in Xianan country, and everyone was terrified. Lin Ming, who had been standing in the void, was slightly startled. This was the first time he was noticed by someone. Did he notice me? Was it his intuition to kill himself? Whether it was intuition or not, at least it proves that I'm not clearly separated from this illusory world, but have been partially integrated into it, so he discovered me. Illusion and reality exist in opposition, but they are dependent on each other. Without illusion, there is no reality. Without reality, illusion loses its meaning. The truth is also false, and the false is also true. This is already the 99th world. Lin Ming did not speak or make any movements. He still stood still. The assassin frowned, and finally determined that it was just an illusion. Lin Ming turned his back and stepped into the void. The 99th world. It was time to leave. After 99, is there anything else? Lin Ming pulled out the heavy mysterious soft silver spear from the Zumi ring. It was 9 feet and 9 inches long, the ultimate spear. Why is it 9 feet and 9 inches long? Can't it be longer? In a trance, Lin Ming came to a bright white world. There was nothing in this world, only countless light points gradually condensed into a clear boy, facing Lin Ming from a distance. The boy's attire, appearance, age, and temperament were exactly the same as Lin Ming. He was a complete replica of the current Lin Ming. Is this the 100th world? An empty world. Only my original heart is here. The me in the previous 99 worlds was different from the me now, but the me in this 100th world is the me now. Who are you? The boy asked in surprise. Whoever you are, I am. The boy frowned and said, I'm Lin Ming, but there is only one Lin Ming. Yes, there is only one. Lin Ming nodded. Then you are fake. No, I'm not fake. Then I'm fake? You are not fake either. Then who is the real Lin Ming? The young man asked in confusion. Lin Ming was silent for a long time, and then he murmured to himself, behind the fake, there is not necessarily only the truth. I understand. After 99, it is to return to 1. The 9-foot 9-inch heavy mysterious soft silver spear, if it is 1 inch longer, it will be 1 foot. After 99 worlds, it is the 100th world, which is my original world. When the 9 numbers are exhausted, it will naturally return to 1, and 99 return to 1. This is a reincarnation, a fate. However, this one is different from the one at the beginning. Reincarnation is not a simple return, but nirvana and rebirth. Suddenly realizing this, Lin Ming sighed. I'm different from you, because I have experienced 99 reincarnations. As soon as the voice fell, the young man in front of Lin Ming suddenly turned into countless lights and shadows and dissipated. The light and shadow danced in the air for a while, and finally all flew into Lin Ming's body, sank into it, and disappeared. Bang! The white world was completely shattered. Lin Ming's body was like a huge whirlpool, and all the fragments of the world, all the reincarnation scenes, were reversed and rolled into Lin Ming's original mind world. The complicated memories poured into Lin Ming's sea of mind like a tide. Intricate experiences, split personalities. If a person's original mind is not firm, he will directly lose himself because of the influx of these memories, and the mildest will suffer from schizophrenia, and the worst will become an idiot. However, Lin Ming has experienced the magic cube space and swallowed soul fragments twice. He has the experience to resist such a situation. But he doesn't understand why such a change suddenly occurred, why the world of reincarnation of 100 generations would be completely shattered and poured into his original mind. He has seen through the reincarnation of 100 generations, and this test should be over. Why is it so? The memories are getting more and more complicated. Even Lin Ming is close to the limit. A storm vortex has been set off on the sea of mind. If it weren't for Lin Ming's extremely huge soul power, this storm vortex alone would be able to crush his sea of mind. The storm vortex became more and more violent. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and let all his soul power rush into the vortex, trying to suppress it. The soul power rushed out of the sea of spirit like a dragon, rushing straight to the black storm vortex on the sea. Boom. Lin Ming felt as if his head was about to explode. His body shook, and he knelt on the ground powerlessly. The storm in the sea of spirit finally subsided, but it did not disappear. The black vortex was still spinning above the sea of spirit, like a black hole that tore through space, leading to a mysterious world. Could this be? Lin Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead, and used his soul power to observe the black vortex. His heart was surging. Closing his eyes, countless chaotic scenes flashed through Lin Ming's mind, as if they were endless fragments of life. Hundreds of reincarnations. Have they been integrated into my original world? Suddenly opening his eyes, Lin Ming's pupils turned into a pair of black vortices, as if looking through them was an endless universe. Martial intentions. This is a new kind of martial intentions. After watching the 100 reincarnations, I actually realized a new kind of martial intentions. Chapter 187 Blood of the Reverse Scale. Lin Ming's mind was hard to calm down. There were very few people in the world who could comprehend two kinds of martial intent. It was so difficult that it made people despair. He never expected that he would get such an opportunity. Since I comprehended this martial intent after watching the reincarnation of 100 lives, then let's call it the martial intent of reincarnation. Lin Ming's mind was completely calm. The world around him disappeared like water ripples. The next moment, he returned to the trial of life and death. In front of him, the void had a wave of water ripples, and the eye taper appeared. Congratulations, you have passed the 7th floor perfectly. You have become the first trialist to pass all the tests since the establishment of the Washan Tower, the eye taper said. Although he was congratulating him, his voice was still cold and ruthless. The trial of the 7th floor is an opportunity. I think you have understood it. Yes, I understand. Lin Ming nodded. The Wuxian realm did not exist originally because the Wuxian was not a god, and there was no god in the world. The so-called god was imagined by people. It only existed in people's hearts, so the Wuxian realm was the world in people's hearts. After experiencing 100 reincarnations, Lin Ming's martial arts heart has undergone a fundamental change. From the beginning, he only knew how to persist and persevere, but now, his martial arts heart seems to be vaguely connected to some great truth, revealing the secrets of martial arts and Tao. This change will not be reflected in strength in a short period of time, but it will have an immeasurable effect on Lin Ming's future achievements. What is more precious is this reincarnation martial arts. Lin Ming can feel that the reincarnation martial arts is many times better than his previous ethereal martial arts, and it is a very terrifying martial arts. According to the agreement, this is a treasure for you, Taper said, and a ripple appeared in the space, and a red crystal sealed with red filaments appeared in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming took a deep breath, and touched the red crystal with his hand. It felt like water. Lin Ming asked, "Can you tell me what this is now?" "Of course." Taper said, "This is the blood of the reverse scale that the master accidentally obtained in a battle in the god's domain." Reverse scale blood. Lin Ming was slightly startled and listened patiently. The taper said, "A dragon has a reverse scale. If you touch it, you will die. The red filaments sealed in this red crystal are the blood of the reverse scale of a real dragon. This blood has spirit, so it is sealed with a 10,000-year red crystal to prevent its spirit from escaping or escaping." Real dragon? Lin Ming was stunned. The real dragon in the legend is simply an illusory thing. No one knows how strong the real dragon is. There are only dragons on the Xianan continent, and even dragons are not seen at all. What people can see are only sub-dragons, that is, fierce beasts mixed with dragon blood, which can only be regarded as fake dragons. It is said that dragons are lustful and promiscuous, so there are these dragon blood beasts. These fierce beasts, any one of them is a fierce beast comparable to a congenital master, or even stronger. Like the red gold dragon marrow pill that Lin Ming ate before, the red gold dragon is just a fierce beast mixed with sub-dragon blood, which is inferior to the sub-dragon with dragon blood, but even so, a red gold dragon marrow pill is priceless. What can this reverse scale blood do? Lin Ming's voice was full of expectation. Absorbing it into the body can make your true essence carry a trace of dragon yang energy. When your cultivation is low, its effect is not obvious. The higher the realm, the more you will find its benefits. Now your cultivation is too low to make good use of this reverse scale blood. Dragon yang energy. Lin Ming exhaled lightly. Although he didn't know the specific effect, just based on the name of the real dragon, he knew that this was a huge opportunity. Lin Ming asked, "Why doesn't Senior Wuxian use this Languyanqi himself? Or does he already have it?" The taper said, "The master doesn't have it. The blood of the reverse scale is hard to come by. Even in the god's domain, it is something that makes people jealous and enough to set off a bloody storm. However, although the master does not have the Languyanqi, he obtained the inner pill of an ancient ice clam a long time ago and refined it with a secret method so that he has the cold blood of the ancient ice clam in his body. From then on, he is immune to ice poison and can use the power of ice and poison at the same time. However, because of this, the master's physique tends to be yin and cold, and so is the technique he practices. He cannot absorb the Languyanqi in the blood of the reverse scale. Otherwise, the yin and yang in his body will fight, and the Languyanqi may shatter the cold blood of the ice clam in his body, which will only do harm, not good." "I see. But Senior Wuxian, didn't you think about exchanging this blood of the reverse scale for something?" Taper said, "The master has cultivated to a very high realm. Later, when his life was about to end, everything was external to him. The natural materials and treasures could no longer help the master break through the realm. The master also looked down on the treasures he collected, let go of everything, and let his mind return to the most primitive realm, returning to nature. Only in this way can he have a chance to break through the bottleneck when his life ended." "I see. Did Senior Wuxian succeed?" When Lin Ming asked this, Taper remained silent, and silence was already an answer. This made Lin Ming feel emotional. Wuxian was such a person. He made so many preparations for the last closed door retreat, and even returned to the mortal world to build 72 Washan towers to get rid of his worldly concerns. In the end, he let go of everything and attacked the bottleneck with the mindset of returning to nature. Even so, he still failed. The path of martial arts is to fight for life with the heavens, to break free from reincarnation, and to live forever in the world. However, there are so many people with extraordinary talents in the world, but they can't compete with the great heavenly law after all. Thinking of this, Lin Ming subconsciously clenched his fists. It is difficult to violate the heavenly law, but I have to fight for it and practice martial arts until I reach the peak of martial arts. At this time, the I-Taper said, the blood of the reverse scale cannot be taken, but it must be directly introduced into your own blood. However, your current cultivation is too low, and the blood of the reverse scale will not be integrated into your body. If you force it to integrate, you will only explode and die. I will place a restriction in your body to seal the blood of the reverse scale. When your cultivation is sufficient, you can naturally unlock this restriction and completely absorb the blood of the reverse scale. However, the process of absorbing the blood of the reverse scale is very painful. To suppress its resistance is equivalent to a cleansing of the tendons and marrow. Lin Ming said, I understand. Thank you, senior I-Taper. Cut your wrist and introduce the blood. After listening to the words of the I-Taper, Lin Ming took out a dagger from the Zumi ring, used all his strength, and directly cut the wrist artery, and blood flowed out. However, Lin Ming's recovery ability was too good. After the wound was cut, it healed slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the blood of the reverse scale in Lin Ming's hand floated up. The I-Taper moved his mind, and there was a crisp sound. The spider web-like cracks broke out on the red crystal. The blood of the reverse scale was like a bird locked in a cage without seeing the sun. After it was free, it rushed out. However, just when it was about to escape, an invisible force suppressed it and directly pressed it into Lin Ming's blood vessels. With the support of the powerful blood and ki, the wound on the wrist healed quickly, and the blood of the reverse scale was sealed in Lin Ming's body. As the blood of the reverse scale sank into Lin Ming's body, the I-Taper closed its huge eyes, and invisible waves of thoughts emanated from the I-Taper and all merged into Lin Ming's body. Around Lin Ming, the space began to distort, as if it was a space cage, completely locking Lin Ming inside. Lin Ming knew that this was the I-Taper's restriction, to prevent the blood of the reverse scale from escaping. The blood of the reverse scale was unruly. It had just escaped from the cage and came to another cage. How could it be willing to do that? It rushed left and right in Lin Ming's body, trying to break through Lin Ming's body and escape outside. However, an invisible spatial force imprisoned it. This spatial force squeezed it tighter and tighter and forced it directly to Lin Ming's heart. The blood of the reverse scale became more and more manic. It rushed again and again, causing Lin Ming's heart to hurt. This pain was like a sharp cone stabbing randomly in his body. Using soul power to detect the movement of the blood of the reverse scale in his body, Lin Ming smiled bitterly. If this continued, he didn't know when he would be able to absorb it. The switch god gave him a big cake, but he could only see it and couldn't eat it. As the I-Taper sealed the blood of the reverse scale, he said, I will seal it into your heart and then tell you how to unseal it. Don't rashly untie the ban and absorb it until you reach the ultimate innate state, otherwise your life will be in danger. The ultimate innate state? Lin Ming was speechless. He hadn't even reached the stage of congealing veins. How long would it take to reach the ultimate innate state? But it was not surprising. This blood of the reverse scale was the blood of a real dragon. Although it was only a small amount, it was not something he could control at present. He could only blame himself for his low cultivation level. The I-Taper saw the disappointment in Lin Ming's heart. After obtaining a huge power, he was told that this power could not be used. It was normal for people to be disappointed. The I-Taper said, the path of martial arts must be gradual. The power and system you have now are already something that many geniuses dare not even think about. As soon as the I-Taper finished speaking, he suddenly exclaimed. While it was speaking, the blood of the reverse scale in Lin Ming's body suddenly changed. After the blood of reverse scales approached Lin Ming's heart, it seemed to have encountered something terrifying. It suddenly became quiet and even showed deep fear. It stopped rushing left and right and only wanted to escape from Lin Ming's heart as soon as possible. However, the eye-taper deployed the power of space, which squeezed the blood of reverse scales and forced it to approach Lin Ming's heart. The blood of reverse scales seemed to be anxious. It desperately resisted this power, but it was only a trace of blood after all. Even the blood of a real dragon could not resist the power of the eye-taper. As it got closer and closer to Lin Ming's heart, the blood spirit of the blood of reverse scales began to tremble. Lin Ming had been following the blood of reverse scales with his soul power. He felt the fear of the blood of reverse scales and was slightly startled. The blood of reverse scales was the blood of a real dragon. Although its own power was limited, its pride was like that of a real dragon. Why would it suddenly be so scared? Could it be? Chapter 188 Unexpected Fusion. Lin Ming's mind flashed. It was the magic cube. It can absorb the essence and blood of the strong. I actually forgot about it. When Lin Ming received the purple gold soft armor given by the prince, the blood symbol of the acquired peak master on it was absorbed by the magic cube. Lin Ming therefore got a second chance to enter the magic cube space. As expected, as Lin Ming thought, an invisible force rushed out from Lin Ming's heart, like a poisonous snake attacking its prey, and locked the blood of the reverse scales at once, dragging it slowly towards Lin Ming's heart. The blood of the reverse scales was in a hurry, and it rushed desperately, but it couldn't break free. At this time, Lin Ming's mind turned rapidly. What should I do? The magic cube obviously wants to absorb the blood of the reverse scales, and judging from the situation, it seems to be easy for it to absorb the blood of the reverse scales. If the blood of the reverse scales is absorbed by the magic cube, although it may enhance the power of the magic cube, it is too wasteful. After all, the magic cube can absorb the essence and blood of the acquired masters. Although the quality is much worse, it can be supplemented by quantity. Lin Ming was also a little anxious. At this time, the blood of the reverse scale had been dragged into Lin Ming's heart. After entering the heart, the blood of the reverse scale tried desperately to break free. It began to rush into Lin Ming's heart muscle, as if it would rather merge into it than be absorbed by the magic cube. At this time, the power of the magic cube to restrain the blood of the reverse scale suddenly weakened a little. The blood of the reverse scale seized the opportunity and finally rushed into Lin Ming's heart, and then began to merge with Lin Ming's heart without hesitation. This was an active fusion, not forced by the power of the magic cube and the eye-taper. Well, this is. The magic cube continued to relax the binding force on the blood of the reverse scale, and the blood of the reverse scale desperately merged with Lin Ming's heart. This process was completely voluntary from the blood spirit, and Lin Ming did not feel any pain at all. Such a change actually happened. Lin Ming swallowed his saliva and was a little stunned. How proud is the blood of the real dragon? If it had not suddenly changed, how could it be willing to merge with a mortal? If you want to fuse it, you must have the power to suppress it and force it to be absorbed. Moreover, this process is a process of washing the tendons and marrow, which is extremely painful. The eye-taper has already said that at least you must be at the innate extreme to have the possibility of absorbing the blood of the reverse scale. But now, Lin Ming has only reached the peak of bone forging, which is a far cry from the innate extreme. The blood of the reverse scale has actively merged with Lin Ming, and the process is not painful at all. At this time, the eye-taper obviously also discovered that the blood of the reverse scale began to merge with Lin Ming's heart. It looked at Lin Ming deeply and stopped injecting the sealing power into Lin Ming's body because it was completely unnecessary. The magic cube completely gave up the restraint on the blood of the reverse scale, and the blood of the reverse scale had already merged for the most part at this time. When it found that the restraint suddenly disappeared, the movement of the blood of the reverse scale also slowed down, as if it was hesitating whether to withdraw and escape immediately. Just when this thought came up, the blood of the reverse scale suddenly felt a huge pressure coming. The blood spirit trembled in its heart and immediately gave up the previous thought and continued to merge with Lin Ming honestly. Lin Ming felt all these changes. The magic cube had spirits. It was not a dead object. There was no doubt that if the magic cube had insisted on absorbing the blood of the inverse scale, it would definitely have done it. It might have intended to absorb the blood of the inverse scale, but when the blood of the inverse scale had to merge with Lin Ming's heart, the magic cube changed its mind. It gradually relaxed its restraint on the blood of the inverse scale and allowed it to merge into Lin Ming's heart. Later, it even supervised and facilitated this fusion. This made Lin Ming's mood extremely complicated. What on earth is the magic cube? Does it have a soul? The blood of the inverse scale would rather merge with itself than be absorbed by the magic cube. Is the magic cube that scary? What is going on? A full quarter of an hour passed, and Lin Ming completely absorbed the blood of the inverse scale. The eye taper looked at Lin Ming with a strange expression. It had said before that Lin Ming had to be at least extremely innate to absorb the blood of the reverse scale, and he had to endure great pain. But now, he absorbed the blood of the reverse scale so quickly, just like eating a meal. Not only did he not feel any discomfort, but he seemed to enjoy it. What was the reason? The eye taper was puzzled. Although it could track the whereabouts of the blood of the reverse scale, it could not sense the existence of the magic cube at all. Although the eye taper was powerful, it was only relative to the Xian'an continent. The power represented by the magic cube was not something it could explore. You absorbed the blood of the reverse scale? The eye taper asked in disbelief. Lin Ming nodded. At this time, he didn't know what expression to use. But how did you absorb it? Lin Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. How could he explain this? He could only play dumb and said, I don't know myself. The blood of the reverse scale suddenly merged with my body. Merge actively. The taper was completely at a loss. If the blood of the reverse scale was willing to merge with the human body, then his master could have absorbed it. As long as the yin and yang in the body did not conflict, having two completely opposite bloodlines would not be a big problem. What secrets does this young man have? If he was just an ordinary person, it would be impossible for the blood of the reverse scale to surrender willingly. Could he be the reincarnation of a real dragon? How is this possible? The taper looked at Lin Ming with more and more strange eyes, which made Lin Ming feel uncomfortable. This guy in front of him had lived for so long, and he didn't know if he could fool him. The eye taper couldn't figure it out, and said, no matter what, it's a good thing that the blood of the reverse scale has actively merged with you. The dragon yang energy in the true essence needs to be cultivated. The sooner you absorb the blood of the reverse scale, the greater the benefits to your body will be. If you use brute force to forcibly absorb the blood of the reverse scale, it will destroy a part of the bloodline of the reverse scale, and it will be difficult to merge as perfectly as you did. Okay, trial taker, your trial of life and death is over. When you walk out of here, you will definitely have an extremely wonderful life. And I will continue to guard my 72 trial towers. See you again, if we are lucky. As the eye taper spoke, his body gradually twisted and was about to disappear. At this time, Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and suddenly said, Senior, please wait a moment, I actually have a question in my heart. Since Senior Washan is no longer here, these 72 trial towers have lost their meaning. Why do you still want to guard here? After hearing this question, eye taper was silent for a moment and said, this is my fate. I'm willing to bear this fate, just like you, swearing to fight for your life with the sky. Eye taper's figure disappeared before he finished speaking, and the ethereal voice became farther and farther away, and the echo echoed in the void for a long time. Lin Ming was slightly stunned, but in an instant, an inexplicable taste surged into his heart. Chapter 189 Wolf's Bane. Outside the Witch God Tower, 7 days and 7 nights had passed. A wolf howled suddenly from the dark and silent Witch God's holy land. A calf-sized rotten wolf rushed in. It had pieces of rotten meat hanging from the corners of its mouth. It smelled foul, its white fangs were exposed, drooling, and its green eyes were particularly bright in the dark environment. In front of the rotten wolf, a little girl was running fast. She was naive. At this time, there was no fear or panic on her young face. Instead, she gritted her teeth and desperately urged the true energy in her body to exert her maximum speed. But Nai was only in the internal training stage after all, and humans were not as good at running as fierce beasts. How could she compare with the rotten wolf at the peak of Yijin? The rotten wolf was getting closer and closer. Nai could already hear the whistling wind behind her, and even feel the hot breath exhaled by the rotten wolf. Roar. The rotten wolf flew up and pounced, and its sharp claws pierced Nai's delicate back. Ah! Nai put in her last bit of strength and leaped forward, but the wolf's claws still tore her back. Her clothes were torn, and her flesh and blood were blurred. Bang! Nei fell heavily to the ground, her body rolled over and over, and at this time the rotten wolf pounced again, this time, its claws aimed at Nei's throat. At the critical moment, Nei's eyes flashed with cold light. Swoosh! The sound of a sharp blade breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and a black iron javelin as thick as a thumb shot out from the hole in the wall and directly pierced the flying body of the rotten wolf, and blood splattered. Ouch! The rotten wolf screamed, and was shot away by this javelin with great power, and nailed directly to the ground. However, this was not over yet. Just as the rotten wolf fell heavily to the ground, a row of sharp knives suddenly appeared on the ground, and the cold blades pierced directly into the body of the rotten wolf. Puff! The rotten wolf was stabbed through the heart like a dead dog, and it could not die anymore. Seeing this, Nei let out a heavy breath, and collapsed on the ground. Her back was covered in blood, and the wounds left by the 3 wolf claws were deep enough to see the bone. The pain came like a tide, and beads of sweat oozed from Nei's forehead. Sister. Nashu rushed over. Seeing her seriously injured sister, her tears could no longer be stopped and flowed out. For Nashu, her sister was not only her hope, but also her spiritual sustenance. If something happened to Nei, she would lose the courage to live. I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while. Nei forced a smile, but her heart was extremely bitter. She still underestimated the speed of the rotten wolf, and ended up being so badly injured. There was another rotten wolf outside. In her current state, how could she kill it? There was only 1 day left of food, but Nei had not gone to the Witch God Tower. She estimated that in her current state, she could only pass through the 3rd floor of the Witch God Tower, and enter the 4th floor, and then it would be difficult to move forward. The Witch God's Holy Land can only be entered once. It is the most important opportunity in her life. If she can only enter the 4th level, how can she avenge her parents in the future? 2 poisonous oaths, one is to protect her sister, and the other is revenge. She doesn't want to give up either one. If she can practice in the Witch God's Holy Land for a year, reach the Yijin stage, and then enter the Witch God Tower, Nei believes that she can at least enter the 5th level. If she can break through the bone forging stage in the Witch God Tower, then even without a horse, she has a great chance to take her sister through the wilderness jungle. But the biggest problem now is the lack of food. Unless she kills the 2 rotten wolves, Nei is naturally no match for the rotten wolf, so she made a crazy decision to use herself as bait, to lure the rotten wolf into the Witch God's Holy Land, and then rely on the mechanism in the Witch God's Holy Land to kill it. Knowing that she would have a better chance of luring the 2 rotten wolves, after entering the Witch God Tower, and improving her strength, Nei was unwilling to waste the most important trial opportunity in her life, because of the 2 rotten wolves. She wanted to take a gamble. Rotten wolves don't always eat rotten corpses, they occasionally eat living things. Nei took advantage of a rotten wolf leaving to look for live prey, lured another rotten wolf in, and killed it with a mechanism. But her gamble failed halfway. She underestimated the speed of the rotten wolf, and was seriously injured. The claws of the rotten wolf are poisonous. Rotten wolves eat rotten corpses all year round, and there are corpse gas and corpse poison in their bodies. If you are scratched by them, you will be infected with plague and die. Now the food is almost gone. There is still a rotten wolf outside, and she was scratched by a rotten wolf. How can I escape from this deadly place? Nei bit her lip, pulled out the dagger stuck in her thigh, threw it to her sister, and said, Ashu, there are many books in the library of the Holy Land. Find some books that are not of much value, take them out, light a fire, burn the dagger red, and cut off the rotten flesh on my back wound. Hearing Nei say this, Nashu was shocked. Looking at the bloody wound on her sister's back, how could she do it? Sister, go quickly, the wolf's claws are poisonous, otherwise it will be too late. I know. Nashu gritted her teeth, turned around and went to the library, took some worthless books, and followed Nai's instructions to light a pile of fire to burn the dagger. Holding the dagger, Nashu's hands were shaking. She had never killed a chicken when she was a child, but now she had to cut her sister's back with a burning dagger. Ashu, you can do it. If you are late, the corpse poison will spread, and it will be too late. Nai bit a piece of cloth, and waited for the severe pain to come. If the wound was not on her back, she would not need Nashu to do it at all. With tears in her eyes, Nashu tore open her sister's clothes on the back. The blood oozing from the wound there had turned slightly black. As Na Yi said, the wolf's claws were poisonous. Nashu's breathing was rapid. Now, she had to do it even if she couldn't, otherwise her sister would die. When she was about to cut with a knife, Nashu suddenly heard footsteps behind her. She was startled and turned her head suddenly, and the dagger pointed behind her. Who? Nashu was already panicking. But the moment she turned around and saw the person coming, Nashu was suddenly stunned. Behind her stood a ragged boy. Although he was dressed in a mess, he had a confident and calm temperament between his eyebrows. Lin. Nashu was a little dazed, and then tears rolled down. If she was not so unfamiliar with Lin, she really wanted to rush over and cry, Brother Lin, please, save my sister. She was scratched by the rotten wolf and poisoned. Na Yi also saw Lin Ming. She was full of disbelief. Lin was still alive? Question mark? How could this be? In Nayanda's notes, Nayanda only stayed in the kingdom of God for a few hours, but Lin Ming stayed there for 7 days and 7 nights. 7 days and 7 nights. He actually returned safely? Lin Ming took a look at Na Yi's wound, and the blood there had begun to turn black. Lin Ming stretched out his hand and pressed on Na's back, and a stream of true energy flowed into Na's body. Now Lin Ming's manipulation of true energy has reached the level of perfection. Thousands of true energy strands turned into fine threads and woven into a large net, covering the wound. Puff! A stream of black blood rushed out of Na's wound. In just a few breaths, Lin Ming had forced all the corpse poison out of Na's body. Then, Lin Ming took out a small porcelain bottle from the Zumi ring and sprinkled a small handful of white powder on Na's back. This is the best gold wound medicine. 1 or 2 medicines are worth hundreds of taels of gold. Lin Ming handed the small porcelain bottle to Nashu and said to her, apply the medicine to your sister. Na's clothes were half undressed at this time, and Lin Ming felt that it was not convenient for him to apply the medicine. Oh, okay. Nashu, who had just reacted, hurriedly helped her sister apply the medicine. While applying the medicine, she couldn't help but sneak a peek at Lin Ming. The scene of Lin Ming forcing out the poisonous blood in Na's body just now left a deep impression in her heart. This scene was even more memorable to Nashu than when Lin Ming killed the monkey-faced man and the bald man with such swiftness. She originally thought that Lin Ming was only strong in combat, but she didn't expect that he could also use this method to heal people's wounds. Unconsciously, Lin Ming had become an omnipotent figure in Nashu's heart. When the wound medicine was applied to the wound, the pain in Na Yi's body was immediately relieved. After a while, she felt itchy in the wound, which was the feeling when the wound was healing. What is going on? Why is there a ferocious beast? Lin Ming noticed the corpse of the rotten wolf next to him, wondering how the ferocious beast entered the holy land of the witch god. Nashu wiped away her tears and told Lin Ming the whole story. After listening, Lin Ming felt a little guilty. He didn't expect that his 7-day life and death trial would cause such a big crisis for the two sisters. Lin Ming took out some barbecue, fruit and steamed buns from the Zumi ring, handed them to Nashu and Na Yi, and said, it's okay now, let's eat first, we'll go out later. The Zumi ring has an advantage, that is, it can keep food fresh. No matter how long the food is in it, it will not spoil, but will be very fresh. Nashu swallowed her saliva unconsciously when she saw these delicious foods. These days, the two sisters have been eating hard dry food, which tastes like chewing wax. Not only that, they can only eat a little bit a day, and they have been starving. Now seeing so many fresh and delicious foods, Nashu has been drooling. She quickly took the steamed buns and barbecue for her sister, and grabbed a piece for herself. She was about to eat it in big mouthfuls, but she remembered that Lin Ming was watching beside her, and she suddenly felt embarrassed. Her big mouth bit the barbecue, but she only tore off a small piece. In front of Lin Ming, Nashu unconsciously maintained her girlish image. Lin Ming was amused and said deliberately, you guys eat first, I'll go out and take a look. He stood up. He originally wanted to go out and kill the rotten wolf, but when he thought about the traps in the witch god's holy land, he gave up the idea and decided to go out with Nei after she recovered. Nashu's face turned red, but she couldn't care less at this time and ate with big mouthfuls. Nei also ate a lot. The two sisters were really hungry. Please give me some monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. If nothing goes wrong in the evening, there will be 2 more chapters. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Eternal Holy Fire. After dinner, Lin Ming took out another kind of medicine and sprinkled it on Nei's back. Under the combined effect of the 2 medicines, within 2 hours, Nei's wounds were healed without even a scar. Found that Nei's shirt had been completely torn, and her spring light was faintly visible. Lin Ming took out another piece of clothing from the Zumi ring and put it on Nei. At this time, Lin Ming asked Nei, "Do you know if there are any strange flames or strange thunders in southern Xinjiang? For example?" Lin Ming stretched out his hand, and a ball of dark red flame suddenly bloomed in his hand. The fire snake of the flame was like the petals of a red lotus. Nei was shocked. It was the first time she had seen a flame like a petal. Although it was only a flame the size of an egg, the heat wave that came to her face forced her to take a few steps back. You can imagine the temperature of this flame. Moreover, in the previous fight with the monkey-faced man, the young man did not use this kind of flame at all, which means that he still held back. A Yijin stage versus a peak bone forging stage, 1 against 2, and he didn't even need to use his full strength. Nei felt unimaginable. The young man in front of her was too scary. Wait, how is Lin Ming's cultivation? Nei's eyes widened. Suddenly, she couldn't feel Lin Ming's cultivation. Generally, warriors in the body refining stage, including most acquired warriors, were unable to restrain their true essence in their bodies. It was easy to see their cultivation. If the true essence entered the internal organs, it was the internal organ training stage, and if the true essence entered the bones, it was the bone forging stage. Even some warriors had a strong aura like a wolf smoke, and even ordinary people who didn't understand martial arts could feel their strength. Only some warriors who had cultivated to the state of returning to the original state and restrained their true essence could hide their cultivation, such as Kinziya, a powerful peak acquired warrior, or a true innate warrior. If they deliberately restrained their aura, they would be the same as ordinary people. Only people with higher cultivation than them could see the depth of their strength. Now, the fluctuation of the true essence on Lin Ming's body was intermittent. If Nei hadn't known that Lin Ming was a martial artist, she would have really thought that he was a martial arts rookie who had just started practicing martial arts and had not even reached the first level of physical training. "Milin, your cultivation, how did you?" Lin Ming was slightly startled, and then he understood Nei's doubts. He had just discovered that, after absorbing the blood of the reverse scale, his true essence began to undergo some strange changes. In the past, whether Lin Ming practiced the Chaos True Essence art, swallowed the blood Gynoderma to increase the power of Ki in blood, or relied on the evil god seed to compress the true essence, those were just quantitative changes in the true essence, making the true essence more pure and thicker, or compressing the density of the true essence. The essence of the true essence did not change. But this time, Lin Ming accidentally merged the blood of the reverse scale, and his true essence underwent a qualitative change. This change did not happen overnight, but was slowly progressing. Lin Ming couldn't say what this change would bring, but he was sure that it would definitely bring great benefits. After all, the blood of the reverse scale was something that the great powers in the god realm would envy. The blood of a true dragon was of course much better than that of a mortal. Because of the qualitative change of his true essence, Lin Ming found that his ability to control his true essence was getting stronger and stronger. In the process of trying to control his true essence, he unconsciously restrained his whole body's aura, achieving the same effect as the state of returning to the original state. A warrior in the internal organs training stage like Nei couldn't see through Lin Ming's cultivation at all. Lin Ming smiled slightly, no longer restraining his aura, and his true essence radiated, and his cultivation of the peak of bone forging was immediately revealed. Nei took a breath of cold air. She clearly remembered that when Lin Ming first entered the Washan Tower, he was only in the early stage of Yijin. After entering the Kingdom of God, he was promoted to the peak of bone forging, a full realm and a half of promotion. What did Lin Ming experience in these 7 days and nights? Why did Neander only stay in there for a few hours, while Lin Ming stayed there for 7 days? You have reached the peak of bone forging so quickly. Well, I had some adventures in the kingdom of God. I was lucky and broke through. Is there any strange flame I mentioned before in southern Xinjiang? Lin Ming continued to ask the previous question. Nei was still wondering why Lin Ming could hide his cultivation. He couldn't have reached the state of returning to nature. After hearing Lin Ming's question, she came to her senses and stopped thinking about it. She said, there should be. The Huachi tribe uses fire as a totem. Their tribe has a heritage of holy fire. It is said that this holy fire is immortal and is controlled by successive shaman leaders. I don't know if this kind of fire is the strange fire you mentioned. Huh? Immortal? Lin Ming was shocked. There is only one kind of truly immortal flame, and that is the fire spirit. The inheritance of the Huachi tribe is actually a fire spirit, but that thing is actually controlled by the successive masters. It is very difficult to get it. What is the strength of the master of the Huachi tribe? Lin Ming asked. I don't know. Speaking of the master of the Huachi tribe, Nei gritted her teeth slightly. At the beginning, the Huachi tribe invaded the Na tribe on a large scale. The witch god of the Na tribe fought with the masters of the Huachi tribe, and finally died in the hands of the Huachi master. Huh? You also have a grudge against the Huachi master? Lin Ming found that Nei's expression was not right and asked. Nei said hatefully, the Huachi master killed my master, who is also the witch god of our Na tribe. Oh. Have you never thought about revenge? I have thought about it, but it's too far away. My master has already reached the early stage of the acquired cultivation, but he is still not the opponent of the Huachi master. Really? Lin Ming was silent for a while. The strength of this master should be above the middle stage of the acquired cultivation. The middle stage of the acquired cultivation is equivalent to Mu Yi. The Xianan kingdom is a large country with a population of tens of millions. Not counting the 7 Xuanwu prefectures, there are only a dozen native postnatal warriors. However, the Huachi tribe in the southern border, with a population of only 1 million, actually has a postnatal mid-stage warrior. The people of Xianan kingdom say that the southern border is a barbarian country, but I didn't expect that there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the southern border. This is probably because the legendary witch god left a lot of relics and inheritance after breaking through the void. In addition, there are many wild beasts in the southern border, and warriors are in danger for a long time, which makes it easy to improve their strength. He is above the mid-stage postnatal, and he is in the Huachi tribe, where there are many masters. I can't defeat him in a short time. Although Lin Ming passed the 6th level of the God Envoy realm, and seemed to have defeated the postnatal master, it was just a trick. He dragged out the patience of the postnatal master, and made him suffer a great loss. Although he suffered a loss, it was not considered a defeat. If the I-Taper did not appear, if the two continued to fight, Lin Ming would most likely lose. Lin Ming's current strength can at most kill a peak condensed vein warrior by leaping 1 realm. If he leaps 1.5 realms, it will be no good. Facing a true postnatal early stage warrior, Lin Ming can only protect himself. With a postnatal mid-stage warrior in charge, this immortal holy fire will have to wait until later. It doesn't matter if the fire essence is not taken for the time being. The thunder spirit is more important. After absorbing the pseudo fire essence in the fire worker's body, the power of the fire essence in the evil god seed has increased a lot, but the thunder spirit is a little weak. What Lin Ming urgently needs now is the special lightning that strengthens the thunder spirit. Combining the two, the power of the thunder and fire will be greatly increased. Lin Ming asked, Miss Nei, do you know where there is special lightning in southern Xinjiang? For example, this kind. Lin Ming stretched out a finger, and a hair-like electric light suddenly jumped out from the fingertips, constantly rotating around Lin Ming's finger, like a spirit snake. Nei's eyelids jumped when she saw it. She didn't know how many secrets Lin Ming had. I don't know about special lightning. Really? Lin Ming was a little regretful. Sure enough, the naturally occurring mutant lightning was less common than the strange flame. At this time, Nei suddenly said, although I can't think of the special lightning you mentioned, I know that there is a thunder mountain deep in the southern border. On the thunder mountain, there are many thunder lizards. They can spit out blue and white lightning from their mouths. They are very powerful. On the Thunder Mountain, there is a kind of thunder grass. Thunder grass over 100 years old is very valuable, but even the acquired masters dare not go up the mountain rashly. At most, they just pick a little around the Thunder Mountain. I don't know if there will be the special lightning you mentioned there. Oh, thunder grass? Lin Ming's heart moved, and he became somewhat interested in this thunder grass, but he didn't know what else was on the Thunder Mountain. Since the acquired masters did not dare to go up the mountain rashly, there must be other dangers there. Lin Ming said, I understand. Let's go out now. Oh. Nei responded, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Mulin, what did you encounter when you entered the Kingdom of God connected to the Witch God Tower? Which level of the Kingdom of God did you pass? She had been curious for a long time, but she felt it was impolite to ask, so she had not spoken. Lin Ming smiled. Oh, you also know that the Kingdom of God is divided into several levels? Well, it is recorded in the classics that there are a total of 7 levels there, and the God of Witch Eyes is responsible for guarding it. You have been there for so long. Did you go to the 5th level? Nei felt more and more that Lin Ming was unfathomable. Since he stayed in the Kingdom of God for 7 days and 7 nights, he should have gone farther than Neander. Maybe he went to the 5th level like Yu Huang 6,000 years ago. Thinking of this, Nei felt that she didn't dare to think about it anymore. That was Yu Huang, a legendary figure. It was said that his cultivation had surpassed the innate level and he established the Southern Xinjiang Empire, which was no less than a 3rd grade sect. At that time, the masters of the Middle Earth were terrified when they heard the name of Yu Huang. Later, Yu Huang was revered as a sub-god by the Southern Border, and was the spiritual belief of the people of Southern Border. Even Nei's master, the witch god of the Na tribe, was respectful when he mentioned Yu Huang, and would worship Yu Huang's throne during tribal ceremonies. If Lin Ming is comparable to this person, doesn't it mean that he will become a god and a saint in the future, and his own strength may break through the innate level? What a height that would be! Am I witnessing the growth of a peerless master? This chapter is added for the leader of the Qianxue Wuhan Alliance. I won't say much more if I say anything pretentious. Thank you for your support. I wish Brother Wuhan good luck in his work. Chapter 191 Nash's thoughts. After hearing Nei's question, Lin Ming smiled. He guessed that the so-called God of Witch Eyes was the eye taper. He said, my experience in the Kingdom of God was very chaotic. I have indeed seen the God of Witch Eyes. There are great opportunities in the Kingdom of God. If you work hard, you also have the hope of being selected. In that case, your strength will increase a lot. Lin Ming did not say that he had passed the 7th level. That was too shocking. Can I go too? Nei's heartbeat suddenly accelerated when she heard Lin Ming's words. She was extremely eager for strength. Not only did she want to avenge her parents, she also wanted to rebuild the Naz tribe. If possible, she would even avenge her master. And her master's enemy was at least a master in the middle stage of the acquired realm. She was too far away from this realm and might not be able to reach it in her lifetime. But what if she went to the Kingdom of God? That means that she would at least become a master like Neander. She might even enter the innate realm. At that time, whether it was rebuilding the Naz tribe or killing her enemies, it would be easy. Thinking of this, Nei unconsciously clenched her fists. She wanted to become stronger, strong enough to control her own destiny. Nei looked at Lin Ming with mixed feelings. She could tell that Lin Ming had no intention of revealing which level he had passed, but Nei had a hunch that he had at least been to the 5th level, and might even have surpassed His Majesty Yu Huang, and entered the 6th level. People in southern Xinjiang worship heroes. Now a future hero was standing in front of her. Nei was unable to calm down, but she also understood that the gap between her and him was too big, and it was impossible for her to expect him to stay by her side and help her. Her fate could only be controlled by herself. At this time, the 3 of them had arrived at the entrance of the holy land of the witch god. Nei activated the teleportation array, and Lin Ming took the lead and stepped out. As Nei said, not far from the entrance, there were 4 horse corpses, 2 of which were mostly eaten. Because the weather in southern Xinjiang was humid and hot, the horse corpses had begun to stink, and a group of flies flew around the corpses, which was very disgusting. After Lin Ming appeared, the bushes not far away shook, and a rotten wolf came out from it, staring at Lin Ming fiercely with its green eyes. Its mate had just disappeared, and it could not find it, no matter how it called. This made it extremely irritable. At this time, any prey that appeared in front of it would be pounced on and torn to pieces. Seeing this rotten wolf, Nashu's face turned pale, and she subconsciously hid behind Lin Ming, while Nayi looked normal. She knew that the difference in strength between this rotten wolf and Lin Ming was like heaven and earth. Awoo! The rotten wolf howled fiercely and rushed towards Lin Ming. It stretched out its sharp claws and pierced Lin Ming's throat. Lin Ming sneered, and hundreds of vibrations of true energy were emitted from his body, like arrows, and penetrated into the body of the rotten wolf. Puff! The rotten wolf vomited black blood, and its internal organs had been crushed by the vibration of true energy. It fell to the ground like a dead dog, and its bones were all crispy, turning into a pile of rotten meat, and it died immediately. Dead. Nashu felt unbelievable. Although she guessed that Lin Ming would definitely kill the rotten wolf easily, she did not expect it to be so easy. It seemed that he just looked at the rotten wolf and killed it with his eyes. What kind of strength is this? Nashu's breathing was a little rapid, and she looked at Lin Ming with admiration. Let's go, Lin Ming said. Where are we going? Nayi asked. First find a place to settle you down, and then I will fulfill the agreement and go to the Huokai tribe to kill that Kaiguda and avenge your parents. Lin Ming planned to kill Kaiguda first, and then he would go to Thunder Mountain alone to see if the thunder grass there was valuable. As for the holy fire of the Huokai tribe, he was not in a hurry to take it. You are going to kill Kaiguda now? Nayi was stunned. Kaiguda's own cultivation was half a step into the postnatal stage, and there were so many masters protecting him. Lin Ming was only at the peak of the bone forging stage. Although she knew that Lin Ming was amazingly powerful, it was still too risky. After all, the gap between the Yujin stage and the bone forging stage was far less than the gap between the bone forging stage and the vein condensation stage. She couldn't help but say, Mr. Mu, I know you are very strong, but Kaiguda has already stepped half a foot into the postnatal stage. Lin Ming said, it doesn't matter. If there is any unexpected change, I can also get out of it unscathed. Let's go. Nayi wanted to say something, but seeing that Lin Ming had turned around, she could only sigh and keep silent. She could feel that Lin Ming was a very stubborn person who would not change his mind easily, and he might become a saint or a god in the future. If he said he was sure, he must be sure. Nayi was thinking, and inadvertently glanced at her sister beside her. She saw that her sister was looking at Lin Ming's back, her little face flushed, and occasionally her eyes rolled around, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Nayi was slightly stunned, and then she realized that Nashu might have fallen in love with Lin Ming. Teenagers are in the period of first love, not to mention that Lin Ming is handsome, powerful, and exudes a sharp temperament. In addition, he appeared when Nashu was almost desperate and easily resolved all crises. Nashu inevitably developed some admiration for him and fell in love unconsciously. Maybe she herself has not realized it yet. Nayi sighed slightly. The gap between her sister and Lin Ming was too big, but she didn't want to interfere with her sister's feelings, nor did she want to consider the gap in status between her sister and Lin Ming. Everything should be left to nature. The Fog Valley tribe, a very inconspicuous tribe among the many large and small tribes in southern Xinjiang, has a population of 4 to 5,000. Because it is located in a valley, the valley is often filled with fog in the morning, so it got its name. The Wugu tribe is only 600 miles away from the Huachi tribe. It was conquered by the Huachi tribe 10 years ago, and is now a slave tribe of the Huachi tribe. The chief of the tribe has been killed. Now the people in charge are all Huachi people. Every year, they have to pay tribute to the Huachi tribe with pigs, cattle, sheep, silk, hemp, fine wine, and minerals. Sometimes, they also have to pay tribute to beautiful women. Most tribes in southern Xinjiang are matriarchal clans, and there is no situation where the rulers have harems. However, there are also patriarchal clans, such as the Huachi tribe. The chief, general, and head of the Huachi tribe are all men, and they have many harems. Although the Wugu tribe is not a large place, because it is located on a major transportation route in southern Xinjiang, there are many pedestrians coming and going, and facilities such as inns and restaurants are available. Fuguin is one of the larger ones. On this day, 2 women and 1 man came to Fuguin. They all looked about 15 or 16 years old. The man wore a bamboo hat and carried a knife on his back. He should be a warrior. The 2 women wore veils, so their faces could not be seen clearly. However, judging from their graceful figures, they must be beauties. The waiter greeted them with a smile on his face. Although the 3 of them were not very old, according to the waiter's experience, most of them were wealthy people, so he was particularly attentive. In southern Xinjiang, there are countless ethnic tribes, and the customs there are also varied. The waiter can count many men wearing bamboo hats and women wearing veils, so he didn't care too much. He just sighed that the boy was so lucky at such a young age, with 2 beautiful little girls accompanying him. "Sir, would you like to stay at the hotel?" "Yes." The young man in the bamboo hat was Lin Ming. He threw out a golden cake and said, "Open 2 upper rooms, next to each other. Our horses are outside, feed them for me." When they came, they had already bought 3 good horses, and were ready to kill Kai Gudao and leave Fog Valley immediately. As for being tracked down, Lin Ming was not worried at all. The Fog Valley tribe was 600 miles away from the Fire Kai tribe, and it was located on a major traffic route with many people coming and going. Lin Ming and his men were not noticeable at all. Lin Ming's cultivation level was not visible to ordinary people. As for the 2 sisters Nei and Nashu, who were only in the Zhang training stage, they were not too noticeable. Moreover, the 3 of them had concealed their appearance, so there would be no problem. "Sir, you came at the right time. We only have 2 upper rooms left, and they are next to each other. I will open them for you right now." After the waiter finished speaking, he took Lin Ming and the Na sisters to the room attentively. Lin Ming took a look and found it clean and tidy. He was satisfied, so he nodded and stayed. "Prepare a table of food and a pot of tea." "Sir, you want tea?" The waiter was slightly startled, then smiled and said, "Sir, I don't think you know that the Wuhua wine of our Wugu is famous in southern Xinjiang. Every year, it is offered as tribute to the Huachi tribe. The Huachi tribe uses our Wuhua wine at their banquets." "Oh, in that case, bring a pot of Wuhua wine." Lin Ming didn't care. Although he didn't drink much, he grew up in a restaurant and knew a little about wine. "Then I'll serve you a jar of Wuhua wine and mud frog. Our mud frog is also very famous. You will never forget it after eating it once." "Well, okay." Lin Ming didn't care what to eat. He took down the knife, put it on the table, and sat with the 2 girls. The waiter agreed and went to the kitchen. However, when the mud frog and Wuhua wine were served, Lin Ming couldn't help but praise it after tasting it. It was indeed a rare delicacy. Nashu seemed to be eating well, but with a veil on her face, it was not convenient to eat, so she had to eat in small bites. At this moment, a burst of hurried horse hoof sounds suddenly sounded outside the inn. Lin Ming looked up and saw 5 knights riding red fat horses stopped outside the inn. The 5 horses had no stray hair on their bodies. They were 9 feet tall, strong, and had thunderous snorts. They probably weighed more than 2,000 pounds. Red blood horse. Lin Ming recognized this kind of horse. If it were in Cheyenne country, 1 horse would be worth 4 or 5,000 taels of gold. However, it seems that this red blood horse is produced in southern Xinjiang. It is estimated that it will be much cheaper here. 5 knights in leather armor rolled down from the red blood horse. The leader was 8 feet tall, carrying a long spear on his back. His muscles were thronged. He walked with a steady step and a long breath. At first glance, he was a master with solid basic skills. The other 4 men were of ordinary build and appearance, but they unconsciously revealed a murderous aura as they walked. It was obvious that they were veterans of the battlefield and had killed countless people. Chapter 192, Far Kai Soldier. 4 peak bone forging warriors and 1 mid bone forging warrior. Lin Ming could tell their cultivation at a glance. Such a combination was obviously not the locals of Fog Valley. There were only a few thousand people in Fog Valley, so how could there be so many masters? "Waiter, feed our horses well. If there is 1 less horsehair, I will smash your shop." A warrior wearing a bearskin came in and shouted, full of murderous intent. Although the waiter was immortal and could not see their cultivation, he recognized the wolf hair on these people's hats. This was the symbol of Huokai soldiers. Fog Valley had long been occupied by Huokai. Southern Xinjiang belonged to the slave society. The defeated tribes often had a large number of people abducted as slaves. However, perhaps because the Fog Valley tribe was too small, it was spared. Nowadays, the businessmen in Fog Valley are afraid of falling leaves and hitting their heads when walking on the road. Seeing Huokai people is like seeing the plague god. What's more, they are now Huokai soldiers. This is definitely a master that cannot be provoked. The waiter hurriedly nodded and greeted them. Bring 30 katas of wuhua wine and any good meat or dishes you want. Yes, it will be ready soon. The waiter hurried down, and the shopkeeper was startled and came up with a smile on his face to pour water for several people. The store was not very big, and they sat at a table away from Lin Ming. Haha, I haven't exercised for 2 months. This time, we are the vanguard for the big leader. It's time for us brothers to show our faces. We have to do a good job, said the big man with a spear on his back. Hearing the words big leader, May's hand holding chopsticks trembled, and she turned her head to look at the 5 men, and her face changed several times. Huh? What's wrong? Lin Ming asked with his true energy. Nei replied, they are soldiers of the Huachi tribe. In the Huachi tribe, soldiers generally call the general the big leader, that is, Kai Guda. Oh. Lin Ming showed a playful smile. He didn't expect that he had just arrived in the Fog Valley and heard valuable information. It sounded like Kai Guda was going out, and he was just waiting for him. At this time, the wine jar came up. The warrior in bearskin broke the mud seal with a knife, poured a full bowl, and said with a smile, hey, don't worry, boss, when have we brothers ever lost face? What's more, this time we are just exploring the way. In my opinion, the 5 of us can directly deal with that small one. Don't brag to me here. There are many level 3 ferocious beasts in the Blackwater swamp, and there are even level 4 ferocious beasts. It is not enough for us brothers to go in. We just need to be the vanguard, explore the way, and seal the muddy swamp in the swamp, and then wait for the leader and his army to arrive. It's getting late today, and the places to the north are not very peaceful. There are ferocious beasts at night. It is dangerous to walk at night. Although we are not afraid, this mission is of great importance. If we lose the horses and delay the journey, it will be more than the gain. So we will stay here for a day, set off tomorrow, and rush to the Blackwater swamp in the evening. The warrior with the spear on his back drank a bowl of wine and said slowly, okay, boss. Well, it's a rare opportunity for you guys to come out, so have some fun. Tonight, eat and drink well, then find a woman and relax. We'll be traveling all day tomorrow, and we might have to fight a fierce battle when we get to the Blackwater swamp tonight. But let me make this clear first. You can find a woman, but don't toss me all night or you'll be lying on a woman's belly and can't get up the next day. Haha, boss, with our brother's strength, even if we really toss and turn all night, we can still be full of energy the next day. These people are bone forging warriors, and it's no big deal if they don't sleep for a night. I heard that the women in Fog Valley all have cherry mouths and slender waists. I must try it tonight. When it came to finding women, the other knights were obviously excited. They had been holding back in the army for a long time. Lin Ming drank silently. Although he did not look at the 5 knights, his soul power was always locked on them. He used his true essence to transmit his voice and asked Nei, what are the ranks of these people in the army? Nei said, 2 of them have wolf hair on their hats. 1 tuft of wolf hair is a centurion, 2 tufts of wolf hair is a 1,000-man commander, and 3 tufts of wolf hair is a 10,000-man commander, that is, a commander. There are 3 people without wolf hair on their hats, but I see that their weapons are all swords. They should be the general's personal guards. Generally, soldiers who go on the battlefield to kill the enemy will not use swords, but guns and spears. Although swords have many variations, their attack power is not as good as swords and guns, especially not suitable for group battles. Those who use swords are mostly civil generals or guards. Oh. 2 10,000-man commanders and 3 expert guards. Lin Ming noticed that the 2 people had 3 tufts of wolf hair on their hats. At the peak of bone forging, he was appointed as a 10,000-man commander. This match of cultivation and level is the same as that of Xianan Kingdom. When Tifeng was also at the peak of bone forging, he competed for the position of 10,000 man commander. The Huachi tribe, with only a few million people, is not inferior to the Xianan Kingdom in terms of military organization. The people of Nanjiang are indeed brave and good at fighting. Moreover, looking at these 5 people, they naturally reveal a domineering and arrogant aura in their conversation. This aura seems to be arrogant and conceited, but in fact, this aura is a belief in victory, forged by countless battles and countless enemies' blood. Such soldiers do not take the enemy seriously. They do not rely on formations and cooperation to win, but rely on brave charging to win, crushing and tearing apart everything that hinders their charge. After countless life and death battles, although the martial arts they have learned may not be profound in terms of killing skills, they are probably much stronger than the same level warriors who grew up in the academy's martial arts house. Such a commander must lead an army that is also a tiger and wolf division. No wonder Nei said that the Huachi tribe wanted to dominate the southern border. With such a fierce army and a master who has reached at least the middle stage of the acquired realm, it is not surprising that they have ambitions. I'm afraid that, even if the Nashu tribe did not experience the plunder of the beast tide, it would still lose to the Huachi tribe. When Lin Ming was thinking about it, he suddenly found that the soldiers frequently cast their eyes towards their table, focusing on Nei and Nashu. At first, they just looked at them casually, but later they looked at them almost unscrupulously, with a hint of greed in their eyes. Lin Ming frowned, but did not get angry. After all, the other party was just looking at them, and did not do anything out of the ordinary. Moreover, Lin Ming came to kill Kaigu this time, and did not want to cause trouble. However, after Lin Ming tolerated it, these soldiers became more and more presumptuous. Taking advantage of the alcohol, they began to talk about the figures and appearances of Nei and Nashu, and their words were full of frivolity. Boss, you said before that you were going to find women, but those women in brothels are not interesting. It's better to find decent women. These 2 girls have good figures, but their faces are covered. I don't know what they look like. They don't seem to be more than 16 years old. It must be fun to press them on the bed. Both girls have kung fu skills. Their kung fu skills are very good for their age, but the man next to them seems to be a straw bag. Look, he even has a knife, just for show. What a waste. Because Lin Ming has reached a state similar to returning to nature after fusing with the blood of the reverse scale, these soldiers can't see Lin Ming's cultivation at all. In fact, even if they can see it, they won't take it seriously. They have 4 peak bone forging warriors, and 1 mid-stage bone forging warrior. It's probably a playboy, but I don't know which tribe he is from. I like things like stepping on playboys the most. Many soldiers who climbed up from the grassroots with their own strength look down on playboys the most. These people are all powerful in the military. They don't take the dandy boys of Huachi tribe seriously. Moreover, this kid is obviously not from Huachi tribe. They don't know which small tribe they are used to wearing veils and hats. They don't have to worry about it. It doesn't matter if they beat him up. The military of Huachi tribe is ranked among the best in the whole southern Xinjiang. They don't even take the princes and princesses of small tribes seriously. Although they are not afraid, they just tease him with words and don't take action. They are still drinking happily. Boss, open 5 rooms for us and go to Wanhua Tower to call 5 girls. We want the best goods. The knight in bearskin said, and threw out another piece of gold. The shopkeeper took it hurriedly and said with difficulty, military officers, it's really unfortunate that our upper rooms have been occupied. Only the middle room is left. How about you take a look and see if you can make do with it? Fuck. Are you going to give me the pigsty? The bare-skinned man slammed the table, and the floor tiles under the table burst and shattered with a bang, but the table was fine. The shopkeeper's eyes almost rolled out. His neck shrank, and he felt a chill pouring into his collar, and his whole body was cold. He had no doubt that these guys were the kind of people who killed people like cutting grass. If they didn't serve them well, smashing their stores would be the least of their problems. Even if they killed people, it wouldn't be surprising. You know, Wugu is just a colony of the Huachi tribe. The people in southern Xinjiang are barbaric and respect strength. Some small tribes can only survive in the narrow gaps between large tribes. Once a large tribe decides to dominate, the nearby small tribes will suffer. A defeated tribe has no say, and the people in the tribe will become pariahs. The shopkeeper didn't want to offend these 5 plague gods. He rolled his eyes and said, "There were 2 upper rooms just now, but they were open to that table of guests. I really have no choice." When the shopkeeper said this, the 5 Huokai soldiers immediately cast their eyes towards Lin Ming's table. Lin Ming frowned. This shopkeeper actually deliberately turned his spearhead to them. He simply didn't know how to live or die. He didn't want to cause trouble, but now he is likely to fight. It's your own fault that your store was smashed. When the 5 soldiers heard what the shopkeeper said, they immediately laughed. The soldier wearing a bearskin said with a lewd smile, "Haha, so that's the case. You should have said it earlier. 2 beauties, how about we squeeze in and live together? I guarantee you will live comfortably." Hearing the teasing of these people, Nashu's face suddenly turned pale, while Naoyi sneered. These guys are really looking for death. Chapter 193, Reincarnation Martial Intention. Listening to the teasing of these people, Nashu's face suddenly turned pale, while Naoyi showed a sneer on her face. These guys are really looking for death. Lin Ming touched the treasure knife on the table. This was the human level middle grade treasure knife left by the fireworker before. Lin Ming used it as a temporary weapon to cover up his tracks, because in a few days, he would use a gun to assassinate Kaiguda, and he didn't want to be found because of the weapon. Lin Ming used his true energy to transmit sound to Naoyi. "I just wanted to hear their intelligence on Kaiguda, but now it seems that I can't hear it. How are you going to punish them?" Naoyi glanced at the 5 soldiers with murderous eyes and said coldly, "If possible, I hope Mr. Mu will kill them." Lin Ming was shocked. "Good guy, this little girl is really cruel. But if he was not here today, it is not impossible for these soldiers to rape the girl." The Huokai tribe was originally a barbaric tribe. They have done things like cannibalism, so what is rape? If they really wanted to rape the girl, it would not be too much to kill them. "If we fight, we may not be able to stay in this fog valley," Lin Ming said. "If we can't stay, let's go to another place." The soldiers of the Huokai tribe are barbaric and cruel. Those who can be promoted to the position of commander in the army will all die. The way the Huokai tribe trains its army is cruelty. They train a group of soldiers like wild beasts, keeping their ferocity. They are invincible in battle and invincible in attack. Nei hated the Huokai soldiers to the core. When they destroyed the Na tribe a year ago, they burned, killed, robbed, raped, and plundered. They did all kinds of evil. A large number of poor people became slaves, and some believers were even eaten. So today, facing these 5 Huokai soldiers, Nei wanted to kill them all. Lin Ming looked at Nei's hateful eyes and said, "I understand. I just happen to want to interrogate them about the marching movements of Kaigu." Seeing Lin Ming touching the knife, the 5 Huokai soldiers showed a playful smile. "Brother, this kid is really interesting. He actually dares to touch the knife in front of us. These playboys are so stupid that they can't even see the other party's cultivation level." The big man with a gun on his back said, "These playboys are used to being domineering in their own tribe. What's so strange about it? Judging from their masked attire, they may be from the Langu tribe. A noble of a small tribe dares to be arrogant in our territory. Let's have a good time with this kid and beat him to a pulp. Then call those 2 girls over and see if they are willing to sacrifice themselves to save their young master." Brother, this is a good idea. With their young master in hand, these 2 girls dare not satisfy us. Haha. Several soldiers stood up with laughter. They didn't even take out their weapons and walked towards Lin Ming and the other 2 with their bare hands. The innkeeper's face turned pale when he saw this scene. He was not worried about the safety of Lin Ming and the other 2, but he was afraid that his table and chairs would be damaged. He just hoped that the 3 people would be sensible and not try to resist, so as to avoid a fight and smashing his store. The few guests in the inn who were not many saw something wrong and ran out one after another to avoid being implicated. Even the waiter ran out, leaving only the innkeeper who still had the courage to stay, but he had already run to the 2nd floor, fearing that he would be killed accidentally. "Boy, you are a noble young master, but you don't want to be a good noble young master." You run to our territory and make trouble. You are really tired of living. If you are sensible, kneel on the ground and kowtow a few times and honestly let those two girls have fun for us for a night, you can still save your life," the bare-skinned sergeant said, grabbing Lin Ming's arm. In his opinion, it would be easy to subdue a young master who had just started practicing martial arts and remove his arm. But just as he stretched out his hand, Lin Ming's momentum suddenly changed. From the moment before, his whole body was restrained, and the fluctuation of his true energy was vague. He suddenly became like a wolf smoke, rushing straight into the sky. A dragon Yankee burst out from Lin Ming's body, and the bare-skinned sergeant seemed to hear the roar of a dragon and a tiger in his ears. Even though he had experienced hundreds of battles and his mind was as strong as iron, he suddenly heard the dragon roar, which made his body tremble violently, and a fear from the depths of his soul surged in his heart. "Barehead, get out of here." The sergeant with a gun on his back had a gleam in his eyes, and he instantly felt something was wrong. He took off his gun and rushed towards Lin Ming. At this moment, his steps suddenly stopped. He saw Lin Ming's hand pinching the bare-skinned sergeant's neck, and the barehead who was usually brave in killing enemies seemed to be suddenly stupid, allowing the boy to pinch him. The sergeant with the gun on his back frowned and slowed down his pace. He finally realized that they had hit a wall today. What was going on? Why did such a master suddenly appear in Wubu? Moreover, they had clearly explored the boy's cultivation just now, and he had just been practicing martial arts, but now, his cultivation inexplicably soared to the peak of bone forging. Although the other party was wearing a bamboo hat, it could be roughly estimated that he was no more than 20 years old. It was very unusual for him to have such a cultivation at this age. Moreover, the other party was proficient in some kind of witchcraft secret method, otherwise it would not have caused Xiang Tao to lose his reaction instantly and be easily subdued. This kind of enemy who knew witchcraft was the most difficult to deal with. The sergeant with the gun on his back had a gloomy face and said, "Friend, let my brother go. Let's forget about today's matter. Although I don't know what secret method you know to conceal your cultivation is only equal to mine. There are 5 of us, but you are the only one. You also brought 2 girls with you. It would not be good if they get hurt in a fight." Lin Ming was unmoved and continued to pinch the bare-skinned sergeant's neck. The bare-skinned sergeant had already reacted, but at this moment he only felt like a mouse bitten by a poisonous snake. Lin Ming's hand was on his vital point. The true essence had already invaded his body. As long as he moved his mind, he would die. Sweat beads were already oozing from his forehead, but his fingers were touching the knife behind him with a barely detectable slow movement. Seeing that the threat was completely ineffective, the sergeant with a gun on his back snorted coldly, "Let go immediately. Don't think I'm afraid of you. I've seen similar witchcraft like yours. This kind of witchcraft not only consumes a lot of soul power, but also cannot be used on multiple people at the same time." Before the sergeant with a gun on his back finished speaking, he saw that Lin Ming seemed to smile for a moment, and then he only heard a crisp sound, and the neck of the barehead twisted into a strange arc, and the body fell down softly. "Barehead." The sergeant with a gun on his back's eyes turned red. "You are looking for death. Kill him. Come together." The sergeant with a gun on his back roared, and the other 3 sergeants saw their brother die, and their blood rushed to Lin Ming together. "All of you go to hell." Lin Ming's true energy was running, and the steps of the golden peng breaking the void suddenly burst out. The distance under his feet completely lost its meaning. He appeared in front of a sword-wielding warrior like a ghost, and punched the sergeant in the face. After all, the soldier had experienced countless life and death battles on the battlefield, and his reaction speed was much faster than those warriors who only knew how to practice. This was not a reaction made by their brains, but the instinct of their bodies. He swung his sword and chopped at Lin Ming's fist. A trace of madness flashed in his eyes. He wanted to cut Lin Ming's hand with a sword. At this moment, an incredible scene happened. Lin Ming changed his fist into a claw and grabbed the sword that was coming. With a sudden pull, the soldier was directly pulled over. Lin Ming raised his knees and hit the opponent's lower abdomen heavily. Bang! The force of the training force burst out, and the vibration of the true essence instantly shattered the soldier's internal organs, and even the leather armor on his body was shaken and shattered. The soldier didn't even groan, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and died on the spot. Third brother. The soldier with the gun on his back had bloodshot eyes and murderous aura all over his body. He was almost crazy. He swept the gun horizontally, trying to cut Lin Ming in half, but Lin Ming grabbed the junction of the spear shaft and the spearhead. In an instant, the spear seemed to be cast in iron, and could not move at all. Go to hell. Another soldier with a sword took the opportunity to cut Lin Ming's neck with a sword, but Lin Ming seemed to have eyes on his back. He turned around and grabbed it casually. The long sword that was swung down was caught in Lin Ming's hand like straw, and then Lin Ming pulled the spear in his hand and stabbed it into the chest of the sword-wielding soldier. With a stab and a pull, the sword-wielding soldier's body shook violently. Puff! A stream of blood shot out 7 or 8 feet away, spraying on the face of the gun-wielding sergeant. He looked at the gun barrel still in his hand and was completely dazed. The gun that pierced his brother's heart was still in his hand. He never dreamed that such a thing would happen one day. The completely irresistible force shattered all the pride, cruelty, and belief in victory in his heart. At this moment, the last sergeant rushed towards Nei and Nashu. A trace of ferocity flashed across his mouth. He understood that only by hijacking these two women would they have a chance of survival. However, his ferocity just appeared, but it was forever solidified on his face. The scene in front of him disappeared instantly. He seemed to see a huge black vortex, which set off an irresistible storm, and he was sucked into the vortex. Then, he inexplicably returned to his youth. It was said to be a youth, but the experience was completely different from what he remembered. This feeling was very strange, as if he saw himself in his previous life. Scenes passed by one after another. He saw countless versions of himself, some dressed in fine clothes and riding horses, some down on the street, some rising to prominence, and some begging for life. He had reincarnated countless times, but none of them was a real him. The complicated memories rushed into his spiritual sea like a tide, and the intense pain made him want to die immediately. Ah! The sword-wielding soldier screamed, and his spiritual sea was crushed by the black vortex. His eyes were completely dull, and only one thought remained, constantly echoing in the broken spiritual sea. Who am I? Who am I? Chapter 194 Drain Your Soul. The sword of the sword-wielding soldier stopped 2 feet away from Nei, but Nei looked normal, without the slightest panic. She saw that the sword was trembling slightly, and the owner of the sword had dull eyes, and it was obviously impossible to stab. She didn't know what Lin Ming had just done, as if just a glance had caused the other party's spiritual sea to collapse and become demented. The demented man was not an ordinary person, but a veteran Huokai soldier, who had cultivated to the middle stage of bone forging. His mind had been tempered as strong as iron in countless battles. What kind of strength is this? She had been shocked by Lin Ming's strength many times. Every time, Nei thought that she had roughly guessed the limit of Lin Ming's strength, but soon she found that her guess was wrong. For Lin Ming, Nei could only use 4 words to describe him: unfathomable. The sword-wielding soldier had thrown away his sword, and was at a loss like a walking corpse, not knowing where to go. Lin Ming looked at the stupid sergeant, and the black vortex slowly disappeared in his pupils. This vortex can only be seen by those who are sucked into the reincarnation. After comprehending the martial spirit of reincarnation, Lin Ming found that this martial spirit can not only be used to train the heart of martial arts, but also can be used for mental attacks. Use the power of reincarnation contained in his eyes to throw the opponent's soul into the reincarnation of the 100 lives, making him lose himself in the intricate memories and completely shattering his spiritual sea. Among the 5 sergeants, only the last gun-wielding sergeant was left. He was the boss of the 5. He saw the 3 corpses on the ground and the sword-wielding sergeant with blank eyes, and his heart was trembling. From Lin Ming crushing the cervical vertebra of the best-skinned sergeant to his eyes turning the sword-wielding sergeant into an idiot, the whole process only took 2 blinks of an eye. 4 of the 5 bone-forging warriors have been solved. Is this person a demon? He put down the gun in his hand and stared at Lin Ming indifferently. He knew that he could no longer hide today. In front of such a person, he had no right to escape. The shopkeeper hiding on the 2nd floor was already scared silly. He was now slumped beside the pillar on the 2nd floor. His crotch was already wet. There was only one thought in his mind. It was over. So many Huokai soldiers died in his store. He was finished. He would definitely die. Boy, you are so cruel. I'm not as skilled as you. I admit defeat. But you can't live, even if you kill us. Sooner or later, the chief will find you out and destroy your tribe. When the time comes, you will be cut into pieces and boiled in a pot. Lin Ming threw away the gun in his hand and said with a smile, "Where is your chief? There is no need for him to look for me. I just want to meet him." As he said this, the true essence had formed a barrier around the two of them, isolating the sound. The man with the gun suddenly changed his face, and a chill surged over his body. Yes, the other party was so skilled. How could he come to this small place like Fog Valley for no reason? He came for the chief. His strength seemed to be at the peak of bone forging. Perhaps he had cultivated to the peak of acquired strength, so he could return to his original state and hide his cultivation. Realizing this, the man with the gun knew that he had no chance to survive. If he stayed alive, he would be interrogated and suffer in vain. He gritted his teeth and wanted to kill himself by severing his meridians. Lin Ming's soul power had been locked on the man with the gun at all times. He found the abnormal movement of his true energy in his body. He snorted coldly and suddenly slapped his palm, hitting the man with the gun in the heart. The meridian breaking hand. The domineering true energy poured into the man with the gun, destroying all his meridians. The man with the gun groaned and fell directly to the ground. The severe pain from his whole body made his face pale. He wanted to raise his true energy, but was horrified to find that his body was like a deflated ball, and he couldn't raise any true energy at all. He said in fear, "What did you do to me? I just destroyed your martial arts." Lin Ming said indifferently, "You've ruined my martial arts. You've ruined my martial arts." Ha. Ha ha. The man with the gun seemed to have lost his mind. From the severe pain in his meridians just now, he knew that what Lin Ming said was true. For a soldier and a warrior, ruining their martial arts was more painful than killing them. Lin Ming didn't bother to care about what the man with the gun was thinking. He picked him up and said to Nei and Nashu behind him, "Let's go." Okay. Nei followed quickly, but Nashu was still a little dazed. Every time she saw Lin Ming take action, her heart was in turmoil. Whether it was dealing with the bald man, the rotten wolf, or now dealing with these 5 vicious soldiers, there was no struggle at all. It was all overwhelming, crushing and killing. This unstoppable strength left a deep impression on Nashu. "Ushu, let's go." "Ah. Okay." Nashu was stunned for a moment before she reacted. At this time, Lin Ming had already walked out of the inn. He unceremoniously seized the red-blooded horses of the 5 soldiers, threw the armed sergeant on the horse's back like a dead dog, and jumped on the horse. The red-blooded horse was indeed a famous horse, and it was a spiritual horse. It did not recognize Lin Ming as its master at all. After Lin Ming got on the horse, it neighed and raised its front hooves high, trying to throw Lin Ming off. Lin Ming snorted coldly and clamped his legs together. The red-blooded horse felt a great force pressing down on it. It could not bear the pressure and almost fell to the ground with its 4 hooves. The red-blooded horse groaned and dared not resist anymore. Lin Ming did not expect this beast to be so difficult to deal with. He glanced at the Na sisters and said, "You ride this horse." As he said that, he grabbed the leading sergeant and jumped on another horse. Nei and Nashu got on the previous red-blooded horse. This time, the red-blooded horse did not dare to resist. In this way, the 4 people rode 2 horses and left in a cloud of dust. The red-blood horse was very fast. In 1 hour, they arrived at a jungle 100 miles away. Southern Xinjiang is vast and has complex terrain. Once you enter the jungle, you may not be able to find a person, even if you send out a large army. Lin Ming rode his horse to a clearing in the forest and threw the commander sergeant on the ground like a sack. He turned to Nei and said, "You two, find some rotten mud and smear it on the body of this red blood horse. The red horse is too eye-catching in the woods." "Well, okay," Nei replied. Lin Ming turned to the commander sergeant. He had a lot to ask. Not only did he want to ask about the time and purpose of Kaigu's attack on the Blackwater Swamp, but more importantly, he wanted to know the relevant information about the Eternal Holy Fire. Lin Ming wanted to confirm whether it was a fire spirit, and at the same time, he also wanted to know the true strength of the Fire Kai sect master. The most attractive thing about the Fire Kai tribe to Lin Ming was the Eternal Holy Fire. However, seeing the sneer on the commander sergeant's face, Lin Ming realized that it was not easy to ask for the information he wanted. Most of these desperate criminals are stubborn. Even if they are tortured, it is difficult to get anything out of their mouths. Lin Ming pulled out a dagger from the sumaru ring and squatted in front of the commanding sergeant. I have a few questions for you. If you are willing to answer, I will let you go. Let me go. Ha ha ha. The commanding sergeant laughed wantonly, as if he had heard the funniest joke. I don't want to live at all. Do you need me to let me go? I have killed countless people in my life. Now I'm dead enough. You are holding a dagger to torture me. It's funny. When I was torturing the prisoners, you were still sucking milk from your mother's belly. Do you want me to tell you the most painful places on the human body? Do you want me to tell you how to make people want to live but not die? The commanding sergeant laughed more and more arrogantly. However, his smile gradually became hoarse. He seemed to have seen something terrifying, and his face turned pale. At this time, in front of him, Lin Ming's eyes had turned into black whirlpools. The commander's mouth twitched a few times, and suddenly he screamed ah, and rolled on the ground with his hands holding his head. After half an incense stick of time, the commander finally climbed up with sweat all over his head. Just now, he saw countless complicated memories, and then he felt as if countless knives were twisting his brain. The piercing pain made him want to die immediately. How does it taste? You don't need to tell me how to make people want to live but not die. I just happen to know some ways to torture people. Lin Ming didn't just try it out, and didn't really use all the reincarnation martial arts. Otherwise the commander would have become an idiot. The commander couldn't laugh now. The pain just now, as if his soul was torn apart, made him want to die immediately. Seeing an evil arc on Lin Ming's mouth, as if a devil was laughing, the commander felt a little cold in his heart. The most terrifying thing was the other part, his eyes. There was no pupil at all, only black spirals, as if to suck people into the endless void. What did you do just now? The commanding sergeant's voice had lost its composure. In his opinion, the young man in front of him was not human at all. I didn't do anything. I just took out a part of your soul. Lin Ming said slowly. People have souls. After the body dies, the soul still exists and can be reincarnated. But if the soul is destroyed, it will be annihilated and will not enter reincarnation. The scenes you just saw are all the reincarnations in your soul's memory of the previous life. I will give you another chance. If you insist on not telling me, I will drain your soul and make you fly away and not enter reincarnation. Lin Ming was just making up nonsense to scare people, but his words were like the whispers of a devil, and the commanding sergeant was frightened. The people in southern Xinjiang all have religious beliefs, and in the tribe, the power of God is greater than the power of the monarch. The highest leaders of the tribe are all the head of the sect, the messenger of God, etc., not the chief. The idea of reincarnation is naturally deeply rooted in the hearts of the people in southern Xinjiang. You are talking nonsense. Do you think I will believe you? The commanding sergeant said fiercely. Believe it or not, this is your final choice? Lin Ming sneered. His pupils were still covered with black spirals, which were still slowly rotating. They did not look like human eyes at all. Chapter 195, Vermilion Bird. Lin Ming sneered. His pupils were still covered with black spirals, which were still slowly rotating. They didn't look like human eyes at all. Seeing these eyes, the commander felt a tremor from the depths of his soul. It was a lie for the commander to say that he was not afraid of Lin Ming's annihilation of the soul and no reincarnation. He was not afraid of death because he believed that people could be reincarnated after death and be a good man again after 18 years. But he was afraid of eternal annihilation and no reincarnation. That was the ultimate punishment that even demons would be afraid of. He thought that what Lin Ming said was mostly false, but thinking back to the pain that seemed to tear the soul apart just now, it really felt like a part of the soul was taken away. Combined with the reincarnation he had seen before, the commander didn't dare to gamble. What if what he said was true? Moreover, he had lost all his martial arts and would die anyway. Even if he didn't say anything, what benefit could he get? Thinking of this, the commander hesitated. How about it? Have you thought about it? Lin Ming asked with a smile. The commanding sergeant took a deep breath. His mouth twitched a few times, closed his eyes and said, "Ask, I will answer your questions." He also thought it through. He didn't know where he would be reincarnated in the next life. Maybe he would still be the enemy of the Huokai tribe. What's the point of keeping the so-called loyalty of a soldier? Well, very good. Lin Ming quickly finished asking questions and got the answer he wanted. He basically confirmed that the immortal holy fire was the fire spirit. The Huokai master who was in charge of the immortal holy fire had reached the middle stage of the acquired realm. As for Kaigu's attack on the Black Water Swamp, there were two purposes. The first purpose was to destroy the Black Swamp tribe located on the edge of the Black Water Swamp. The Black Swamp tribe was just a small tribe. Originally, there were more than 20,000 people in the tribe. 10 years ago, the Black Swamp tribe discovered a black iron mine and quickly became rich. In recent years, due to the addition of many outsiders, the Black Swamp tribe has grown to a population of 40,000 to 50,000. When the Nat tribe was there, the two tribes, the Nat tribe and the Huokai tribe, were balancing each other. No one wanted to see the other side become stronger. The Black Swamp tribe survived in this narrow gap. As long as they paid some black iron tribute to both sides every year, they could seek peace. But a year ago, the Nat tribe was destroyed, and the balance was broken. Some small and medium-sized tribes nearby became fat meat in the mouth of the Huokai tribe, and they could eat them whenever they wanted. The Black Swamp tribe, which had black iron ore, was obviously the fattest piece among them. The Huokai tribe planned to annex the Black Swamp tribe, use the people of the Black Swamp tribe as slaves, mine black iron ore, transport it back to the Huokai tribe, and forge a large number of weapons to lay the foundation for their future dominance. The first purpose of Kaigu coming to the Black Water Swamp did not surprise Lin Ming, but the second purpose surprised him. In addition to annexing the Black Swamp tribe, Kaigu also wanted to search for a Suzaku. Suzaku is a sacred beast second only to the divine beast, and has a great relationship with the phoenix. In this world, there are legendary beasts such as real dragons, real phoenixes, unicorns, and golden winged rocks. The number of divine beasts is extremely rare. Not to mention in Cheyenne continent, it is rare to see even in the divine realm. The great man who created the golden rock breaking the void body method was just a chance encounter. He saw the battle between the real dragon and the golden winged rock, and gained some insights. Then he closed his eyes, and meditated for 60 years to create it. The power of divine beasts is unimaginable to mortals, and even the great men in the divine realm cannot reach it. Below the divine beasts, are the holy beasts. The dragon, the red bird, and the spirit turtle all belong to this category. The number of holy beasts is much greater than that of divine beasts, but it is only relative to the divine realm. In Cheyenne continent holy beasts are also very rare. So when the commander-in-chief said that a red bird appeared in Nanjiang, Lin Ming was so surprised. After all, Nanjiang is just a small place in the entire Cheyenne continent. A vermilion bird is worth unimaginable. Kaiguda certainly didn't go crazy enough to try to catch a vermilion bird. He just wanted to search for traces of the vermilion bird to see if he could collect some of its flames. Legend has it that vermilion birds like to inhabit 1,000-year-old phoenix trees. Wherever they land, they leave flames. These flames are the vermilion bird's flames. Kaiguda wanted to collect the vermilion bird's flames to refine the eternal holy fire. If he was lucky, he could collect the vermilion bird's feathers, which would be a big win. Lin Ming was also tempted by the vermilion bird's flames, but he didn't have to get them. What he really wanted was the eternal holy fire, which was the real fire essence. As for the vermilion bird's flames, no matter how powerful they were just flames. Lin Ming touched his chin. Why did a vermilion bird appear in southern Xinjiang? Could the appearance of this sacred beast be related to some kind of auspicious omen? The Black Water Swamp stretches for nearly 1,000 miles. The deeper you go into the swamp, the more dangerous it becomes. On the other side of the swamp is the famous Thunder Mountain. The main peak of Thunder Mountain is 10,000 feet high and reaches the sky. It is said that the main peak of Thunder Mountain is higher than the height of the clouds, so there is no rain or snow on the main peak all year round. 5 days later, the search operation in the Black Water Swamp was fully launched. The Huokai tribe attached great importance to this search. The military dispatched 20,000 soldiers. At the same time, the Huokai sect also sent many masters. These people's cultivation is generally above the condensation vein stage, and some even reach the late condensation vein stage, just slightly worse than Kaiguda. The search operation lasted for 10 days, but the final result was very speechless. The Huokai army did not see even a bird feather or a spark, but lost hundreds of soldiers in the Blackwater swamp. Kaiguda was furious. It was expected that he could not find the vermilion bird, but he was very upset that he could not even find a flame. He had hoped to make a great contribution in this matter and be appreciated by the head of the sect to let him serve as the next chief of the Huokai. Now the possibility is not great. Kaiguda was in a bad mood. 3 days later, he led his army to attack the Black Swamp tribe to vent his anger. The Black Swamp tribe had only 40,000 to 50,000 people in total, and the army in the tribe was less than 5,000, and many of them were militiamen. How could they stop the 20,000 troops of Huokai? A war was a foregone conclusion. The Black Swamp tribe was defeated all the way, and the surrendered army was captured by Huokai and all became slaves. The elite troops of the Huokai tribe killed all the way to the chief's mansion. Kaiguda rode on a red blood horse, holding a 18-foot spear, and rushed all the way. Wherever he passed, blood spurted and heads flew. He enjoyed the process of charging and killing. He crushed past unstoppably, and killed people like cutting grass. Boom. A loud noise came, and the door of the chief's mansion was knocked open by wooden stakes. Kaiguda took the lead, and rushed into the mansion first. The chief's mansion was the place with the most wealth in the tribe, and it also gathered a large number of beautiful women. It was equivalent to the royal palace in Middle-earth. The Huokai soldiers liked plundering the chieftain's mansion the most. This could bring them endless pleasure and plenty of opportunities to vent. The maids and concubines in the chieftain's mansion, who were once beautiful women, could only be abused by them. When the Huokai army rushed in, the chieftain's mansion was already in a mess. Many people had expected that the Black Swamp tribe would be defeated and fled in advance. However, most of the maids and concubines did not know martial arts at all. Even if they escaped from the Black Swamp tribe, they would be buried in the belly of the beast. Therefore, they could only stay in the chieftain's mansion. In tribal wars, they were always victims. At this time, no one cared about them. Kaiguda sneered and ordered, "Pass the order down. Arrest everyone and gather them in the main hall. Collect all the wealth, count it, and gather it in the main hall. General Zeduo." Here, a big man stepped out. "You lead 5,000 elite soldiers to chase out the Black Swamp tribe. If you catch anyone escaping, bury the men alive, and put the women in the army to entertain the soldiers." Understood. The big man waved his hand and rushed out of the chief's house with his army. It takes courage to escape from a defeated tribe. Once caught, the result will be even worse. Not to mention the men being buried alive. The women are often tortured to death by a group of fierce soldiers from the Huokai tribe. So many people would rather stay and be slaves than take the risk of escaping. The troops scattered in a hurry. When the wolf-like Huokai soldiers heard that they were going to rob the chief's house, their eyes turned red. At this time, they were like sharks that smelled blood. After a while, they heard the screams of men and the cries of women from all over the chief's house. Kaiguda smiled grimly, as if he enjoyed the sound. "Go, hurry up. Damn it, don't dawdle." Half an hour later, the Huokai soldiers gathered the captives from all directions to the main hall. Most of the captives were injured, some even had bloodshot heads, and most of the women had disheveled clothes, with bruises on their faces and necks. Regardless of whether they were men or women, their faces were filled with despair and ashes. The soldiers carried large and small boxes of gold and silver and piled them all on the open space of the main hall, and soon they piled up into a small mountain. The Huokai army tacitly allowed the soldiers to embezzle part of the money when confiscating the property, and also allowed them to possess women at will. To maintain the ferocity of the beasts, it is not possible not to feed them meat. Report to the chief. The brother and sister were found at the bottom of the well. According to the palace maid, they are the children of the chief of the Black Swamp. A soldier pushed out a pair of young men and women aged 16 or 17. They were wearing coarse cloth and their faces were covered with ash. They looked dirty, just like the servants in the kitchen. but if you look closely at their hands, they are tender and smooth without any calluses, and you can tell that the young men and women have never done heavy work. Not bad. Kaiguda had a wicked smile on his face. The brother and sister were both delicate and tender. The boy could be sold to the female ruler of the matriarchal clan tribe, and the girl could be kept by herself. Kaiguda turned over and got off his horse, walked in front of the brother and sister, and frivolously pinched the girl's chin. At this moment, Kaiguda snorted coldly and grabbed the girl's arm. In her sleeve, there was a sleeve arrow fired by a machine. The arrowhead was blue, and it was obviously poisonous. "You're looking for death." Kaiguda exerted force on his palm, and there was a slight crack of bones. The girl screamed, and cold sweat broke out on her face. She almost fainted from the pain. The wrist bone of her right hand was almost broken by Kaiguda. At this moment, Kaiguda's face changed, and he suddenly jumped back. There was a slight kai sound, and a white shadow pierced Kaiguda's waist at an incredible angle. He felt his body numb, his internal organs tumbling, and he almost vomited blood. Who? Chapter 196 Killing Kaigu. As soon as Kaiguda finished speaking, a black-clothed teenager in the crowd suddenly stepped forward, and a gray spear pierced out from his armpit, like a venomous snake, straight to Kaiguda's throat. Kaiguda flew back quickly, but although the previous shot was blocked by his human-level top-grade treasure armor, a stream of true energy penetrated into Kaiguda's body through the soft armor, making him feel that his true energy was a little unsustainable. With Kaiguda's cultivation, he would not have been ambushed, but he never thought that there would be a master who had hidden his cultivation among a group of captives. Generally, only masters who have cultivated to the innate or a few masters who have cultivated to the peak of the acquired and reach the state of returning to the original state can have their true energy inward and hide their cultivation. And if this kind of master really wants to kill him, there is no need to sneak attack him. The sneak attacker seems to have not yet broken through the condensed vein stage. How did he hide his murderous aura and cultivation? The situation did not allow Kaiguda to think too much. The opponent's spear was already at his throat. Kaiguda was a half-step postnatal warrior. Even when attacked, he could still react quickly. He drew out the sword in the Zumi ring and slashed at the tip of the spear. Clang! The sword and spear collided with each other. With the help of this force, Kaiguda turned over in the air and flew into the army. Everything that happened just now happened in a flash. The soldiers of the Fire Kai tribe finally reacted and shouted, "There is an assassin! Protect the leader." Kaiguda's personal guards drew out their swords and slashed at the black-clothed boy. However, the black-clothed boy seemed to be the god of death. He shook the grey spear in his hand, and the vibration essence condensed into substance immediately surged out like a tide. 7 or 8 soldiers were like duckweed hit by the waves. They flew backwards in all directions and vomited blood in the air. The black-clothed youth was naturally Lin Ming. The gun in his hand was a heavy and soft silver gun, but it was painted with a special grey paint. The original silver color was too eye-catching. In addition, a black scarf was covered on his face at the moment of the sneak attack, covering his appearance, leaving only a pair of eyes outside. The sudden change caught people off guard. The children of the chieftain, who had prepared to commit suicide before, were stunned when they saw the black-clothed man suddenly rushing out. Who is this man? With such strong skills, he should not be someone from the chieftain's mansion of their Black Swamp tribe. Kaiguda was more and more surprised at this time. The small amount of true energy that flowed into his body had not been suppressed by him until now, as if the true energy had infinite vitality. What is this true energy? Kaiguda's face changed continuously. If the true energy of ordinary people is like flames, the true energy of warriors with advanced cultivation is pure and thick, just like a more vigorous flame, but the essence is the same. But this true energy is essentially different. It is like a fire spirit, which is difficult to extinguish, no matter how hard you try. Kaiguda took a look at Lin Ming's cultivation. It was indeed the peak of bone forging. This puzzled him. What was the origin of this guy? A large number of soldiers rushed towards Lin Ming like a tide. Lin Ming's eyes focused, and the chaos true essence art was running rapidly. The long spear ignited a red lotus-like flame, sweeping the army. The heavy and soft silver spear drew a full moon, and the flames formed a huge arc. The powerful impact swept a group of soldiers away. Lin Ming aimed at the gap between the soldiers, and broke through the void. Whoosh! Lin Ming passed through the heavy encirclement of the soldiers like a black lightning and instantly came to Kai Guda. The long spear was launched, and the power was like a silk thread. 5,000 strands of materialized vibration true essence gushed out from the heavy and soft silver spear at an astonishing speed, crisscrossing in the air and covering Kai Guda like a big net. As Lin Ming's strength improved, he had mastered the power like a silk thread, and there was a faint trend of breakthrough. Seeing this light net that was full of murderous intent, Kai Guda shouted loudly, and a yellowish brown light shone on his human-grade top-grade sword, and he swung the sword to cut the light net. The earth is cracked. Kai Guda used his famous martial arts and slashed the light net with a knife full of energy. With a loud sizzling sound, the light net was torn apart. Kai Guda had a grim smile on his face. After all, the enemy was only at the peak of bone forging. How could he compare to him at half a step back? Although he didn't know why this kid was so strong, he wanted to assassinate him in the chaos, but he was courting death. However, at this moment, the smile on Kai Guda's face suddenly solidified. Although the light net was shattered by his sword, it did not dissipate. Instead, it turned into a filament like true essence and pierced him directly. Before obtaining the blood of the reverse scale, the vibration essence released by Lin Ming was fierce, but not strong enough. It was easily destroyed and consumed by the enemy. After entering the enemy's body, it would slowly weaken. If it encountered an opponent with strong defense like the witch slave in the life and death trial, it would be difficult to hurt the opponent. But now, after fusing with the blood of the reverse scale, Lin Ming's 5,000 vibration essences have undergone a qualitative change. Not only are they indestructible, but they are also very tough and difficult to be killed. Although they are not immortal like the fire spirit, it takes several times the essence to destroy them. Such an endless essence, how can Kai Gu split it with a single blow? The gorgeous essence is like a drizzle, but the rain contains a murderous intent. Some warriors who approached the filaments were directly chopped to pieces, and even the personal guards beaten by Kai Gu were not spared. For a time, blood was like rain. Their strength was too small to play a role in this level of battle. The aftermath of the battle could kill them. Kai Guda's face was solemn, and cold sweat oozed from his palms. His pupils reflected the countless filaments, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Earth protection. With a loud shout, Kai Guda stabbed the ground with a knife, and a yellowish brown light film formed around his body, as if a thick eggshell covered him. Ding 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 ding. The light filaments pierced the yellowish brown light film and made a sharp and piercing sound. Kai Guda was in the protective cover, unscathed. At this time, Lin Ming's mouth, which was hidden under the face scarf, opened a slight arc. He was waiting for this moment. He didn't expect to hurt Kai Guda with his strength training, but just wanted to trap him. The next step was the real killing move. The dark red flame bloomed on the heavy mysterious soft silver spear like a red lotus. Hiss. The purple electric snake also emerged from the evil god seed and wrapped around the cold spearhead. Evil god's power, activate. Lin Ming shouted, and his true energy surged. A powerful momentum burst out, and he stabbed out with a spear, crushing the atmosphere. The power of fire and lightning gushed out, and the piercing thunderstorm sound was no less than the tiger and leopard thunder sound in the Thunder Valley. At that moment, Kai Guda's face changed, but he could not judge the power of Lin Ming's move. Before the lightning and fire intersected, this move was just an ordinary killing move. Gritting his teeth, Kai Guda desperately urged his true energy to strengthen the defense shield of the earth. He was not good at speed, so he could only use the condensed true energy defense to resist Lin Ming's stormy attack. Use your own strengths to fight against the enemy's strengths. Kai Guda's idea was right, but he underestimated the power of Lin Ming's move. Thunder and fire intersected, and terrifying energy burst out instantly. For a moment, it seemed as if a red sun rose out of thin air from the ground. The space was distorted, and the wanton sharp energy formed a bunch of light beams as thick as thighs, which flew in all directions like a golden sword. The terrible impact force formed a visible airwave, and the square of the main hall was cut into pieces by the terrifying energy turbulence. Countless pieces of rubble flew up, and a group of soldiers who were close to it flew away like straw. The earth shield of Kai Guda was shattered like glass in such a terrifying explosion. The khaki fragments of light fluttered, and Kai Guda himself flew into the air. His chest was already blown into a bloody mess. Lin Ming unfolded his body skills, rushed out in one step, and the heavy Zu and soft silver spear pierced Kai Guda's chest directly, not giving the other party a chance to breathe. Kai Guda endured the severe pain from his internal organs and slashed at Lin Ming with a knife. At this moment, a huge black vortex suddenly appeared in front of him. The vortex gave off a strong attraction, as if it was going to tear his soul into it. Kai Guda was shocked and bit his tongue hard, forcing himself to wake up. However, at the moment he regained consciousness, a grey spear appeared in front of his neck like a poisonous snake. Puff! The sound of the spear piercing the flesh was clear and audible, because the earth protection had been broken by the thunder and fire, and Kai Guda's body protection was as weak as paper. Kai Guda only felt a chill in his throat, and the cold spear tip just cut off his trachea and cervical vertebrae. He stared blankly at the spear that had penetrated his body, his eyes bulging, full of disbelief. From the high-spirited victory to death, it was only a thin line apart. The endless wealth, countless women, supreme power, the hegemony of unifying southern Xinjiang, and the achievements that would be recorded in history that he dreamed of, all of them became a bubble with this shot. After Lin Ming stabbed Kai Guda's throat with a shot, the vibration of true energy was emitted again, spreading throughout Kai Guda's internal organs, and Kai Guda bled from all 7 orifices. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed. At the moment of losing consciousness, he heard a young man's voice ringing in his ears. The dead soul of the Naklan, I will kill you to commemorate you. It turned out to be the Naklan. Kai Guda raised the corner of his mouth, as if he wanted to smile, but his expression was frozen on his face forever. Puff! Kai Guda's body fell heavily to the ground. Lin Ming felt dizzy when he landed. He supported himself with the heavy and soft silver spear and stood firm. His eyes were burning with pain, and his vision was a little blurry. He had never expected that using the Samsara martial intention on a half-step postnatal warrior would have such a big side effect. It seems that he should try to use the Samsara martial intention as little as possible when encountering a master in the future. He flipped his hand and put Kai Guda's body into the Zumi ring. All the soldiers, including the prisoners, stared at Lin Ming in silence. They never thought that Kai Guda, who had cultivated to the half-step postnatal level and was considered a local lord in southern Xinjiang, would be killed just like that. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Holy Fire Essence. Kai Gu was killed, and thousands of Fire Kai soldiers were all stunned. Lin Ming stood in the army, but no one dared to attack Lin Ming. The martial arts talent of ordinary soldiers is basically the second level. After more than 10 years of practice, their cultivation will not exceed the second level of physical training. Intermediate generals can reach the stage of training organs and changing tendons, and senior generals can reach the stage of forging bones. But in front of Lin Ming, all of them are vulnerable. In addition to Kai Gu, among these thousands of troops, only the left general and the right general have reached the stage of condensing veins. The left general has been sent out to hunt down the escaped prisoners, and only the right general is left, who is covered in cold sweat. He dare not breathe now, for fear that Lin Ming will suddenly kill him, and then he will not escape death. In front of Lin Ming, the few guards around him are basically decorations. It can be said that Lin Ming's strength is unstoppable among these thousands of troops. Lin Ming didn't notice the right general at all. He glanced at the captured captives. The captives looked at Lin Ming with hope and excitement. They had already regarded Lin Ming as the war god sent by the witch god to save them. Lin Ming felt a little sad. Even if he killed Kai Guda, it would not be possible to change the fate of these captives. After all, he was just one person and could not stop a country. The only thing waiting for these captives was lifelong slavery and death. He glanced at the pair of children of the chief, hesitated slightly, and his figure flashed, and he had come to the side of the two of them. Grabbing one with each hand, Lin Ming used the golden peng breaking void body technique and flew into the air. He couldn't stay here for long, otherwise it would be dangerous if the acquired masters of the Fire Kai tribe arrived. Rescuing the pair of children of the chief was Lin Ming's kindness on a whim, which was regarded as leaving a little hope for the Black Swamp tribe. If the two of them worked hard, they might be able to rebuild the Black Swamp tribe in the future and avenge their people. Let's go. Lin Ming flew out of the chief's mansion, and no one dared to stop him. Lin Ming rushed all the way, ready to send the two to a small tribe and then leave them alone. But at this moment, his face changed, and he turned around and saw a red light shooting towards him. Flame. Lin Ming saw in an instant that the red light was transformed from flames. After condensing into fire essence in the evil god seed, Lin Ming was not so afraid of flames. He poured his true essence into his right hand and slapped it hard at the red light. Puff. The red light exploded, but Lin Ming's face changed. He clearly felt that a force of fire rushed into his meridians and destroyed it wantonly. No matter how the fire essence in his body trembled, he could not control the flame. What's going on? In the past, in the lava cave, no matter how much lava fire came, the evil god seed could absorb it all. But this time, such an accident happened. Lin Ming circulated his whole body of true essence and then suppressed the flame. At this moment, Lin Ming's heart moved, and he looked up and looked forward. In the void 10 feet away from him, a ball of red flame appeared out of thin air, gradually forming a flame boy who was only 3 feet tall, floating in the air. The boy was red all over, with flames wrapped around his hair, hands, and feet. His little face was grinning, but his smile had a sinister taste. Lin Ming frowned. What is this? He could feel the powerful fire essence contained in this boy, which was much stronger than his own. No wonder he couldn't suppress the flame just now. Could this boy be the headmaster Huokai? No, even if the headmaster Huokai had learned some strange skills to change his appearance into a boy's, he wouldn't have lost his physical body. The body of the boy in front of him was obviously made of flames. Otherwise, it would not be possible for it to float in the air. Could it be? Lin Ming's heart trembled, and he said to the Black Swamp tribe siblings in his hand, "May you be lucky. I can't take care of you." When the two siblings heard what Lin Ming said, a look of despair flashed across their faces. The girl opened her mouth to say something, but she couldn't say it after all. She knew very well that Lin Ming couldn't even protect himself at this time. As for whether the two siblings could escape the pursuit and encirclement of the Huokai tribe army, it all depended on themselves. Lin Ming let go of his hands, and the two siblings silently said thank you, and then ran deep into the jungle. The flame boy smiled evilly, flicked his little hand, and a ball of fire rushed straight towards the two siblings. Lin Ming snorted coldly, and the heavy and soft silver spear pierced out like lightning, hitting the fireball. 5,000 strands of vibrating true essence rushed into the fireball, and there was a bang sound, and the fireball turned into fragments of fireworks. The two siblings were startled, and the girl turned back to look at Lin Ming gratefully, without saying a word, lowered her head, and ran into the jungle. Seeing this, the flame boy did not chase him any further. After all, compared to the two siblings, Lin Ming was the most important enemy. It folded its arms across its chest, and looked at Lin Ming with an evil smile. The little face transformed by the flame had a playful expression. Lin Ming sneered, "You are the fire spirit of the unextinguishable holy fire. The fire spirit has a spirit. After merging with a part of the soul of the Fire Kai sect leader, you became a monster that is neither human nor ghost, and became the fire spirit clone of the Fire Kai sect leader." The flame boy's little face showed a look of astonishment, and then it smiled and said, "Your soul power is not bad. You can actually recognize my clone. I'm more and more interested in you. You can stay today." The voice of the fire spirit clone was extremely hoarse. It sounded very strange for a boy to have such a voice. "Stay? Do you have the strength to do so? If you come in person, I will naturally be defeated, but you are just a clone. Do you still want to keep me?" Lin Ming shouted loudly when he said this, and his aura surged. He thrust out with a spear, and his true essence turned into a spear aura of more than 10 feet, piercing the center of the eyebrow of the flame boy. He wanted to strangle the soul mark left by the head of Huokai and this fire spirit. If he succeeded, this fire spirit would become a thing without an owner. Facing the whistling spear aura, the flame boy laughed wildly, and its body suddenly disappeared, and its speed was no less than Lin Ming. "Want to break my soul mark? You are dreaming. Die." The flame boy pushed forward with his two small hands, and the power of fire gushed out from his palms, turning into thousands of rotating and undulating red rays, covering Lin Ming from all directions. However, the flame boy did not expect that after Lin Ming thrust out a spear, he did not even think about fighting with him and fled with his body skills. Puff, puff, puff. The attack of the flame boy missed, and the red light sank into the black ground full of dead branches and leaves like a rainstorm, instantly turning the ground into a scorched earth. Humph, you are smart, but do you think you can escape from my palm like this? Wishful thinking. The flame boy laughed grimly and chased Lin Ming. Lin Ming jumped up and down and used the golden peng breaking void body skill without reservation. If he killed the soul mark left by the Fire Kai sect leader in the fire spirit, the fire spirit would become ownerless, and Lin Ming would have the opportunity to absorb it. This idea was extremely tempting, but Lin Ming knew that at this time, the Fire Kai sect leader must have rushed to him. He might even bring a group of acquired masters. Once they arrived, he would be unable to escape. Moreover, the flame essence of this boy was extremely powerful. On the other hand, I had already used up the thunder fire killing and activated the power of the evil god, which consumed 30% to 40% of my essence. It was still unclear who would win or lose if they really fought. It was nothing but a fool's dream to want to destroy the soul mark left by the head of Huokai and the flame boy in a short time. If I don't leave now and delay for a few more quarters of an hour, it will be too late. Lin Ming's speed was getting faster and faster. His body seemed to have no weight at all. With a light tap of his toes on the treetops, his body flew out like an arrow. After a few ups and downs, Lin Ming's body flew higher and higher. In the end, he didn't need to use the treetops for support at all. He had already completely flown up. After reaching the peak of bone forging, Lin Ming's essence increased greatly, and his body skills were getting closer and closer to real flying. At this time, after Lin Ming, the flame boy was completely stunned. It could fly because it had no entity, but just a ball of flame. But the boy in front of him was clearly only at the peak of bone forging, so why could he fly? Could he have a flying treasure on him? Thinking of this, a fierce light flashed in the eyes of the flame boy. No matter what, this guy must be kept. He must have a secret. The wind whistled in Lin Ming's ears. He didn't need to look back at all. His soul power could lock onto the flame boy behind him. Not only was he not thrown away, but he was getting closer and closer. Damn, this guy's really haunting. Lin Ming frowned. His golden peng breaking void was naturally a first-class body movement, but this flame boy was made of flames all over his body. His body had no weight at all and was faster. Humph, stay. The flame boy chased to 10 feet behind Lin Ming. He flicked his little hand and dozens of finger-thick fire pillars shot towards Lin Ming. Without even looking, Lin Ming fired a gun behind him. Bang! The pillars of fire were shredded one after another, and a red rain of light burst out. However, during this delay, the flame boy had already caught up with Lin Ming. It smiled evilly and stretched out its little hand. The power of fire flickered in its palm. With my clone delaying you, you can't escape. Flame cage. Whoosh, red flames flew around Lin Ming, and the pillars of fire intertwined to form a cage of fire, trapping Lin Ming in it. Bang! Lin Ming stabbed the cage with a gun, but failed to pierce it. Damn it. Lin Ming was very anxious. This flame boy was clearly stalling for time. As long as the real body of the Huokai sect master arrived, he would be in danger. And this flame boy, whose true essence was thicker than his own, was faster than his own. He couldn't kill him, even if he wanted to, and couldn't get rid of him, even if he wanted to. With this guy following him, he would be caught up sooner or later. Lin Ming gritted his teeth, and his whole body's true energy was running to the extreme. The dragon blood power contained in his heart suddenly burst out. Break it for me. Lin Ming roared, and stabbed out with a gun. The true energy containing the power of dragon blood was endless, and even the fire of the fire spirit could not easily kill it. Swish. The flame cage was completely torn apart, and Lin Ming jumped up and rushed straight into the sky. The flame boy was obviously stunned for a moment, as if he did not expect Lin Ming to break the flame cage so quickly, but the more so, the happier it was, which meant that the secret on Lin Ming was more valuable. Chapter 198 The Power of the Holy Beast. Xian'an Country, Kixanwu Mansion. At this time, a month has passed since Lin Ming left Xian'an City. On a winter afternoon, a light snow had just fallen. The clouds dispersed, the snow cleared, the sun shone brightly, the snow was slowly melting, and the air was filled with moisture. In the northwest corner of the Qianxue mansion, Sun Liang, the deacon in charge of the Wufu registration office, was flipping through a biographical novel out of boredom. The work of the Wufu registration office is quite boring. It mainly records the time and place of the Wufu disciples going out for training or performing tasks. Otherwise, if a disciple disappears for too long without reason, the Qianxue mansion will start an investigation. This is done to ensure the safety of the Wufu disciples. Since there are not many disciples of the Qianxue mansion who go out for training, it is considered a lot to be able to register 3 or 5 disciples a day. This boring and hopeless job is disdainful for any warrior with a little strength. Sun Liang is a second-grade martial artist with superior talent. Although his family cannot be compared with those big families, it is not bad. In the past, he got into Xiaonan Wufu with a little connection. After practicing for more than 10 years, he was too lazy to practice. When he reached the stage of training the internal organs, he became a deacon at the registration office of Qianxue Wufu. When he was reading the novel, Sun Liang's expression became richer. He smiled foolishly and was nervous at times as the fate of the protagonist rose and fell. But just when he was reading with great interest, he suddenly felt that the light was getting darker and a figure blocked the sunlight. Sun Liang thought that a disciple of the martial arts palace was going to register for training outside. His interest in reading the biography novel was interrupted. Sun Liang raised his head with some dissatisfaction. Just when he was about to ask the time and place of the disciples training outside, he was suddenly stunned. In front of him, there stood a middle-aged man wearing a flowing white robe and carrying a long zither on his back. He was tall and slender, with thick eyebrows and starry eyes. His temperament was like a leisurely cloud in the sky, elegant and extraordinary. Sun Liang's biography novel fell to the ground. He stood up tremblingly, opened his mouth, and said dryly, "Mansion lord." Sun Liang wanted to die at this time. Why would Qianxue, the mansion lord of Qianxue mansion, come to him? Qianxue smiled slightly and naturally did not intend to pursue the matter of Sun Liang reading biography novels during his duty time. He said, "A month ago, Lin Ming made a travel record here." Sun Liang nodded hurriedly. There were not many people registering every day. Lin Ming's identity was extraordinary, so he naturally remembered it. "Show it to me." Okay. Sun Liang trembled and found the travel record. At least the classification was clear, and there was no temporary problem of not being able to find it. Otherwise, he really wanted to hit his head against the wall. Qianxue frowned slightly when he saw Lin Ming's travel time and handwritten signature recorded on the paper. 2 months of training outside. The location is not yet determined. I know. Qianxue gently closed the registration book and turned to leave. Lin Ming has disappeared for a month. Although it is clearly written in the registration book that he went out to practice voluntarily, Qianxue felt that something was a bit strange. Lin Ming has offended many people. It is absolutely unwise to go out to practice at this time. Once his whereabouts are leaked, he may even be killed. What's more, there is no good place to practice near Xiaonan country. Going out to practice is not as fast as practicing in the 7 profound martial mansion. The 7 killing arrays are open to Lin Ming at any time. Where can there be such good training conditions outside? The only thing that the 7 profound martial mansion lacks is a real life and death battle. If Lin Ming wants to practice this, he can go to the army, but Qianxue has asked the military and Lin Ming did not join the army. This makes Qianxue have many questions in his heart. What is going on with Lin Ming? Qianxue came back this time to prepare for the recent assessment of the main sect. 2 months later, the 7 Profound Valley will send people to inspect the core disciples of the martial arts mansions of several nearby countries and hold a Tian martial arts meeting. The Tian martial arts meeting is held every 3 years. At that time, the core disciples of the martial arts mansions of various countries will gather to taste tea and practice martial arts to compete with each other. This is an assessment of the core disciples of each country and also an acceptance of the work of the Wufu itself. Even Qianxue, who rarely cares about the internal affairs of the Wufu, attaches great importance to this assessment. When he issued the 7 mysterious order, he promised Lin Ming so many benefits, hoping that Lin Ming could grow up in a short period of time and shine in this tea martial arts meeting. If the results are good, not only the core disciples who have achieved results will be rewarded, but also the head of the Wufu will be rewarded. The most precious reward is the heaven entering pill. The heaven entering pill is taken by the peak masters of the acquired realm when they are striving for the innate realm. It is used to remove the acquired turbid ki in the body, cleanse the tendons and marrow, restore the innate internal breath, return to the original nature, and enter the innate realm. No matter how amazing your talent is, if you want to move from the acquired realm to the innate realm, you must take the heaven entering pill. The difference between the innate and the acquired realm lies in the innate internal breath. The innate internal breath can allow the soul to enter a state of emptiness, clarity, and tranquility, and it is easier to communicate with the vitality of heaven and earth, to perceive the truth of heaven and earth with the soul, and to drive the power of heaven and earth with the true essence. When the baby is in the mother's body, it breathes with the ki and blood transported by the umbilical cord, which is the innate internal breath. After the baby is born, it changes to breathing through the mouth and nose, and inevitably comes into contact with the acquired turbid air, and the innate internal breath is gone. From the acquired to the innate, the ordinary roots must be removed, and the acquired external breath is transformed into the innate internal breath. This requires a heaven entering pill, which can cleanse the tendons and marrow and restore the innate internal breath. Theoretically, a warrior with extraordinary talent can use his own strength to expel the acquired turbid air in the body, without relying on pills, and enter the innate state by himself. Of course, this is only a theory, and no one can do it. This heaven entering pill is also an extremely precious thing in the Seven Mysterious Valley. Not only in the Seven Mysterious Valley, but also in other major sects, the heaven entering pill is extremely scarce. Because the materials for the heaven entering pill are too difficult to find, even if they are gathered, there is a high possibility of failure when refining the pill. The Seven Mysterious Valley refines a furnace of heaven entering pills almost every 3 years, and the finished product is only 20 to 30 pills. These more than 20 pills are obviously not enough for so many disciples to share. Kixen Valley stipulates that the heaven entering pill is only awarded to the peak masters of the acquired realm with outstanding talents. However, even if these masters take the heaven entering pill, they may not be able to enter the innate realm. Qinzia's talent is already amazing. He started practicing at the age of 20 and reached the peak of the acquired realm at the age of 45. He was once allocated a heaven entering pill. After taking it, he broke through the bottleneck of the innate realm. However, there was a problem with his kin heart, and he was just one step away. As a result, Qinzia stayed at the half-step innate realm. Over the years, he wandered in the mountains and valleys, experienced kin heart, and finally achieved kin heart. Now, he urgently needs a heaven entering pill to break through the bottleneck of the innate realm. Every 3 years, the Tian Martial Arts Conference only has 2 heaven entering pills, one for the core disciples, and one for the master of the martial mansion. Only the first prize is awarded. However, the one awarded to the core disciples will not be redeemed until he reaches the peak of the acquired realm. After all, it is a waste to eat the heaven entering pill when the cultivation is not enough. For the core disciples, the rewards include not only the promised heaven entering pill, but also other rich rewards, including human level top grade treasures, top grade elixirs, core exercises, and many other types. Qinzia certainly wanted to get the heaven entering pill, but he did not expect Lin Ming to get first place. This first place was too far away. The strength of the 7 Zuanwu mansions of Xianan Kingdom was not that strong, and was much worse than that of Hualuo Kingdom and Angiyang Kingdom. However, if he could not get first place this time, there would be the next time. If he could not get first place the next time, there would be the next time. After all, Lin Ming was only 15 years old, and could participate in 3T martial arts competitions. Even if he could not get first place in 3 times, Lin Ming should be able to achieve good results, which would be regarded as adding a contribution to Qinzia. But Qinzia did not expect that when he came back, Lin Ming had disappeared for a month and his whereabouts were unknown. Southern Xinjiang, Blackwater Swamp, Lin Ming and the Flame Boy had been chasing each other for an hour. In this hour of chasing, the two fought more than a dozen times, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Lin Ming's inner essence was consumed by another 30%. Even though he had strong ki and blood in the Chaos Essence Sutra to replenish it, he could not sustain such a long flight and high intensity fighting. If this continued, he would run out of essence in another hour. On the other hand, the boy behind him did not run out of essence. This was because the flame boy was more advanced than Lin Ming, and secondly, this boy was not a physical entity, but a fire spirit, which was immortal. Lin Ming was very anxious. This was not a solution. If he stopped to fight, he would not win. If he delayed for too long, he would be caught up by the real body of the Fire Kai sect leader. If he continued to flee, he could only hold on for an hour at most. After that, his essence would be exhausted. Without the real body of the Fire Kai sect leader arriving, the flame boy alone could kill him. It seemed that he had fallen into a dead end. No, there would always be a chance of survival, but he just didn't expect it. Calm down. Lin Ming's breathing became light and slow, and his mind also entered a state similar to the ethereal martial spirit. He had to think of a way to break this deadlock. At this time, 600 miles away from Lin Ming, a bald middle-aged man in a black robe sat cross-legged on the divine wind eagle with a cold face. This man was the head of Huokai, Kaiyu. He rode the divine wind eagle to chase for more than an hour, and at the same time, he was restrained by the fire spirit clone, but even so, he was still 600 miles away. But Kaiyu was not in a hurry. He was waiting for the opportunity, while his prey was consuming its true essence. As long as he waited for another hour, he would almost win without fighting. But the strength of this prey was too unexpected. He was only at the peak of bone forging, but he had a strong fighting power that could catch up with the acquired warriors. Not only that, he could fly, and his endurance and long-term fighting ability were also terrifying. No matter what secrets you have, they will be mine. Kaiyu smiled coldly. His goal was to conquer southern Xinjiang, and no one could stop him. But at this moment, the smile on Kaiyu's face suddenly froze, and then his expression changed drastically. This is Suzaku. 600 miles away, Lin Ming stared at the big red bird flying in the sky with eyes wide open, his eyes full of disbelief. Is this Suzaku? The legendary sacred beast actually appeared before his eyes? Chapter 199 Thunder Mountain. The body of the vermilion bat was about 5 meters long, with a head like a golden pheasant, a neck like a red snake, and scales and feathers all over its body. Flames burned all over its body. As it flew, dots of fire sprinkled down like red stars, beautiful as a dream. Although the distance was far, Lin Ming could clearly feel the huge pressure it exuded, which made people palpitate. Because of this pressure, Lin Ming's speed dropped greatly. His heart tightened, and he couldn't help but look back at the flame boy, fearing that he would catch up. Unexpectedly, the flame boy was even worse. It had stopped, staring at the vermilion bird in the air, and its little face was full of fear. Lin Ming was slightly startled. Is it afraid? At this moment, the vermilion bird lowered its head and looked down at the flame boy. It was this look that scared the flame boy so much that he screamed and turned around and ran. This time, the speed of the flame boy was even 3 times faster than before. When it chased Lin Ming, it almost turned into a red light, and in a few breaths, it had already disappeared into the jungle. Lin Ming was dumbfounded. Why did it run away? Looking at the Suzaku again, it seemed to show a look of hesitation at that moment, but soon it ignored the flame boy and continued to fly forward. Its flight seemed elegant, and its wings flapped extremely slowly, but its speed was incredibly fast. In just a dozen blinks of an eye, it had already flown to the horizon and turned into a small red shadow. Lin Ming was a little confused. This flame boy was obviously afraid of the Suzaku. Could it be? Yes, the Suzaku is a sacred beast of fire attribute. Kaigu entered the black water swamp to find some of the Suzaku's flames and feathers, to roast the fire essence of the unextinguishable holy fire. But on the other hand, the fire essence of the unextinguishable holy fire is also a good supplement for the Suzaku. This fire essence turned around and ran away because it was afraid of being swallowed by the Suzaku. After understanding this, Lin Ming chuckled, unfolded his body skills, and flew in the direction of the Suzaku's flight. The speed of the vermilion bat was extremely fast, but Lin Ming's speed was still a little slower. After an incense stick of time, the vermilion bird had disappeared into the horizon. Lin Ming was afraid that the fire spirit boy would come back, so he flew at full speed, close to the ground, and changed his flight direction twice, before landing in the swamp grass. The grass in the Blackwater swamp was more than 10 feet high, not much shorter than the trees. If a person went into it, it would be like sinking into the sea, and there was no way to find him. Lin Ming found a relatively safe place in the tall grass, took out a true essence stone, and began to meditate to restore his true essence. He restrained his whole body's aura, and hid himself completely. Even if a martial arts master used his soul power to detect him, it would be difficult to find him. In another hour or two, it would be dark. The Blackwater swamp at night was the most dangerous. Lin Ming had to restore his strength as soon as possible. An hour later, with the explosion of a true essence stone, Lin Ming, who was meditating, opened his eyes. His thunder and fire power had recovered, and his true essence was almost condensed. As night falls, poisonous snakes and insects will be everywhere in the grass of the Blackwater swamp, but Lin Ming can fly, so he doesn't care much about these. He estimated that he was probably in the center of the Blackwater swamp. The Blackwater swamp stretches for thousands of miles. If Lin Ming returns along the same route, he will return to the Black Swamp tribe. If he continues to move forward, Thunder Mountain is 800 or 900 miles ahead. Lin Ming originally planned to go to Thunder Mountain after killing Kaigu, and this time he could go and take a look. Nei said that there is thunder grass on Thunder Mountain. Thunder grass over 100 years old is very valuable, but even a postnatal master dare not rashly climb above the mountainside and can only move around the periphery of Thunder Mountain. Lin Ming does not think that his strength is better than that of a postnatal master. He is also moving around the periphery when he goes to Thunder Mountain. Unless he explores the secrets of Thunder Mountain, he will not rashly go up the mountain. The night is clear, the moon is high. Lin Ming steps on the grass tip and moves forward quickly, and each rise and fall is a distance of more than 10 feet. When they were still hundreds of miles away from Thunder Mountain, Lin Ming could already see a huge black shadow in the distance by the moonlight, like an iron giant. At the top of the mountain, there was a faint white light flashing, which was the countless thunders flashing. The thunder on the top of Thunder Mountain never stops, and it will last for thousands of years. Thunder Mountain is the highest mountain in southern Xinjiang. The main peak is 10,000 feet high and reaches the sky. The main peak of Thunder Mountain is higher than the height of the clouds, so there is no rain or snow on the main peak all year round. There are 6 layers of sky in Cheyenne continent. Below the clouds is the Yangtze sky. Rain, snow, and hail are all formed in this layer of sky. There is nothing special about Yangtze sky, except for the high cold. Anyone can survive in Yangtze sky. 9,000 feet above the clouds is the stratosphere sky. This layer of sky is blowing with endless strong winds. Even the divine wind eagle has difficulty flying in the stratosphere sky. 3,000 feet above the clouds is Taiji heaven. Here, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder all exist in the state of Yuan-Qi, which is extremely violent. If a warrior below the Xianshan is exposed to Taiji heaven, he will be directly killed by the impact of the Yuan-Qi flow. The height of Thunder Mountain is close to Taiji heaven. Because the top of Thunder Mountain is covered with Yuan magnetic ore, it can draw the thunder Yuan-Qi of Taiji heaven and form endless thunder. This is how Thunder Mountain got its name. Lin Ming guessed that at the top of Thunder Mountain, thunder flashes for 10,000 years, and it is very likely that there is a thunder spirit. However, even the acquired masters can only climb to the mountainside of Thunder Mountain. His strength is not as good as that of the acquired stage. If he wants to get this thunder spirit, his hope is slim. Despite this, Lin Ming still has to go there to see what is so terrifying about Thunder Mountain and what he can do to get the thunder spirit. 2 hours later, Lin Ming came to the foot of Thunder Mountain and unexpectedly discovered that there was a tribe here. Although it was still dark, the residents of the tribe had already gotten up early to start their day's work. Farmers were carrying their tools and hawkers were selling their wares on their poles. It is said that there are thunder lizards everywhere on this Thunder Mountain. If the tribe is built here, aren't they afraid of a beast tide? Lin Ming was puzzled and found an inn to rest for a while. He would wait until dawn to find out the situation before going up the mountain. After entering the inn, Lin Ming's soul power swept through, and he was surprised to find that there were many martial arts masters in the inn. Even the innkeeper had a level 1 body training cultivation. Are these people all here for the Thunder Grass? Young man, are you going to Thunder Mountain? The innkeeper greeted Lin Ming with a smile after seeing him. Yes. Lin Ming nodded. At this time, he had taken off his veil and his cultivation was controlled at about the level 3 body training, which was also the level that a genius of Lin Ming's age should have. Now even if the head teacher Huokai came to kill him, he would not be able to find him at all. It's true that heroes emerge young. Young man, you have reached the stage of internal organs training at such a young age. It's incredible, incredible. However, it's a bit dangerous to enter Thunder Mountain at the stage of internal organs training. It's okay to just treat it as an experience, but it's a bit difficult to pick the valuable thunder grass. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Lin Ming was delighted. He was lacking information about Thunder Mountain, and the shopkeeper obviously knew a lot. He asked, "Excuse me, what is the use of thunder grass? Why do so many people risk going to Thunder Mountain to pick it?" In Lin Ming's opinion, thunder grass is probably only valuable to warriors with thunder attribute true essence, and there are very few such warriors. The demand for thunder grass should not be so great. The shopkeeper was slightly stunned, with a strange look on his face. This little guy's really interesting. He came to Thunder Mountain without knowing anything. He said, thunder grass contains the power of thunder, and can be processed into thunder beads by secret methods. It can hurt people. Thunder beads processed from thunder grass over 50 years old are very powerful, and thunder grass over 100 years old is even more powerful. There are constant wars in southern Xinjiang, and the military is willing to purchase thunder beads on a large scale to equip the army. They are much more powerful than arrows. So that's how it is. Lin Ming suddenly understood. The shopkeeper said, "I have a booklet here that introduces the information of Thunder Mountain and the places to pay attention to. It only costs 5 taels of gold. If you want, you can buy one." Okay. Lin Ming paid the money very happily and took a booklet introducing Thunder Mountain. Woodblock printing has not yet been popularized in southern Xinjiang, and this booklet is all handwritten. After Lin Ming flipped through the booklet, he finally understood why even postnatal warriors could stay below the waist of Thunder Mountain. In the final analysis, it was because of this thunder lizard. It is no exaggeration to say that the thunder lizard is the most powerful beast in southern Xinjiang. Lizards are also called four-legged snakes. As the saying goes, a snake with 4 legs is a gyro. A gyro with 2 horns is a dragon. The image of a lizard is similar to that of a Jiaolong, and this thunder lizard does have Jiaolong blood in its body. The strength of a fierce beast with the blood of a holy beast can be imagined. At the foot of Thunder Mountain, there are very few thunder lizards, and the few that are there are also impure blood. These lizards are covered with white scales and spit out white lightning from their mouths. Their strength is equivalent to that of a warrior in the 4th and 5th levels of physical training. The higher you go, the stronger the thunder lizards become. At the mountainside, the scales of the thunder lizards turn red, and they spit out red lightning from their mouths. The strength of the red thunder lizards is already equivalent to that of a warrior in the condensed vein stage. Going up further, there are blue lizards, which are equivalent to acquired ones. It is said that at the top of the mountain, there are purple lizards, which are equivalent to innate warriors. Seeing this, Lin Ming took a breath of cold air. He had not seen an innate warrior yet, but he did not expect that there was an innate warrior on this Thunder Mountain. If we really encounter a purple thunder lizard, I'm afraid that a bolt of lightning will turn even the acquired warriors into ashes. Thinking of this, Lin Ming frowned slightly. Compared with ordinary warriors, he has an advantage. That is, he has a thunder spirit in his body, so he is not too afraid of thunder. But not being too afraid does not mean not being afraid at all. A few hours ago, when Lin Ming faced the flame boy, the opponent's fire was able to hurt him. This is because the opponent also has a fire spirit in his body, and its fire spirit is stronger than the fire spirit in Lin Ming's evil god seed, so Lin Ming could not control the opponent's fire. In Thunder Mountain, my ability to survive is much stronger than warriors of the same strength, but I'm still far from reaching the top of the mountain. I will go to the foot of Thunder Mountain first, and then climb as high as I can. Chapter 200 Thundergrass. There is a wonder in Thunder Mountain during the day. At the foot of the mountain is a lush forest. 1,000 feet up is shrubs and tall grass. Another 1,000 feet up is sparse weeds. Going up further, it gradually reaches the ice and snow. A few thousand feet near the peak is a faint white light and lightning, and there is no ice and snow. From bottom to top, there are dark green, yellow-green, withered yellow, and white. Thunder Mountain is 10,000 feet high. The forest at the foot of the mountain alone is dozens of miles deep. The trees in this forest are extremely tall. The giant tree that 7 or 8 people hug can be regarded as the king of trees in ordinary forests, but at the foot of Thunder Mountain, it is just an ordinary tree. Lin Ming walked along the way and even saw an ancient tree that required more than a dozen people to hug. It was nearly 100 feet high. The twisted roots exposed on the ground alone were larger than a temple. It looked at least 4 or 5,000 years old. The deeper the water, the bigger the fish. The same is true for the forest. The taller the trees, the more fierce the beasts bred in it. Not only these giant beasts, but also the poisonous insects and snakes hidden in the bushes are extremely deadly. Fortunately, Lin Ming has applied the Realga wine specially made in southern Xinjiang, so he is not afraid of these poisonous creatures. Lin Ming has been cautious all the way. Seeing these giant trees, he is not surprised that Thunder Mountain breeds thunder lizards equivalent to innate warriors. The sunlight in the forest is blocked by the trees. The thick vines hang down from the trees like giant pythons. From time to time, Lin Ming can see some large beasts squeezing through the branches and vines in the dense forest. The sound of branches breaking is shocking. Lin Ming avoids these beasts as much as he can. If there are really blind beasts rushing towards him, he will kill them. In this way, Lin Ming passed through the forest outside the Thunder Mountain without any trouble and came to the grassland area on the hillside. The grass here was not much shorter than a person, and there were poisonous snakes and poisonous insects everywhere. Lin Ming walked for a while, and suddenly his mind moved. He saw that not far away, there was an area of 3 feet in radius with no grass growing, revealing black rocks. This rock is actually the UN magnetic ore. In the cracks of this ore, there is a white sword-shaped grass growing stubbornly. This grass is about 1 foot tall. There is a small white fruit in the center of the grass, and there is a faint flash of lightning on the fruit. Thunder grass. Lin Ming bought a brochure introducing Thunder Mountain before, and recognized this thunder grass at a glance. Thunder grass is very conspicuous, because they only grow on the UN magnetic ore, and because of the existence of thunder and lightning. There will be no other plants around, so it can be recognized at a glance. White leaves, with light red veins in the veins, should be 50 years old. Lin Ming picked the small white fruit from the heart of the thunder grass, but did not touch the thunder grass itself. This thunder grass grew on the elemental magnetic ore, and it was not easy to breed. Lin Ming did not want to destroy it, so he only took the fruit with the richest thunder power. He held the white fruit in his palm, and with a thought, he drained the thunder power contained in it. After that, this thunder power flowed into the heart along Lin Ming's meridians, and was absorbed by the evil god seed without any suspense. Looking at the thunder spirit in the evil god seed, using his soul power, to feel its power changes, Lin Ming was slightly disappointed. The power of the thunder spirit had hardly increased. Obviously, the 50-year-old thunder grass had no value to him. Lin Ming sighed. Yes, this was just the periphery of Thunder Mountain, and the thunder power was not as rich as the Thunder Valley of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion. It was not surprising that it did not help the growth of the thunder spirit. It seemed that his fantasy of wanting a large amount of low-year-old thunder grass to cultivate the thunder spirit was about to be shattered. If you want to cultivate a thunder spirit, you must find thunder grass that is hundreds or even thousands of years old, or you can get ideas from thunder lizards, or even possibly find the thunder spirit of Thunder Mountain. Of course, Lin Ming has no hope for the last possibility. Even if there is a thunder spirit, it is most likely to be on the top of Thunder Mountain, where lightning flashes all year round, and it is most likely to breed a thunder spirit. However, with his own strength, he simply cannot reach the top of the mountain alive. Lin Ming continued to move forward, and after walking for a while, he faintly heard the sound of fighting in front of him. In these dense forests and tall grasses, sometimes you have to guard not only against ferocious beasts, but also warriors. It is too easy to kill and rob here, and then destroy the body. However, Lin Ming does not need to worry about this, because most of the warriors who appear in Thunder Mountain are below the bone tempering stage. Although it is said that even postnatal warriors dare to move only below the halfway point of the mountain in Thunder Mountain. In fact, postnatal warriors basically do not come to Thunder Mountain. Because the only specialty of Thunder Mountain worth mentioning is thundergrass, the warriors who come here are basically to pick thundergrass. 100-year-old thundergrass is only sold for more than 100 taels of gold, and warriors above the condensation vein stage don't even look at it. Lin Ming passed through a bush and saw a figure flashing in front of him. The sound of fighting became clearer and clearer. He could clearly hear the sound of swords hitting each other and the low roar of beasts. Spreading his soul power, Lin Ming saw 5 warriors besieging an unknown beast in an open space not far away. This beast looked like a rhinoceros, but it had scales on its back and a thick and long tail with barbs on the tip. Judging from the momentum of this beast, its strength is not weaker than that of a warrior in the Yujin stage. Not only is its skin rough and its flesh thick, but its tail with spikes is extremely powerful, and it can break a large rock with just a flick. The 5 warriors who besieged it were 3 men and 2 women. They all had a small green dragon logo on the right chest of their clothes. They looked like they were from the same family or sect. The 2 women were twins, who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. The sisters were both in the early stage of practicing Zhang, and their weapons were long swords. Their attacks were obviously not powerful enough, and the sword energy did not hurt the armored rhinoceros. Another young man who looked about the same age as the twin girls was also in the early stage of practicing Zhang. His strength was about the same as the 2 girls, and at most he played a restraining role. The last 2 older warriors were in the early stage of Yujin and the peak of Yujin respectively. The main attacker was the warrior at the peak of Yujin. He was wearing a black suit and used a black iron stick in his hand. Swords and knives were not very effective against this fierce beast covered in armor. On the contrary, the long stick had the greatest lethality. The black-clothed warrior was also quick-witted and quick-handed. Every time he took advantage of the time when the armor was distracted to deal with others, he would hit it quickly and fiercely with a stick. He hit the armored rhinoceros forehead, which is where the central nervous system of the armored rhinoceros is located, and also its biggest weakness. Although the armored rhinoceros has strong defense, it can't stand the black-clothed warrior's stick hitting it. Slowly, its vision began to blur, its movements became slow, and finally its nostrils and ears began to bleed. The black-clothed warrior saw that the time was almost right, and his true energy burst out. The black iron stick in his hand was covered with a layer of red light. 5 mountains collapse. The black-clothed warrior shouted and used his strongest martial arts skill. He hit the armored rhinoceros forehead with a stick. There was a slight click, and the armored rhinoceros head was concave. Obviously, the skull was broken. The armored rhinoceros wailed, shook twice, and fell heavily to the ground. Senior brother's 5 mountains collapse is really powerful. The young man, who was less than 20 years old, saw the black-clothed warrior smash the armored rhinoceros to death with a stick, and hurried up to flatter him. The black-clothed warrior laughed, obviously enjoying the horse very much. Zion along, go cut off the rhino horn. This thing can be sold for a lot of money. Okay. The young man named Xiaolan responded and went to cut the rhino horn excitedly. The 2 twin girls came over, and one of them said with some envy, "Senior brother's 5 mountains collapse is getting more and more powerful. We sisters haven't learned any martial arts yet." There was both admiration for the black-clothed warrior in her words, and some small resentment. For ordinary warriors, martial arts inheritance is a rare thing. These 5 people are considered to be low-level warriors. They are not talented, and come from ordinary families. They joined an unknown small sect. It is called a sect, but in fact there are only a dozen people. They have only one so-called master, whose strength is at the peak of bone forging. In terms of strength, these 5 people are still far behind the worst disciples of the Hall of Humanity in the 7 Zuanwu mansion. Hearing the 2 sisters' complaints, the black-clothed warrior laughed and said, "Sang Yu, Sang Lan, don't be discouraged. You have good talents. If you work hard, the master will teach you. If there is a chance in a few days, I will talk to the master and ask him to give you the 9-hua sword." The 2 sisters were overjoyed and said sweetly, "Thank you, senior brother." The black-clothed warrior nodded with satisfaction. He liked the feeling of influencing other people's fate, especially when the other party was a pair of beautiful twins. At this time, he noticed Lin Ming not far away. He was shocked to see someone suddenly appear so close. He didn't notice it before. However, the other party was only in the initial stage of training the internal organs, so it was not worth worrying about. With a turn of his eyes, the warrior in black remembered something and said to Lin Ming, "That friend, are you here to train in Thunder Mountain? Do you want us to take you there? The price is negotiable. With your cultivation level at the initial stage of training the internal organs, you will definitely die if you encounter a thunder lizard if you come to Thunder Mountain alone." After the warrior in black said this, the other 4 people noticed Lin Ming. After noticing Lin Ming's cultivation level, they were all a little surprised. He was really a young man who was not afraid of tigers. With only the cultivation level at the initial stage of training the internal organs, he dared to come to Thunder Mountain alone. Lin Ming said, "No need. I'm used to being alone." Being rejected by Lin Ming, the warrior in black smiled on his face. He didn't say anything, but he was gloating in his heart. This young man really didn't know the immensity of the world. It was really amazing to have reached the initial stage of training the internal organs at the age of 15 or 16. It was inevitable that his self-confidence would swell. You will suffer in a while, and you may even lose your life. The young man beside the black-clothed warrior heard Lin Ming's refusal and curled his lips and whispered, "He really doesn't know what's good for him." The senior brother is willing to take him with him because he thinks highly of him, but he still doesn't agree. Just wait to die. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.